put the children to bed. It's time for Dan and Aldo to bare their souls.
I love the Chicago Bears more than I do masturbating, and that is a lot.
Then, with 3 seconds left, Bob Avellini throws a 30-something yard touchdown pass to Greg Latta, and the Bears win, and I literally shit my pants. I swear to God, I literally did.
Eric Kramer, for me, I love the guy. He's a tragic figure. I mean, he embodies all that is.
If they don't run the ball here, I'm going to vomit. I swear to God.
Look, I don't mean any disrespect. He just didn't play that well. Not for a guy of his caliber.
You know, they won, but I'm going to be miserable all week because they stunk.
I don't really have any recollection of that at all, but I guess perhaps I blacked it all out.
So, Dan, tape is the ultimate tool for scouts and for coaches to evaluate players, to detect plays and so forth. And they spend hours looking at tape, right? Why do they so often get shit wrong?
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan and Aldo.
Oh, yeah. Listen to that applause, Dan Aguirre. I don't think it's for us, though. I think it's going to be for our special guest who we are going to bring out here in a minute or two. I want to know, first of all, how are you, my friend?
I am well, and I guess I'm supposed to be getting the Stone Cold Stunner tonight from a female, too, right? Is she joining us?
She's not. I pushed her back to next week because I wanted to give the two of you all of the time you need in order to get through your issues.
Before this is over, this lady's she's gonna want my number. You know that? I'm kidding. Hey, I got this for you. Check this out.
Uh-huh.
If we'd have been on yesterday, this day in Bears history. February the 21st of 2017. I wrote this on my, I guess it was Facebook. Yeah, 4 years ago. Apparently, Jay Cutler will be gone from the Bears this offseason. His detractors will say he didn't win enough, and I can't dispute that opinion. However, I argue to look inside the numbers and seek context. He had 154 passing touchdowns, more than 20,000 passing yards, with 6 more rushing touchdowns against 109 interceptions in 102 games as the Bears quarterback. He accrued virtually every franchise passing record. Lastly, the Bears had historically bad defenses, mediocre offensive lines throughout his tenure. And as Abigail pointed out, he was sacked 251 times as the Bears quarterback.
That was the biggest issue with Jay Cutler. Was the offensive line was for the vast majority of his stay here was putrid. It was awful. Now, the first few years, he had that Lovie Smith defense, so he had a really good defense, but he didn't have an offensive line, and he didn't have receivers to throw to. So, he wasn't a bad quarterback. I know Mike North loves trashing on him. He wasn't a bad quarterback. He certainly could have gotten us to the Super Bowl, but what we had was a bad GM who didn't surround him with the necessary tools. That was the issue with Jay Cutler.
Yeah, and now that we're 4 years removed, 4 years from Jay, I'm going to go political on you. You say that I like to give you political analogies, and,
yes.
and I do. So I'll go back to circa 1980, 84.
Okay.
And I'll ask you, Aldo Gandia, are you better now than you were 4 years ago?
Well, we are definitely not better off, but that's actually a really good segue to our guest.
Let's bring him in. I need to ask him about JFK anyway.
The movie or the president or both?
I made him some DVDs, and I'm hoping that he has watched them because there is going to be an exam.
I love it. Well, if you don't know already, we are bringing in an old friend of the bar room, a guy who we love here tremendously. He is, of course, Greg Braggs.
How are we doing today? Hey, who's the Lee Harvey Oswald in this whole story? You know, who's playing the role of Lee?
You are.
God damn it.
Potsy.
Hey, thank you so much for letting me on your podcast that night with Tom Waddle on, man. It was really awesome.
Of course, man. Hey, you enhanced the interview, bringing up old memories that even Waddle has forgotten, you know? So you get, like we were saying, you're going to have to stick around for Tommy because he's forgetting more and more as the days goes on. So you're a perfect match for him because you remember every footstep of every Chicago Bear, which is what I love about you, Danny.
Yeah. You know, that's not to put myself over and say that's true, but I think the most shocking part of that when I got, you know, after the adulation that you feel, you know, for like 5 minutes after it's done, you're like, oh, that was so cool. And then I started to reflect on what he said, you know, and I was like, it's shocking to me that the events of that's his life. He's the one who was playing, you know, not me.
Right.
It seems more vivid to me than it is for him. And that's hard for me to reconcile. I mean, I love the guy and he's a gentleman. He's great on radio, but it's surprising to me that he kind of, I guess it's because he's a dad and, you know, he's successful. He just kind of doesn't give a fuck. You know, I mean, like those days,
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, well, he's got like what, 5 girls, so he probably doesn't have time to remember. I got one girl, and I'm too busy to keep up with the Bulls, let alone what I did 5 years ago. So Tommy, you know, not only did he take some of the most bone crushing hits in Chicago Bears history, you know, and then he had to raise 5 girls, you know, and still, you know, become the mega media superstar he is today. So. Yeah, you know, I that's why I think you're perfect for him. The Bears historian. There's nobody better than you, Dan.
Thank you, and happy birthday to Tom because he shares the birthday of Kurt Cobain on February 20th, 1967. Yes. They were born the same day. He and Kurt Cobain, literally the same day.
No kidding. I wonder if he knows that. I bet you he doesn't know that. That's a good. Did you know that we'll have to pass along?
Waddle's World kind of thing, right?
Yeah. That's a really good one.
I don't know if he does know.
He was all, I guess he doesn't like Michael Jordan, like the celebration of Michael Jordan's birthday every year. So then he doesn't like when everyone gives him birthday adulation for the same reason, I guess. I don't know. I go either way. I used to love my birthday and now I'm kind of against it. I used to like make a big scene of it every, I know, big surprise. Greg was obnoxious, but yeah, I used to call it my birthday month, and like I'd put Jenny through hell for like 30 days because my birthday's on the 29th. Now I try not to even acknowledge my birthday. So I don't know. It must be an age thing.
Well, let me ask you a question, Greg.
What's that?
Serious question, straight from the heart here.
Uh-oh.
No. You and I both were on the same page on Mitchell Trubisky.
Right.
And it would seem that the writing is on the wall that Mitch is not going to be back, whether he doesn't want to be back, don't want him back, or a combination of both.
Yeah, no way. He's done here. There's zero chance. The only chance I guess he could have came back is if Matt Nagy wasn't here. Maybe the rookie coach who can't, because we'd still be in the same quarterback market we're currently in, not being able to find a guy for the right price, potentially. Maybe a guy like that would make sense to be the bridge to whatever rookie quarterback they end up drafting, or you hope they do. So, but with Matt Nagy, no, it makes zero sense for them to bring Mitch back. I mean, it just does. It would make zero sense after benching him last year, after as pitiful as they looked in the playoff game, and then going in the post-game presser or the off-season presser with Ted Phillips and saying, that they're going to have to be better than this in the quarterback room. To me, those are all writing on the wall that, Mitch is not going to be back here. I've already moved on from that. I'm trying to figure out how the Bears can get fall into getting Deshaun Watson. To me, Mitchell Trubisky is a non-starter conversation for Bears fans. Who knows where he's going to end up, but it's not going to be in Chicago.
Well, let me butt in and just say this though. I was listening to Keyshawn Johnson on his show, And he was saying, if you can't get Deshaun, then make it work with Mitch Trubisky, because why are you going to trade for a Sam Darnold? Why are you going to give up all these assets for a Derek Carr? You were brought here, you being Matt Nagy, you were brought here to fix this quarterback. Fix him. And so I agree with you, Greg. I think the ships have sailed. I don't think they want, or I don't think they even believe that they can fix him.
Well, that was last year. I mean, if they were going to do that, that was last year, and they were 2-0, and then the Falcons game, halftime of the Falcons game happens, and they bailed. If you were going to do that, and now you're talking about, going into this year with that mindset, no, that was last year. And then they gave up on it in week 3 and let Nick Foles come in and take the reins, and it just kind of fell in a weird way. He got some early wins that led him to have more starts, and then a 6-game losing streak. All of a sudden, you got your hands up, and now Mitch is back out there. And Matt Nagy was biting his lip. He gives up the play calling. He truly, that's, I guess, what saved his job, which is, to me, ironic. The whole thing is a mess. If I'm George McCaskey, the pragmatic thing would have been to fire everyone, clean house. He said that would have been the easy way out. No, that would have been the smart thing to do for this organization. Right now, you've put these guys in a bind, in a no-win situation. If Ted Phillips is saying, I want to see improvement before I give these guys extensions, how are you supposed to do that? You made it to the first round of the playoffs by the skin of your teeth. And the only place you really need to improve, I mean, you can improve at offensive line, but the most important spot is the quarterback position. And that's why I keep going back to Deshaun Watson. That's the only option to me that is going to elevate you from whatever you were. All these other names, Sam Darnold, Teddy Bridgewater, whoever else, Marcus Mariota, Gardner Minshew, none of those guys will either be to the level of what the Bears were last year or lower than. And then you just have to.
My question for you, Greg. Earlier when I was doing the Trubisky, I was setting up the question. So I'm going to ask you again. Allow me to also side reference the way you said, or sub-reference rather, the way you said, well, Mitch is he's gone. Let's just not even reference that. And I concur. I still think that Watson is not in play for us at all. We don't have the assets to trade for him. It's a pipe dream. That's my opinion. But if you can just agree with that for a moment, for the sake of the argument, and say that we can't get Watson, and if Mitch is gone, my question to you is, where does Greg Braggs go from here if you're making the call?
Well, if I was the owner of the Bears, if I was at this point and realizing that I just went through this presser and I was going to stick, I'm changing my mind and firing these guys. Oh, never mind, because you guys aren't going to be better than next year. Goodbye. Eric Bieniemy, ring, ring, ring. You want to come in here for a minute and see how you do? Because, that to me is where this is all going to just fall apart, because now if I'm Matt Nagy and all my options are gone, I'm going into the draft. I am hitting all these quarterbacks as hard as I can. It's got, 6 quarterbacks they're talking about in the first round? 6, 7? I don't freaking know. A lot of them. So Matt Nagy probably likes one of them more than the rest of them. So if it's if one of those is not Trevor Lawrence, who you obviously aren't going to get, then you have to figure out how you're going to get that guy, which you're talking about trading up just as much risky equity to move up in the draft as you would to try to get a Deshaun Watson, a Russell Wilson, a Dak Prescott. And I know those are pipe dreams, but I'm just talking about what you're putting on the table. And now, if you're Matt Nagy, you're saying, oh, I'm moving up to get Zach Wilson because I know this is my guy. Well, he could be your guy and then come in, and it might take him a while to learn the playbook that Matt Nagy's still writing up, to get comfortable with his receivers and his running backs. When Jay Cutler first came in here, you guys were talking about Jay, I threw a parade. I couldn't believe it. They traded for a Pro Bowl quarterback. But then it came in and he threw 30 interceptions his first year because he had continuity, So again, how are they supposed to improve when you're talking about a rookie quarterback? I mean, it would have to be a Russell Wilson type miracle, the way he came in for the Seattle Seahawks and led them right away. And then everyone could see the light and say, okay, this is the right way. Let's hope they get lucky. And if I'm Matt Nagy, that's what I'm doing, because I'm not giving up anything for Sam Darnold. That's crazy. If you want to get a Gardner Minshew or something like that, that's gonna cost you a 5th round pick or something. I had JJ Stankovitz on my show, and that's what he was suggesting. That's not that much of a ransom. If that's who they get, fine. I always go back to the Deshaun thing. Until he's on a different team, I am still staying in that race. And the longer it drags out, the more teams will drop out. And as long as the Bears are still standing here with their dick in their hand, they might get lucky and be one of the few teams that is still in the position to, make a move for him and give up all this shit.
The Eagles only got a 3rd round pick this year and a conditional 2nd round next year. It could turn into a 1st round next year, but if Wentz struggles, it could be a 2nd round pick. So my question to either one of you gentlemen, and let's say it would be Derek Carr or even Sam Darnold, who I know Aldo is against, and it sounds like Greg as well. But if we could trade for either one of those guys, whomever it may be, for a 3rd round pick this year and a 2nd next year, would you pull the trade?
No, I hate that. That's too much because he's just gonna suck. If you told me it was for a 4th round pick or a 5th round pick, just one, then I could swallow it. But
would you have taken Wentz then for a 3rd and a 2nd?
Well, here's the thing with that. It's going to end up being I can't say it's not going to me, it's not going to be whether or not it's performance based, whether or not that ends up being a 1st. It's going to be whether or not he stays healthy because it's about him playing 75% of the snaps. But he's going to do that if he's healthy. If he's not, he won't.
They have to make the playoffs too, though.
No, there's 2 parts of it that will make it a 1st round pick.
I thought they had to be concurrent. Maybe I misread it.
No, there were two things in the contract that would make it a 1st round pick. 1, if he plays 75% of the snaps, or 2, if they make the playoffs and in 65% of the snaps or something like that. So
they had to be together. That's what I was saying. I thought they both had to be present,
No, I don't believe so. I think if he plays 75% of the snaps in the regular season, it'll be a 1st round pick. Now, every Eagles fan will tell you that's not going to happen because he doesn't stay healthy. So
you'll see that Michael Pittman Jr. said, "Fuck him, he's not getting
welcome to the team, buddy. No, you can't have my number."
He says no money. He's not getting the number.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. Let me bring up Deshaun Watson again because in Sunday's Chicago Tribune, Brad Biggs wrote, "History suggests Pace could have a bold plan," and he talked with an NFC general manager or high-ranking administration guy and said, watch, this could happen, either trading for a Deshaun Watson or trading up really high in the draft to get their quarterback. And then I'm watching Get Up this morning. Was it this morning or recently? And Louis Riddick was saying the same thing, and so was Ryan Clark. I have that clip for you guys to listen to and respond to.
I'm not necessarily worried about the next year or the long term. That's the team. If I'm going to go all in, that's the team that should go all in. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do.
I love what Lou said. You know what Lou said? Lou said, if I'm the GM of the Bears right now, if I'm the head coach of the Bears right now, the next head coach be danged. I don't care about him. The rest of the years, I don't care about them neither. I need to win now. I need to make a statement this year. And that statement is Deshaun Watson. That statement is saying, you know what? We believe we have a championship level defense. And we have for the last 2 or 3 years. And we wasted them because we didn't draft this dude in the first place.
So listen to this. 3 first-round draft picks, the 20th this year, the 2022 first-round draft pick, the 2023 first-round draft pick, Roquan Smith, and Jalen Johnson. Would you make that deal? 2 defensive starters who are young in their careers and 3 number 1 draft picks. I'll start with you first, Greg.
Yes. Anything you say, I am going to say yes to. Why? Because it's their only move. It is exactly what Ryan Clark said. He almost got into Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy's mind there. It does none of it matters going in the future. So I'm giving up everything. And that's why I kind of laugh when people are like, they're not going to be in the Derby because other teams can offer better. A, we don't know because I think that number of teams will dwindle. And B, there's no way the Bears can't top it. Why? Because You say 3 first-round picks. Right now, you can offer 3 first-round picks, but the day of the draft, you can offer 4. So I've already emailed the Texans and told them, day of the draft, you have 4 first-round picks if you want it. Oh, yeah, you can also have David Montgomery and Roquan Smith. You want Jalen Johnson too? And I know Bears fans are going to get pissed at when I say this, but this is the position they've put themselves in. They missed on Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes. They have never drafted the quarterback position right. And unless you're going to trust Matt Nagy to draft him and then that quarterback be ready right away because they have to improve next year in order for him to keep his job, to continue to develop Zach Wilson or whoever, then none of it makes sense unless you just get Deshaun Watson and be done with it. Now, then it's talking about how much you're willing to give up. Well, guess what? That's the price of playing poker. And if other teams are willing to give up this much, I'm going to give up that much. I heard a person suggest I'd give every pick in this draft up for Deshaun Watson. I'd do every pick in the next 2 drafts to take Deshaun Watson. Why? Because I'm crazy like that. I don't really care. And it'll create other problems. I understand that. But guess what? Now we have the quarterback position solved. Done. Now I can worry about figuring out the rest of it from there. When they cry, I always talk about like when the same thing with Jay Cutler. What are we going to do without Jay? How are we going to do it? You just figure it out. Once you make the move, then you figure it out. When they crossed the ocean to find America, they didn't. We're like, what are we going to do? You just cross it. And then if you got some sea monsters that come in the way, you just got to get through them. That's how it works. You got some obstacles, so be it. But Deshaun Watson's now in your house. Dan, what do you think?
I unequivocally, absolutely 100% repudiate everything that Greg just said. I disagree. I can't put into words how strongly I disagree with you. I love you. Don't get me wrong. Like I respect you. I am a fan of yours, but I don't agree with this take. If we just look at historical purposes, let's just look. Minnesota went into San Francisco and they beat Jerry Rice and Joe Montana, and Montana got benched. And they were in the NFC Championship game and they lost to Washington. And they said, all we need, we have a good defense. All we need is we're one running back away from a championship. And they gave away their whole fucking franchise to get Herschel Walker. And they got Herschel, which was viewed as a great trade at the time for Minnesota, and ended up just giving Dallas 3 out of 3 championships in 4 years. And Minnesota never even made a playoff appearance with Herschel as their running back. And if you, again, we talked about Jay. So you give up 2 first-round picks, a 3rd-round pick, and Kyle Orton to get him back. And I loved Cutler, but what did it result in? It resulted in us going to the NFC Championship game one time, and that was that.
Yeah, but that's the price of playing poker that I'm willing to take. I had said at the time,
if you look at Watson, though, just for a second, Watson came in to Soldier Field last year with the Bears at 8-8 as a team. It can't get any more average, and the Bears knocked his fucking dick in the dirt. He has a strong left tackle on paper, and again, so you got that solved. He had arguably the best wide receiver in football. And what did they do every year? They got knocked out in the first round. So you're going to give up everything for a guy that on paper, I don't think maybe he got to the second round once, and you're going to give up 4 first-round picks?
Yep.
That's been our problem. We gave up the 2.
So are the first-round picks we draft. They end up being problems for us too. I had said that
for him, we have nothing else around him. Then you're in the same scenario that we were in with Jay.
Okay, so if we gave up 4 first-round picks for him, so one of those so they say only 50% of first-round picks work out, right? So now you cut that in half. Boom. And one of those first-round picks has to be a quarterback that you hit on. Because if you draft a quarterback this year and he doesn't work, then you have to draft another quarterback in the first round in one of these next 4 years for it to work. If you just trade for the quarterback, you don't have to draft any quarterbacks in the first round.
If you trade for the proven quarterback.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right. Let me ask this question to you. Greg, because Mike Schaefer, who is our co-host on the Barfly Tailgate Show, seen every morning here at Sunday, 10 o'clock Central. And Mike has a great question. By the way, Mike is also the proprietor of Deep Dish Teas.
Mike is the man. He's a great dude.
One of those for him. I bought one of those. They're awesome. With the GSH.
Exactly.
The white one. Yeah. Even Matt Nagy wore it. It's fucking awesome.
That's right.
Gators. Absolutely.
DishTeas.com. And you can find all that stuff there. Mike has a great question. So, why would Deshaun Watson want to come to Chicago? Because he's got the no trade clause. So he's basically in the driver's seat. So the Texans will say, wow, we got this juicy offer from the Chicago Bears. Deshaun, we want you to go to Chicago. What do you say?
Well, I find it interesting that people are talking about Miami being in on this, and he'd clearly want to go to Miami because of the state tax law, and he'd be able to make more money there. To me, and you saw this firsthand, Aldo, Michael Jordan made a hell of a legacy and a brand in the city of Chicago, because it's different when you win here. Your legacy is different when you win here. That'd be first and foremost. And I think anybody would know that. I think he knows that, and to me, if you do that, if you win in Chicago, to me, it's different. If think about like LeBron and Dwayne Wade and Bosh when they chose Miami over Chicago. If they had done the exact same thing they did down there, but they did it in Chicago, how much different would their legacy and how they're looked at? Would they have ever been the bad guys of the NBA like they were for a minute? I don't think so, and I think your brand enhancement is way up there. Obviously we're one of the biggest three biggest cities, major markets. And I get the NFL, look at Kansas City. You don't necessarily have to be that, but it certainly does. It doesn't hurt to be in one of those top cities and be the top dog. So I think that's first and foremost. I know Deshaun Watson is a big Michael Jordan guy. You're always seeing him wearing Jordan brand stuff. So there's the sales pitch right there. That's where I start. But, obviously the crux in the road is, the chaos of Matt Nagy and whatever's going on here. So we can't tell him about that. So, and then of course, Ryan Pace not drafting him,
Let me ask you a question, both of you, not to interrupt you, but I think that's the most important thing. Now, maybe I'm wrong here, but I don't think Ryan Pace would have the wherewithal to come out and say, it's one thing to say we're moving on from Mitch. It's another to give up 3 or 4 first-round picks for a guy you could have drafted anyway. So my question to you is, do you think Ryan Pace's ego would allow him to acknowledge such a mistake by making that trade? I don't think he could. I don't think that would happen with Pace as the GM. Don't think it could happen.
I think he could. It would all depend on how convincing, if Matt Nagy felt like that was his last move to make. If they theoretically felt like they were in a position where they could make an offer where they would accept it, then Matt Nagy would have to be the one that's pounding the table, begging and convincing them to do this, because he'll make it work after that, no matter what the cost is. That's how it's going to lay out. And if Matt Nagy's already maybe told him as such. I mean, there was a picture I share on my show all the time where they're hugging after the Texans-Bears game, so maybe he whispered something. I don't know. But all I know is, as long as he's there, I'm always I'm going to hover around that situation. But in order to hover around that situation, you can't give up a second round and a third round pick for Carson Wentz. You can't give up equity for Sam Darnold. You can't trade up crazy in the draft for Zach Wilson. You got to hold serve and get who you can get. If it's a Gardner Minshew for a 5th rounder, fine. To me, that still doesn't take you out of the Watson Derby, because I'm going to always hold my eyes on that. And then I'm telling the Texans, whatever your top offer is, you tell me, and I'm going to give you a little more. That's it. And then I'm going to be done with it. And then Chicago, because we're all a bunch of meatheads, will then love me if I'm Ryan Pace. And then I don't have to worry about going out for dinner with my family anymore.
Aldo, where do you sit on this? Because Greg is all for it with four first-round picks.
I'd also do it for Russell Wilson, too, by the way.
The 33-year-old Russell Wilson?
I don't care. Look at Tom Brady's playing till he's 45. What's time anymore? Heck, these guys don't get touched. I'm trying to solve the core. I'm trying to solve the problem.
I love this.
We have a quarterback problem. These other bums are not going to solve it, and the rookies are a coin flip please, Hail Mary. So
here's my thought on this. Normally, I don't like to trade tons of assets for one player. I just don't think it's a good idea. It really hampers the growth. But if you're going to do it, this is the year to do it. Of all years, this is the year, and I'll tell you why. Number one is if you get Deshaun Watson in a trade, his cap hit to the Chicago Bears is not the $45 million it's going to be next year. It's only like 20 million or something low like that. So that still it is manageable. And if you're going to trade a couple of players with salaries like a Roquan Smith, I hate to lose Roquan Smith, but Roquan Smith is going to demand $20 million when his contract is up. So you're going to alleviate yourself of that salary. Then you have to also factor this in. Because the salary cap is going to be at about $185 million or something like that, there are going to be tons of really good players. Brad Biggs referred to them as the middle class. The middle class of the league, they're going to be dropped and they're going to be looking for jobs. And so therefore, Ryan Pace can say to Deshaun Watson, don't worry, we are going to make a strong push for a lot of these veteran guys that are going to be on the street, and we're going to win a Super Bowl in this upcoming season. You're going to lead the way, and we've got the money to bring in A-Rob because we're going to sign him to a nice big 4-year contract, which with the salary cap being low in his first year, and then it escalates up. So we've got all the makings. Are you worried about the offensive line? Don't be worried about the offensive line. We got 4 guys who can start in those 3 interior positions. We're going to pick up a tackle in the draft who is a plug-and-play player, and so we got solutions for you. So, I hate to do it, and I think that other teams could possibly have better assets to trade for Deshaun Watson, but if you're going to do it, this is the year to do it.
Yep. Greg also mentioned potentially trading the whole draft, and our guy did that in New Orleans for Ricky Williams.
Right. And it didn't work. I know.
How did that work out?
But
it led to coach being fired. And conversely, like I said, the Herschel Walker trade.
Okay, but if he had traded that whole draft for Peyton Manning, he traded for a running back. That was his mistake. But if he had traded that whole draft for Peyton Manning, he'd be a genius.
He thought he was his Walter.
Well, I'm just saying, if right now you're talking about with Deshaun Watson statistically, and I get if you take it's the price of playing poker, it's a gamble. He could come here and get hurt. More than likely for the Bears, he'd come here and get fucking hurt the first year.
This has happened before. The team that makes the trade, it never goes well for them.
Well, I can't worry about that because he's a generational talent. The numbers show that. He's 26. So I can't worry about any of that. I can't worry.
What has he done? He was been surrounded with a defense. He had a great wide receivers. And what has he done? Have they won anything? No.
I mean, he's still a good. That doesn't change the fact that he's a good quarter. He was great last year. I had him 2 years ago when they were actually better than they were last year, and I thought he played better this year than he did 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he started to get.
Dan, they didn't win this year, but it wasn't because of Deshaun Watson. It was because
I didn't say it was, but I'm saying that when he was surrounded with the best wide receiver in football, arguably, and a solid defense, they've got no farther than the second round, and they made the playoffs every year because they're in a weak ass division, and he didn't do anything with it. I have no vitriol toward Deshaun Watson. I'm just saying, pump the brakes.
Well, I do think that there will be a learning
that had talent all around him, and he didn't win before.
But he's getting better. I mean, this is a guy who still on his rookie contract, and so he is going to be a much better quarterback than the quarterback we've seen the last 3 years, and that's a Pro Bowl quarterback. And I was wrong about Watson. I was scared of him when he was at Clemson, despite all the great experience and all the exploits, but he threw a lot of interceptions in college, and that's why I wanted Patrick Mahomes. I had Trubisky 4th. I had Watson 2nd, and Deshaun Kaiser of all people, I had him 3. So, I was never a huge fan of Watson, but based on what I've seen the last 2 or 3 years, he's the real deal. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
If we make that trade, I hope you all are right. I'm full of apprehension.
Well, I don't blame. I mean, it would be a big risk, but
I think it's plausible. I don't think they're going to make that trade. So,
yeah, like I said, until he's on a different team, that's where my eyes will always be. But yeah, it is a long shot. The further it goes, though, the better the chance Bears have a chance, because teams are going to drop out and start to take their own direction, and then you can slide in. If it goes all the way to camp, like it did for Khalil Mack, then all of a sudden, if the Bears never made a move, if they just got Gardner Minshew and drafted a quarterback at 20, let's say it's Mac Jones. Let's say we get lucky. I'm trying to be optimistic, but let's say we don't give up any equity and then we end up with those two guys. Well, you get to camp, you can still trade for him potentially. So I'm always going to try to make sure I can have the ability to, whenever that happens, to jump in there and try.
What do you guys think about what Camel Toe Inspector is saying? Watson or rebuild? What do you guys think of that?
I would have rebuilt. I had said as soon as the season was over, blow it up. We were begging George McCaskey to blow it up. Sylvie was putting out the get Ted Phillips out of there too. We were going to clean the entire house and have Peyton Manning be the president and start from there. That was my plan. So yeah, I would have blown it up, and then I would have found a rookie head coach, and I wouldn't be worried about any of this stuff. I'd be drafting a quarterback, at 20 potentially, but I wouldn't force myself, and I'd build from the ground up like the Bulls are doing right now. But the Bears wanted to, I don't know what they're doing. They just they're all buddies. George and Pace and Matt are good buddies, and they had a great 2018. And they're just like, God dang, this is come on us too. This has come at me too fast, and I'm too scared to fire my friends. I can't do it.
If you
That's all it is.
4 first-round picks, and this is crazy hypothetical, but again, I think Watson for 4 first-round picks is in the same ballpark, though. What if Green Bay called and said, you know what, 4 first-round picks, okay, we'll give you Aaron Rodgers for 4 first-round picks.
I'd do it. Well, I mean, I'd take Watson first,
but not for Watson. I just wouldn't.
I do it. Well, Watson's younger. I'm just saying, if Watson wasn't available, because I'd be looking at Russell too. So there was a Pro Football Talk had put out something that said the base starts at 3 first-round picks for Russell Wilson. Done. Go ahead, take them. Because if it's 3 first-round picks, one of them's a quarterback that I don't know whether or not it's going to be good or not. So yes, you can have my 3 first-round picks for Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson's taking a lot of abuse, and he's, 33, 34 next year?
30, yeah.
33.
He's taking a lot of hits. I don't know if I would do that.
And then you invest in the O-line, like Aldo said. You draft left tackle at 20. You bring in a veteran, the Trent Williams, and you draft a tackle at 20. And you got the steel curtain for Russell Wilson if that's how you win. You were talking.
What if Pittsburgh releases Roethlisberger, which seems to be plausible? Would you take a swing at Big Ben, see if he's got anything left in the tank?
No.
Anything that doesn't cost me equity, I'm willing to try, short of bringing Cam Newton here.
You know what would be funny is you pick up Russell Wilson and then you tell him, hey, here's your right tackle, Jermaine Ifedi. He'd probably die of heart attack.
Hello, Jamarcus Webb.
And a lot of people in the chat room are saying, it's best just to move up in the draft and get your quarterback. But the thing is that's tricky. Out of the 5 guys who are going in the first round, and personally, I think all 5 of them have a really good chance of being quality NFL quarterbacks. But, Ryan Pace is probably thinking again, like he was before, we want this particular guy. And so that particular guy could be the guy that we all think is going to be the 5th quarterback taken in the first round. And yet they're going to trade tons of assets to get into the top 5, top 3 to pick up this guy. A lot of people are expressing their doubt about Ryan Pace trading up for a draft pick. And I have to agree, it's a worrisome thing. At this point, I almost hope that a good quarterback would fall to number 20, but more and more mock drafts that I'm seeing by the so-called experts, they have all the top 5 quarterbacks going in the top 10, top 15, and rarely do I see any of them fall to number 20 in the draft. So if the Bears are going to go the route of drafting a quarterback, they're going to have to trade some big-time assets. And so the whole idea of maybe trading big assets for a veteran quarterback like a Watson, like a Wilson, like a Rodgers if he's available, that might be more appealing. Frankly, I don't know, but it's the Bears have, like Greg said, they have dug a huge hole for themselves, and now getting out of it is going to be costly.
Greg, one name we haven't mentioned yet, that since you've been on tonight, Aldo and I have spoken about him. What do you think about Jameis Winston? He's a free agent, right?
Yeah. Any quarterback that doesn't cost me equity, I have no issue kicking the tires on. You get Jameis Winston, and then you draft a quarterback at 20, then you can still get Deshaun Watson at camp, because I'm not giving up on that. So, and if Deshaun does not become available ever, then I run into the season with Jameis and I pray my rookie's good. And if he's not, then everyone's fired next year. So, I'm not going to give any hopes up that he'll be any good, but if he doesn't cost me anything, I'm not going to blink an eye if the Bears get him. Anything to get Nick Foles out of here as QB2 option, but if he is our QB2 option, then we're going to have to pray even harder that the rookie works out, because it'll be a real train wreck if Foles is back in there.
So you have no faith at all, Greg, in Nick Foles?
Zero faith in Nick Foles. Even if Matt Nagy, has figured something out, well, then we're talking about the offense they were running at the end of the year. If they're going to carry that over into next year, Nick Foles does not fit that style of offense. He has no mobility. He's a sitting duck. Teams just, they just come to the house, blitz the house on the critical downs, and they couldn't move down they couldn't even get down the field for field goals, let alone, fall short in the red zone like they were with Mitch every time. Mitch, they would like move the ball and then stall, in the most critical moment. Nick Foles, they couldn't even get down the field. So heck no, but
don't you think that Nick Foles was a victim of the fact that he started his string of starts happened when the offensive line started getting tons of injury. I mean, he had Alex Bars as his center for one game. So he went through a very tumultuous time with pass protection, and you could tell that he was rattled. I mean, he was
right, but they were running a different offense with Foles. So when they made the switch to Mitch and Nagy gave up the playbook to Bill Lazor, they started doing things under center, more power running with David Montgomery. Could he hand it off to him? Sure, but then anytime, so Foles isn't an under center quarterback. They can get to him too quickly. So he wants to be in the shotgun running that spread. Well, if they go back to that to start next year, it's going to be a train wreck, because Matt Nagy doesn't know how to call that offense, and the offensive line
going to.
What's that?
They're absolutely going to. Nagy thinks that that's his scheme, and his scheme works.
Fall apart in 2 weeks.
They're going to run that fucking bullshit offense. Guaranteed.
Well, if they do it with Zach Wilson, then at least somebody can run for their life. But from what I saw, and I have no idea what I'm looking at, but I even had Charles Leno on my show, and he talked about how he even inferred that they prefer the power running game, that the offensive line likes to engage and smash guys. And Kyle Long even referenced that a few times on Waddle and Sylvie. And you could see that when they'd play the RPO stuff, everybody was making a mistake, and then at least when they went to the simple offense to end the year, and yeah, it's simple. It's like what the Browns were running. But if you get guys that are smash mouth enough, well, the Browns look pretty good for a second, but again, Baker's got a little more mobility. I have no faith in Nick Foles. If he's here, fine. They're going to suck. I will be shocked if they would be any good. I mean, you'd need, think about the Eagles offensive line when Nick Foles was at his peak, which was in 2017 when he took down Tom Brady in the Super Bowl on a miracle run to end the year. Hey, credit to him, but I don't know if we're going to have an offensive line to that caliber, but and then also expect Nick Foles to rewind the clock 3 years, 4 years from when he was peaking then. I'm so done with him, but I get they have no choice. So, it's not a good situation. They should have blown it up. It's sad.
Yeah. Another name that's come up a lot lately is Marcus Mariota, the backup over for the Raiders. He played just one game, I believe, this season and had a really good outing. And so there's interest in him in the league. What are you guys thinking about Marcus Mariota?
Pace has tried to get him a couple times, right?
Yep.
So I mean, he wouldn't cost that much equity. So yes, he also falls into that category for me as a guy that I don't care. Go ahead. He's not the long-term solution. None of these guys, though, let's not get this twisted. Bridgewater, Mariota, Minshew, Darnold, any of these guys we've talked about, none of them are going to become.
Okay, I gotta jump in then. Why does everybody hate on Sam Darnold anyway? He was with a terrible situation with the Jets. We really don't know what he is yet. I mean, he took a beating on his shoulder, and again, he was just on a horrible football team. And he's only his third year. I mean, Darnold could still be something. I don't know.
It would be a miracle if any of these guys we're talking about ended up pulling a Tannehill. It would be a miracle, especially when you consider anybody coming here would become a project with a teacher that hasn't shown the ability to improve.
I agree with that, but I don't think that the Jets would even be talking about trading Darnold if it weren't for their fortuitous pick in the draft. They just happen to be second in the draft. I think Darnold has shown enough to where you wouldn't be like, oh, we've got to move on from him if it wasn't conducive for them to draft another quarterback. So easily at the second pick in the draft. I'm just saying, I don't know if it's fair to say this kid is done or hasn't. I mean, like, I don't know about Mariota at this point. He had a full run with the Titans, but I don't think Darnold's really had a fair shot yet with the Jets. So I don't know why everyone likes him.
I'm just not trying to, give up too much equity to find out. Like I said, if you told me
a second round pick this year for Darnold, like I would take that.
Yeah, I don't think, given what the trade market was for Carson Wentz, I don't think you're going to get more for Sam Darnold. You might get away with like a second round draft pick.
I'll accept it. It's just going to scare me because he's kind of more in that category of trying out some things for a few years. That's what the whole thing scares me with trading up for a rookie or trading for a Sam Darnold. In those situations, let's say, he's still young enough where you could be, if you're Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace could be like, give me a few years to work with this guy. No, you got 1 year. Like they're going to trick George, by whoever they get at quarterback. They're going to be like, see, George, this is a 3-year plan. Like, no, we said 1 year. You got this year, even though that was supposed to be last year. And now we're extending it a year. And somehow it's going to become 3 years. That's what and like, if it's that, I'm going to freaking, I'm going to be lonely out there at Soldier Field. It's going to feel like it was in 2017. It's not going to be as exciting for people to go. It will.
Yeah, I personally don't think that this is a make or break year for Nagy and Pace unless they have a below 500 record. If they have another season like this year where they have a mediocre record and they're close to or into the playoffs, they're going to get more time. That is unless they've made this huge commitment on a huge expensive quarterback, or they draft a quarterback and that quarterback clearly looks like another bust. But I got a feeling that the McCaskey family is just going to lean on the side of giving them another year besides the 2021 season.
Even if it was a third straight 8-8.
Yeah, I think so. I really do. Now, a lot depends on how those 8 losses look like. If they're Tressman and Mel Tucker type losses, where giving up 50 points, or only scoring 10 points and averaging 10 points,
that would be the more important thing.
Yeah,
I mean, if they're going 8-8, and it's once again because he has no idea who his quarterback is or what kind of offense he wants to run, like they did last year, where they literally had 2 different quarterbacks and 2 different offenses. They ran from week 1 to week 2.5, then in the middle, and then they switched back to the different offense and quarterback to finish the year. I mean, that was chaos last year.
I think that, Greg, I honestly think that they switched back to Nagy calling the plays in the Green Bay game and in the wild card. Because what they had been doing successfully versus the Texans, versus Minnesota, versus Jacksonville, they got away from all of that again going into week 17 and the wild card game. I know that's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, definitely.
Like Nagy was calling the plays again.
Yeah, the whole thing was bizarre to me. And what's ironic about the whole thing is to me, if you never bench Mitch, how does the season turn out? Because you could say, well, he switched his style of play at the end of the year. But well, if you go back and watch in the first 2.5 weeks, they actually were running the different style of offense. They weren't running the RPO full stuff. So he had already switched his mentality with Mitch, but then immediately, as soon as Mitch started to flounder against the Falcons, went to Foles and the RPO that he'd been desperately waiting to, put out there, and then looked like a genius for like 2 weeks while they had a couple miracle wins. But the ironic thing to me about that whole thing is, so had he never benched Mitch, he would have never made that philosophy change and given up the playbook and understood that he was a part of the problem. And then, it took this step back, and now all of a sudden they're running a more simplistic offense that features David Montgomery more. And now they get more success. And it's all convoluted because they're playing these crappy teams. They lose to the good ones in Green Bay, so it's like, I happen to agree with you. I'd be shocked if he does go into next year with that end of year philosophy that they had. I believe he's going to go back to the RPO stuff. So yeah, it's like, that worries me because I don't believe that I don't have confidence that Matt can run the Kansas City offense successfully, which is what he was brought here to do. So that's not good. He was better at running the simple offense, and that could be because of the players on the field are better at running that simple offense. I'm sure if Matt Nagy was calling plays for Kansas City, they wouldn't be terrible.
What do you guys think about Patrick Jordan? I think has posted this a couple times in the chat. Alex Smith and draft offensive tackles in the first couple of rounds. Give him protection, and despite the fact that he's immobile, if you give him a strong offensive line, Alex Smith. What do you guys think of that?
I disagree strongly because Alex Smith led Washington to a division championship versus Philadelphia, albeit with Doug Peterson intentionally trying to fucking tank the rest of the second half, and ironically got fired after that, despite giving them the better draft pick. But he wasn't even injured in that game. And because of all the numerous physical ailments that he's overcome to get back to where he's at because of the compound fracture, he wasn't even ready to go in their playoff game. And he wasn't hurt from the week 17 matchup. He just had all those complexities and like I said, ailments as a result of, hey, this is a guy that had a compound fracture and he missed their playoff game. So he's going to be week to week and a year older. Absolutely not. Like I'm all for the 4 picks for Watson before I would go for Alex Smith. I think if I'm Alex Smith's agent, I'm saying, look, bro, you proved to the world you could come back. We all respect you, but man, call this shit a career. Like you've shown you had heart.
Alex Smith was the guy that tried to
Alex Smith should retire.
And I know he was under contract for the Redskins or the Washington football team last year, but he was the guy I wanted to get to back up Mitch last year. That would have been the right guy.
Coming off the compound fracture?
Yeah, I was, for the people that I was naming, that would have made sense. He fell in that line of guys I would have gotten.
He wasn't even hurt in the Philly game, but still wasn't able to start in the wild card game. I mean, and they had to start a guy that had only had like one game ever who actually played well, but nonetheless, the point is he didn't even take a shot and he still wasn't able to go in a playoff game. Right. And now you're going to add another year to his age? No, that's crazy. Why would we trade for that?
I agree with Dan. I think that Alex Smith is at this point in his career, he's much closer to the end than the beginning, and perhaps he should retire. He's proven a great point. He really isn't a starter anymore. He was put into the starter position because unfortunately Haskins let down his team with some behavioral issues. There were some injuries over at Washington. That's the only reason he got those snaps. And so I don't think Alex Smith is a number one quarterback. He's a backup quarterback. And unfortunately, we already have a backup quarterback. And so you need to start looking and the whole idea of you draft offensive linemen and everything is fixed. That's not necessarily true. We've seen people draft offensive linemen like in the top second or third pick of the entire draft, and they've been bust. I go back to the the time of who was it? The Packers. Dan should know this. Packers selected with the number 2 pick.
Yeah, Tony Mandridge.
Tony Mandridge. That's right. He was on Sports Illustrated.
Illustrated.
he
Yeah,
was
I had that. Was
jacked.
the incredible bulk.
That's
I think
right.
is what the cover said.
He was totally jacked. He looked like he was eating steroids for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We should acknowledge now he busted out in Green Bay, but he managed to play like another 5 years or so with the Colts.
He did, but he wasn't worth a number 2 pick.
But he did okay with the Colts.
True.
Yeah, I'm just saying he wasn't, worth the second pick in the draft or whatever he was, but he wasn't awful.
Right.
Kind of, who he reminds me of in a different sense? Dan Wilkinson, who wasn't worth like the top pick in the draft, but still managed to be in the league like 25 years.
Right. I'm with you there, and so the whole idea of making draft picks and thinking, okay, that solves the problem. We're going to draft offensive linemen. That it doesn't work that way.
Oh, the Bears fans should know this. Gabe Karimi, Chris Williams. Who else? Come on, Dan, name them all in the last.
Gabe Karimi.
Oh my goodness, yes, Gabe Karimi.
And what was
the Bear Jew?
Mark Colombo, yeah.
Stan Thomas.
Yeah, Mark Colombo, who was a bust for us and then had himself a nice career for Dallas. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but he got hurt in Champaign in 2002 on that funky-ass field at the University of Illinois, and that really ruined his tenure with the Bears. A lot of people got hurt on that field, though. I mean, that was the first year of the Astro play versus Astro turf.
I saw the eventual Super Bowl champions play the Bears at Champaign. That was the one game I went to that year. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
You know who started for the Bears that night?
You would know better than me.
I'm fairly certain he's on our coaching staff now. Henry Burris. Yeah, I went with a friend named Dan, and his dad owned a car dealership, and we took a big RV. And when we got there, one of the McCaskies, either George or Michael McCaskey, and I'm fairly certain it was George McCaskey, came in to our RV and like greeted everyone. So they must have been important, whoever I was with. And I had the NFC Championship shirt from 2002 on, and he was like, "Nice shirt." And I was like, "Oh, that was cool." And then we went in, and the Bucks whooped our ass. And I was actually kind of enjoyed the Bucks that year. I knew the Bears didn't have a chance, so the Bucks were an enjoyable team. I liked Mike Allstott coming out of Purdue, and Warren Sapp was talking a lot of shit that night. I remember John at the crowd. I believe it was Monday Night Football, so he was. I think it was Sunday night, and actually the week before, I was at the game. The week before, they played Carolina, and I saw the combination of Chris Chandler and Henry Burris. So yeah, that was a dreadful end to the 2002 season.
That wasn't the year we drafted Rex, right?
No, Rex is the next season. 2002 we were coming off our 13-3 year and started 2-0 and had a 20-point lead in week 3 against the Saints and fucking lost, and then went on an 8-game losing streak. It was fucking terrible. But who did we draft overall first at 2002? I can't remember.
No, the only reason I asked that was because my only other Rex memory was going to his first
Mark Colombo, maybe
his first preseason game. I went with a friend, and he threw a game win. He got us in field goal position to win the game in his first preseason game. We all thought Rex Grossman was going to be great after that, and he was.
He was 21-14 as a Bear starter and led us.
Great. I loved Rex. He peaked at the Super Bowl, and it all fell down as soon as the Moose Muhammad touchdown. I saw a replay of that. Somebody had it on Twitter. He snuck it into Moose Muhammad because he was lasered in on him. Rasheed Davis is on the left, wide open.
By the way, it was Mark Colombo. It's been confirmed by a number of people in the chat room. He was drafted late in the first round by the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, that 2002 or 2001 specifically, I've said this before, it reminded me so eerily similar to the 2018 team. Like to just come out of nowhere and suddenly you're like a powerhouse, and then the next year you fall on your fucking face. And look, it took us 4 years to get back to the playoffs, so at least we got back 2 years later with this last failure. But like you said, it's it wasn't exactly an impressive, you kind of backed yourself in, but you got in. So
No, it's a pretty bizarre year. I mean, we started 5-1, and I remember texting Sylvie, there is no way they will miss the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Then they lost 6 in a row, and I was like, there is no way they will win another game this season, let alone make the playoffs. They needed to fire everybody the minute they lost 6 in a row. Then they bring Mitch back and fumble their way. They almost earn their way in. Then they don't earn their way in. They lose, and then the Cardinals let them in. It was the most bizarre feeling. They lose the end of the season, but they get in. So there's no bragging. I can't talk shit to Black or Abdallah. You got to wait for the playoff game, see if they do good there. Then they don't there. So it was like, then they end up with a losing record technically on the year when they lose the playoff game. And it's like, man, I just don't see how you can watch that and say, let's run it back. Let's run it back.
Do you all think that they're if Javon Wims catches the pass from Trubisky, does that change the whole complexion of the game?
But that is the whole reason right there that encapsulates the failure of Matt Nagy. Absolutely, if Javon Wims catches that ball, they win the game or have a completely different complexion of how that game goes. But the problem is Javon Wims shouldn't even been running that route because he should have been cut for fighting in the middle of the season.
Yeah, that's
what a normal coach would do, or not, or at that point you're not getting any opportunities the rest of the year. If I don't cut you, you're just sitting on the practice squad, and I'm having Riley Ridley running that route because he didn't get in a fight. And then
was in the dog.
Anthony Miller then does the exact same thing in that game. I mean, that encapsulated Matt Nagy's failures outside of grooming the quarterback that he didn't select. He has no, you would talk about chemistry on this team because they club dub. Club dub's fun, but Matt Nagy truly doesn't have control of this team the way Lovie Smith did. We all see it. They are too, they're making mental mistakes like that on the field, fighting. That's the worst thing you can do in a playoff situation, especially after the Saints game had already happened in the season when you embarrassed yourself. You got John Boy making spoof videos of you, and you do it again. And it's to me, that just goes beyond the pale of a coach that's got any discipline for the team. He's no Lovie Smith in that regard.
Greg, I don't know if you saw this, but Dave Weinstead on the radio is always I like Wani, don't get me wrong. This isn't a criticism, but he's always a really nice guy and doesn't really want to criticize anyone. Mm-hmm. He said the day after the game, if he were still coaching, he would have cut Anthony Miller the next day.
Whoa. I mean, and I like Anthony, but if you're a coach that wants to I'm not the coach. I'm a fan, so I can like whoever I want no matter what they do. But if you're Nagy and you want to earn the respect of your whole locker room and, truly what it takes to be a champion. I mean, that's what it takes. You got to be tough on your guys. Ask DJ Moore. I had some conversations with him with some different shows with Christian Shanafelt, and he talked about how, when he was in the doghouse, because he went to the media about Cutler, and he had to take the walk of shame to Lovey's office, and he was scared, of what was going to be. And then he got benched for that. I mean, that's how it's handled, and that doesn't change, now that we're in this new generation. That's still, championship formula, and players want that accountability, and when you don't administer it, it just flies off the handle naturally. Mark Trestman was a failure to this. He didn't understand how to be a player's coach, but also have the iron fist. Lovey gets that, and so Matt's got the fun side of it down, just like Joe Madden. He can bring the energy, the positivity, the funky plays, the fun disco lights. But when it's money on the table time, you got to be tough. They want that. They want that.
About Nagy, the whole time he's been here, the Bears always come out flat and have really shitty starts. I don't understand if they love him so much and he's boom and everyone's so fired up. Why do they always come out fucking flat?
Yeah, that worries me too. And they weren't always that way, but it started in his second season after the playoff season where they've come out flat. Hey, I want to switch topics here quickly because I asked, there's a lot of buzz in the chat room about Allen Robinson's future with the Chicago Bears. And I asked this question on our Twitter feed at Bears.
I voted.
Did you? Okay. And so what I did is I stated the situation with Allen Robinson. The Bears can't sign him to an exclusive franchise tag. And if he signs it, he will then make $17.9 million. Then there's the non-exclusive tag, which gives the Bears right of first refusal to match and any offer that he receives. And if they don't, the Bears then receive 2 first-round picks. Then there's the transition tag, which allows the Bears to match an offer with no compensation. And so the voting came in, and we got 600 votes over 8 hours, and the non-exclusive tag won out 65%. The exclusive tag was second at 25%, 4.7% on transition tag him, and 4.2% on just do nothing. Just let him go and then use that money elsewhere, I guess, is what people were thinking. What do you guys think about that? And I'll ask people in the chat room, what do you think you should do? Start with you, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, you got some smart voters there because, who wouldn't want 2 first-round picks if some team's going to overpay? Mm-hmm. Now, my question to that would be, if you go with that one, because that's the one I would choose, then what does it mean if nobody offers? Then what are we paying him?
Then I think you're paying him the average of the top 3 salaries in the NFL. And correct me if I'm wrong, anyone in the chat room, but I think that the price just goes up a little bit on that. And I'll double check that as you guys as you discuss that.
Because then you get stuck with the check theoretically if nobody comes for him. But I mean, that's no different than the franchise tag itself. So that's definitely the route that I would take.
Right. What do you think, Dan? Do you think you should tag him? You should let him go? You should transition tag him? Transition tag basically is you're offering him a salary that's among the average of the top 10 wide receivers, as opposed to a franchise tag, which is the top 5, and non-exclusive, I think, is top 3, something like that. So it's about the money. And so if you remember correctly, and I'm sure Dan does, Kyle Fuller was offered the transition tag. And when the Green Bay Packers made their offer, the Bears decided to match it. And if they did not, they would not have received anything in compensation for Kyle Fuller. Your thoughts, Dan?
First off, I will answer your question. That's a guy I think we should get an extension done for now, or trade him as Fuller. And we need to re-sign Santos. For fuck's sake, we don't need to go through another year where we can't kick the ball. But, to answer your question, I was in the 65 percentile on Allen Robinson. What worries me about Robinson is that I feel like he's more of a possession receiver. Mm-hmm. I think he's a great number 2 on your team. He can be a number 1, but I don't think he's not Willie Gault. He's Dennis McKinnon. And I think if you're going to franchise him like the regular franchise, or just sign him to, what he wants, which was reportedly like $20 million a year, I think you want him to be Willie Gault then, and not McKinnon, to use Bears analogies. What was that in the background? What was that? No.
Greg has the sneezes or the cough, or something like that.
Yeah, clear my. I should have hit the cough button.
No, but here's the thing about your comparison with Willie Gault, Dan, is that the Bears have Willie Gault already on the roster. His name is Darnell Mooney. And this NFL is different than the 1980 Chicago Bears.
I was just using an easy analogy. I just don't think Robinson is worth that money, given that he's not explosive enough, in my opinion. That doesn't mean I know it's your opinion. I know it's not fact that you're stating, but my opinion is that it's much more valuable to a team to have a possession receiver, because nowadays you have taken running plays
out of the playbook. A lot of the running plays that people used to have in their playbook, they've now taken them out for these 3-4 yard passes to pick up the first down. And so that's what A-Rob gives you. He moves the chains over and over. He's gotten over 100 catches last year, and then close to 100 the year before that. And that is with a quarterback who had not mastered the offense. This guy is incredibly valuable player. Possession receivers are very important.
I agree with you.
Yeah, there's plenty of examples.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong now. I would be happy if you told me, hey, breaking news, Allen Robinson, whatever that is, that Robinson's going to be back. I would be happy. I'm just saying, if you're asking me as the general manager, I wouldn't offer him what he reportedly wanted, which was $20 million a year. If he wanted what allegedly the Bears offered, which was $16.5, I think he should have taken that. And that's a good value for him. But I mean, like I said, he wants to be paid like, a number one, like a top 5 number one. I just don't think he's there, but I do think he's the Bears number one, unquestionably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he plays like a number one. I mean, there's different types of number ones. There's, very few have the total package, of speed and possession. Like if you look at the Super Bowl champs, Mike Evans, he's like Mike Evans, a guy that creates separation. He's not someone that's going to burn you down the field, but he's going to burn you at the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
So that is just as important as, the guy that burns down the field. Now you'll have like the Eagles, they got Alshon Jeffrey, then they got Deshaun Jackson, who they both were released today. So you have that combo here, like Aldo said, with Darnell already. So I think it is important to keep him if you have any intention on winning. If you didn't have any intention on winning, you wanted to start fresh and blow it up and rebuild, then it would be a perfect time to let Allen Robinson go. But they're trying to win right now. So I'm franchise tagging or doing the tag that Aldo suggested because, we're trying to win right now. And he's already in place, in-house, worked with these guys.
I voted for that too. So I don't want to seem like I'm disagreeing with you. I'm agreeing.
No, I just think who are you referring to when it comes to I get DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah, he's an unquestionable number one.
Like who else is? Because it's only I'm trying to my brain's jarred right now.
The guy up in Green Bay, Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams. Now he's got amazing speed, but I would Allen and him are very similar. Like you put Allen Robinson on the Packers, like Devontae definitely is faster, but they are very similar in the way they're route running, technician off the line of scrimmage, the way they shake and do these like footstep combo, where they, it's like Allen Iverson on a football field and they just completely shake their guy. That's similar in that way. Now, like I said, the guy up in Green Bay is certainly probably a tick faster, but you look faster when your quarterback's making the right read every time.
Did you just say that Alshon was cut today?
Alshon and Deshaun Jackson were both cut.
I don't want him back here, but I didn't know.
No, not after him talking shit after beating up.
It was one of
the double doink, waving at the crowd. Yeah. Waving at the crowd after winning a lucky game they should have never won.
Yep.
And them and their fans talking crap after the game, after a lucky win, after you just won a Super Bowl. Like you already had the ultimate luck. Like after the Cubs won, I was no longer bitter about anything. I would never in my life be thumbing it at people the next year, like the Nationals when the Cubs beat them, like these guys, the Eagles and Alshon of all people, who's had all this good fortune going to Philly, and then he's thumbing it at the Bears fans. You got to be shitting me. That pissed me off.
I got up on the screen the top 10 free agent wide receivers according to some website. I think it was Pro Football Focus, and I actually put Allen Robinson number one. Chris Godwin is who they had at number two. They had A-Rob at Chris Godwin was at number one. A-Rob was at number two. Kenny Galladay with the Detroit Lions was number three.
I like our guy better than Galladay.
Yeah, I would say too. And you know what? Patrick Jordan makes a good point, and he says he agrees with you in the chat room. Let me find it here. He says, I understand what Dan is saying. A-Rob can easily be taken out of a game by a guy like Jalen Ramsey or Stephon Gilmore, so he isn't a true number one. But I think that's a good point, but I think he's still a number one, but it's not the true number one in the sense that he can beat any cornerback out there. He still has to be. You still have to know every time they come out of the huddle. You got to know where that guy is. A-Rob, you got to know where he is because he's so important to this offense. So, but
look at Mike Evans, or who's the Chargers wide receiver?
Oh,
I don't want to say Vincent Jackson because he just passed away.
Yeah,
the Chargers receiver is the one that Allen Robinson was comparing himself to money-wise because that guy had just gotten a new contract.
That's who he's like.
Keenan Allen.
Keenan Allen, yes. That's his type one. And those guys are ones too, but they're not top 5 one, but he's certainly a one. And yeah, Vincent Jackson in his day was, I guess, somewhat of a one too, but in that same regard. Like now what you're talking about, like Tyreek Hill is technically a slot. He's a freaking name. You're not going to see anybody. Typically, your slot guy isn't this top wide receiver in the league, and that's what he is. Bears could only dream to find a guy like that.
Well, and I think Tariq Cohen is your poor man's Tyreek Hill. He's definitely not as good as
unfortunately, he was more, not really unfortunate, but he's more running back than he is wide receiver. Because I thought he was going to become that too. You go to camp, those first couple of years, he's running wide receiver routes.
It was Matt Nagy who was just handing him the ball off, like running him up the middle. John Fox actually used him in the slot more than Nagy did, the offensive guru.
I don't know about that. I think
some games. Cohen was explosive in 2017.
Yeah, he was.
He was because Coach Fox and them used his talents better than Matt Nagy does.
Somewhat of a tweener. Tariq's, it's been tough. It's been tough trying to figure out exactly how to use him. Because like I said, you go to camp and you'd see they don't really running back plays too often at camp. So it's all aerial assault. So me and Aldo be sitting in the bleachers and all you see is Tariq Cohen going down the sideline for 60-yard bombs. And you're like, I can't wait for the season to start. But it's kind of similar to those Hester bombs we'd see at camp. And then you'd never see them when the season would start.
How many times you think during Nate, I don't know the answer to this. This is somewhat rhetorical, but during this 3 years that he was coach, how many times has Tariq just had like 3 or 4 carries straight up the middle and then done nothing else the rest of the game? Yeah, and I'm not blaming Cohen for that at all, by the way.
I was shocked that they extended his contract because I just feel like there's typically in a draft, there's a half dozen to a dozen players who can do those kinds of skills. A backup running back, because that's what Tariq is, and a guy that can go out there and catch some passes. So I was surprised that they spent the money. And then, unfortunately, after he signs the extension, 2-3 weeks later, he gets the season-ending injury. And
you know who Cohen reminds me of, Aldo? I don't know if Greg saw him play or not, but he reminds me of Eric Metcalf, who was very explosive with the Browns, and then his second team was Atlanta, and they moved him to wide receiver, and he had a resurgence in his career. So I think the same size, the same athleticism, I think that's who he is. He's a modern day Eric Metcalf. So I think his future is probably being a slot wide receiver somewhere.
Well, I think he started to figure out who he was, because he had struggles after 2018. And I think he was ready to bounce back here, but then obviously the injury happens. But I do think, if he's on a good team, he's a check down dream. Nick Foles might not have been sacked so many times if he had a guy like Tariq to dump it off to when you got heavy pressure coming your way. And he's got amazing hands, and it wasn't like the money they paid him was like crazy money. He returns punts and he does, so he brings a lot. I'm a Tariq guy, so you're not going to hear me saying get him out of here. But, I'm hoping that he comes back from the injury well. But Tariq Cohen's a freak of nature, so don't be surprised if he comes
I agree
back.
With you. I'm Cohen, too. I'm glad he got paid before he got hurt.
Yeah. I mean, I like him a lot, and hopefully he comes back 100%. He's not a wasted player. He's gonna create plays. He's going to be good, but I just feel like in terms of, why sign him to extension before A-Rob? That to me didn't make sense.
Right.
When our coach doesn't know how to fucking use him.
Yeah. Benny Jones says, do you sign Cordero Patterson? We need a true backup at running back, not like Cordero Patterson.
We don't need him at running back. I like Patterson. I would bring him back if he wanted to come back and do the kick returner.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing as a kick returner, but
not at $5 million a season, right, guys?
No.
Well, you can't because of the salary cap.
Yeah, no way on that, even though his free agent efforts on Twitter are always appreciated, even though he hasn't gotten us anybody yet. But we shall see.
Harp says the odd thing about Nagy's offense is that it was prolific in 2018 until Mitch got hurt in that Minnesota game. The Bears haven't been the same since. What do you guys think about what Harp 4803 says?
Yeah, there's definitely some truth to that. They were building, it was like a ladder that year, and they were like getting better and better each week. Then the game where Cody Parkey hit the post 4 times against the Lions.
He should have been cut that day. He should have been cut when he missed the kick against the Dolphins.
Yep.
Yeah, he was
sunshine in Miami.
Yeah, and Trubisky was slinging at that point. Then they get to the night game. Now, granted, Mitch got hurt at the end of that game and was struggling at the first 3 quarters against the Vikings in that game. It was cold, Sunday Night Football. They won on a pick 6 by Eddie Jackson. And then, by the time he comes back, he didn't really ever look the same. Although at the end of the year, they beat the Packers to win the division. And I felt, he outplayed Aaron that day. He certainly didn't light the house on fire, but he outplayed Aaron Rodgers, which is certainly a nice.
And he led the drive. He led the drive, the big pass to Allen Robinson. He set up Parkey to win the game, and he should have won it. Mm-hmm. He led the drive at the end.
Right.
Did get us in the field goal position. So that should always be part of the context of his story. He did lead the drive in crunch time, and then our fucking guy missed the kick.
Well, and they also so they were benefited that whole year by opportunistic defense, getting a bunch of turnovers, getting them in good field position, which gave the offense some momentum. Then they'd score some early points. Very rarely were they down early in games that season. So that all helped them, benefited them. Their schedule kind of laid out perfectly for them that year. Mm-hmm. So then the next year rolls around. Matt Nagy doesn't have anybody practice hard at camp. They took it. It was from the first year he was there to the second year, it was night and day with how hard they were engaged. They went from 6 live sessions to 1 the second year, which was the last year we ever saw them at camp. And that was the first sign. Then they go to preseason and they don't play the starters in any of the games. Each game we're are they going to play the starters? And then they never do. And everybody's you got the Packers week 1, and then, we'll see. Bears 100 was fun, but I don't know if they're ready. And then they play the Packers, and the wheels come off for 2 reasons. One, they weren't prepared and didn't sharpen iron. You got an offensive line out there, Kyle Long, who admittedly said he shouldn't even have been out there, plays 5 more games into that season before Nagy finally benches him after the London debacle. And it's so now you've got an offense, you're trying to run 202, which you didn't practice for hard enough, with an offensive line that you haven't figured out. You don't know. James Daniels isn't loud enough at center. Cody Whitehair's in his wrong position. Kyle Long shouldn't be out there. Yada, yada. That's how it all unfolded. And then
good question, switching gears just a moment. This is something Aldo and I have spoken extensively about. I just want to get your opinion. And again, this is coming from WGN. Dan Hampton and Ed O'Branovich have said repeatedly, and again, I'm not even trying to spread this as fact because I'm the one guy here that's been criticizing Khalil Mack, even though I am a fan of Khalil Mack and I want more from him. But Hampton and O'Branovich legitimately say every week, almost every week, that Khalil Mack is out of shape and that Akeem Hicks is out of shape. But they really harp on Khalil Mack and say he's on any 3rd and 5, he's on the sideline sucking wind and he's getting paid $41 million and he's out of shape. What's your reaction to that?
Well, didn't it come out that Mac was playing hurt this year?
Mm-hmm.
This goes back to 19. They were saying that in 2019 as well.
Yeah, I mean, certainly for Hicks, he's always got to he's a big dude who's gotten hurt a few times. So, to me, those are more than any kind of laziness. I think if you're seeing any kind of either one of those guys gassed in any way, it's because they're playing through injury. Because when I'm watching the game, if there's any kind of spark on the line where you're like, whoa, this guy shot through, it's normally Akeem Hicks or Khalil Mack. Those are the two guys that'll normally beat their man and shoot.
Well, let me rephrase the question then. Do you think that Mack's drop in statistics is in line with their theory that maybe he's not in top peak shape?
No, I just think it's momentum, just the way 2018, does Eddie Jackson not having any pick six last year mean he's not a good safety? Some people will say that. You saw the business decisions he'd start to take, but that's how. So all that stuff to me is a momentum thing. It's confidence. It's your energy, your attitude. That's what 2018 was so special. That's why, as someone that has never played it down, I could tell you at camp they were going to be good that year. Why? Because of their energy, their chemistry, their camaraderie. You can see it. You can feel it. That's the stuff about sports that isn't on paper. So
do you think
that it goes the other way? And now all of a sudden Mac, and Eddie Jackson are pressing, you got, but that doesn't mean just because the stats aren't there doesn't mean the players are the same.
Real quick, just because of what you were saying, you were talking about chemistry and the way they looked in the preseason in 2018. Do you think that because the defense was good before that year, do you think that there's a chance that the team that we saw in 2018 would have been as good, assuming they still make the Mac trade, with Coach Fox?
Would the Bears have been as good that year?
Yeah, because my argument now, in hindsight, is that Nagy is.
I hated Fox, so I hate admitting this. But
to put in Phil's vernacular, I would say Nagy is proven to be a fraud at this point. So do you think that maybe if the 2018 Bears are coached by John Fox, that they are still 11-5?
Yeah, because I hated Fox, and I couldn't have wanted him out the door fast. I was yelling out the tunnel while him and Dowell Loggins are coming out talking shit, telling them they're going to be ran out of town in 2017. And so I despised him. But yes, because they would have just ran play action and they would have ran the ball. They had Jordan Howard and they had better weapons. Now all of a sudden you got Khalil Mack. So yeah, all the turnovers would have been the same. You know what I mean? That energy that Khalil Mack brought to this team and made them all of a sudden play like Goliath, all that would have stayed the same. So yeah, they would have still been a surprise team that ran a more simple offense we wouldn't have had the Santa sleigh. We wouldn't have had any of that stuff. It would have been like what the Bears were when they went to the Super Bowl. We have a run heavy team.
2 years either though.
What's that?
We haven't had any of those things the last 2 years either. Santa sleigh or freezer left.
Right, because that's what's funny is he's had to go simple to get production from his offense. So what does that say? That Nagy's playbook is too complicated, or the players can't run his playbook? How long do you wait around for Matt to get all the pieces he needs to run his playbook? Or does Matt need to adjust? A good coach, they say, adjust to the players he has on his roster.
Exactly. I agree. I say that about Pat Riley all the time on this show. He ran Showtime with the Lakers. He came to the.
Does it look like Andy Reid does that? Because to me, it looks like Andy comes in, has a system, and you're going to run his system. And if you're not, I'm going to cut you and go find somebody that can run my system. I don't see Andy. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I guess he, in the Donovan McNabb days, to me, it's been the same offense. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm just saying, I don't think Nagy can make adjustments at all. And I'm definitely I'm a proponent of Mr. Nagy being fired after 2020. So,
well, I somebody said it and I don't know, it resonated with me though, talking about coaches that have been on a bunch of different staffs and how that's important because you learn different ways of winning football, you know, and losing football and understanding all those different philosophies. And Matt's only come from one place. You know, you always hear about coaching trees, you know, the Packers coaching tree and now Reed's coaching tree. And normally, you know, or the Belichick tree hasn't been a fruitful one. So like, but this Reed one, we thought we were getting the good one, but maybe it would have been better for Matt to go to a bunch of different places, you know, and bump up as a quarterback coach, OC, and go to different teams. And then, you know, then he would have been more ready to become a head coach because he's learned all these different styles. And then he could put what he wants to be. You know, that's why, like, for me, a guy like, if they had fired everyone and brought in Dave Tobe, I'd have been, my pom-poms would have been out. I love Dave Tobe, you know, go crazy, you know, be outside, you know, like try to get the next guy, you know, that's what I want. The next good thing.
Well, I'm glad they didn't hire Dave Tobe, but the Sean Desai hire seems like exactly what you were saying. A guy, even though he's been with the Bears, but at least he's been going back all the way to Trestman. So he's seen different philosophies and gone through different peaks and valleys with different coaching staffs.
The thing about Sean Desai that excites me, although listening to him talk, I don't get too excited. He's kind of a low-key guy, but the fact is that he is going to bring Vic Fangio's defense back, and that Vic Fangio's defense is one of the more popular ones in the NFL because they play a very diverse type of scheme that allows them to make changes on the fly. They disguise blitzes, they disguise coverages. And it was the defense that saw Eddie Jackson have his best year, Khalil Mack have his best year. And so hopefully Sean Desai is going to be able to bring that back, you know, and there's somebody on one of the sports radio shows says Sean Desai, well, they're saying, well, Sean Desai was there. Why didn't he, why didn't Eddie Jackson get more interceptions this year? Was because he was working for Chuck Pagano. He's following Chuck Pagano's orders and schemes and so forth. So that's why I'm excited about the possibility of what Sean Desai could bring.
And the mind of Mike Patton, you know,
exactly.
Working together.
That's huge.
Certainly a security blanket, right?
That's huge. And Aaron Rodgers saying that Mike Patton's gift is that he knew how to scheme blitzes so that the guy could get to the quarterback, not just throw blitzes for blitz sake like Don Capers used to do for the Packers. He devises blitzes that he thinks are going to take advantage of matchups and so forth. And so hopefully we'll be seeing that. Not that Vic Fangio's defense called for a lot of blitzes. Vic Fangio's base defense calls for 4-man rush, but you just don't know which 4 guys they are.
Right.
The thing that Vic did that we never did with Pagano was he would randomly blitz like Bryce Callahan from, you know, the secondary, and you absolutely never saw that out of Chuck Pagano. So
the few times they did, they got burned. If you remember, they blitzed the corner against Green Bay, you know, around the edge, and that was when they burned Danny Trevathan, over the middle. And it was such a stupid blitz. You got all the guys on the line of scrimmage, jam. It looks like they're going to jam, and everybody's lined up 5 wide, and they're blitzing the corner. You can see him kind of poking his head, and then they go hike, and you don't jam the line of scrimmage. Danny doesn't smack his guy. The guy goes right by him. Well, Danny's, it's a foot race at that point. It just
called it immediately. Immediately, he saw it before the fucking play, before he even snapped the ball.
That had been his easiest read ever, though. I mean, Danny, God bless him, because he
last week during. Obviously, I don't expect you to listen to our show. I'm just saying, but last week I pointed out, not that I'm the smartest guy in the room. That was Shane, but I'm just saying we've never had a quarterback for the Bears, and I love Jay, I love Trubisky, ever just say, hey, look, blah, 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 what Green Bay just did, and then call them out and then throw a deep 75-yard touchdown.
Now, Urlacher would do that to the offense. That was who we had that did that. Urlacher would do that. As a linebacker.
Green Bay always beats us because they have a quarterback for 25 years that's able to identify what the Bears are always doing. Of course, during Lovey, it was basic. That's always a cover two. But for the most part, I'm saying they always have a guy that can make the 75-yard pass, and we never do. And I love Rex, I love Jay, I love Trubisky, but I'm saying we've never had a guy that said, look what their fucking Packers are doing right now. Let's exploit that and let's go deep and let's score.
Yeah. But in regards to the defense and with Sean Desai, I just think two things. It's not going to matter who the defense scored. I mean, Chuck Pagano had the Ravens as a great defense at one point. None of it's going to matter unless two things happen. The offense is decent, so they're not pissing the defense off every time they have to go out there and carry the team. Every Sunday they don't go. There's no energy. You know that's what I think the eye test is missing. You know, they don't have that fire and life and passion because they're showing up every Sunday knowing they're going to have to get their ass kicked all game to, you know, and try to scratch one out. And then the other half is the thing you can't control is health, you know, because health can derail a great plan, you know? And so if these guys aren't healthy, you can't control that. Akeem Hicks got hurt 2 years ago and you saw it like a sieve. It just dropped the difference in their defense. And then, yeah, I guess Khalil Mack was playing with an injury all year. So if that kind of crap happens, you got to have some injury luck. Every team that's ever won a Super Bowl has injury luck where they, you know, have, you know, a healthy team, you know.
Let's take a look at this Bears defense and the guys that are scheduled to be free agents this year. You got to start with Roy Robertson Harris. He's going to get some offers because everybody thinks that he is just entering his prime. He's a gifted physical athlete. Greg and I saw him as he pulled up with his family to have lunch down at Bourbonnais. You remember that, Greg? Were you with us that day? Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy is an incredible talent. He hasn't, though, really been.
That was when I broke that glass out front. Remember?
That's right. You did.
I jumped on like Bobby's back.
That's right.
Being a grown child, man. And I jumped on Bobby's back and it smashed his cocktail all over the park.
Right. And we went live on Twitter and documented that for all of our fans. But so here is Roy Robertson Harris. I want you guys to talk about him while I run to the washroom real quick and get a new beer.
You got it.
Roy Rob was a guy once more that the Bears could use more, have him drop back and basically rush the passer. I felt like that he could have blitzed more. They could have used him in that role, but he's basically just bogged up in the wash, to use an intentional bad pun. It's sort of up front. You know, I feel like he could add an element. You know, if Trevathan is so done, I'm not saying you start him at linebacker. I'm just saying he could have added an element if he was rushing the passer. That's what I thought Roy Robb could have done, and the Bears never done that. But having said that, I do think that at the right price, he's a guy you should bring back because he's a guy you've cultivated, you've built from the ground up. And, you know,
no,
you should bring
huge,
back
dude, huge and long, and you can put him in different spots. I liked him more when he was on the inside. I liked him in there because he's like so big and long, gets his hands up, you know, reach over the lineman, grab the quarterback, sack him. You know, like he'd do that kind of crap. I mean, you got him on the outside, kind of reminds me of like Mark Anderson, you know. I don't know. It just maybe I'm no expert when it comes to it, but it's like, yeah, I like Roy Robb, but didn't he put something out like he saying his goodbye on Twitter? Like I'm pretty
see that sounds bad though if he did do that.
Yeah, I think he did, or his girl or his fiance or girlfriend or wife put some kind of like, yeah, we've loved being here. Bye kind of thing.
I had not heard that. Holy cow, he did?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure his girlfriend. I've been on the basketball. On the basketball sport.
Well, you guys took that out of context, so I saw that.
Yeah. All right. So, what about Mario Edwards?
No, he's got legal troubles now too. I think he's gone.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
What do you do?
He allegedly. What was it?
First, he's suspended the first 2 games, right? Even if he is back.
Let me look at that. I think there was yeah, he is.
You definitely got to bring back Woods. I like Josh. He's our guy.
Carmen DeFalco said, "Who is Josh Woods? Nobody knows who that is."
He was charged with a misdemeanor assault on a woman back in October, and so he's got some legal issues.
So he probably will not be back.
Yeah.
What about like Mingo and John Jenkins and Gibson and Urban?
Yep,
all those guys you want to bring back if you're trying to win. Even Houston Carson, he did a good job.
He's another guy you drafted, so.
Yeah.
What about Josh Woods? Do you think Josh Woods is the guy that Carmen DeFalco doesn't know?
Carmen has no idea who he is.
I like Josh. I don't, but I'm not trying to be mean about it. You can
claim that no Bears fan knew who Josh Woods was, and he's been in the bar room 3 times?
Yeah, what was that? Did you give him crap for that, Greg?
What's that?
That Carmen DeFalco and a couple of the other guys at ESPN 1000 didn't know who Josh Woods was.
Yeah, no, Carmen was getting crap from Bears Twitter.
Fox interviewed him, not John Fox, but Fox Sports interviewed. They had a soundbite. I forget who the sideline reporter was, like Laura Oakman, maybe.
Uh-huh.
And she said, "I spoke to Bears reserve linebacker Josh Woods at the half, blah blah blah," and DeFalco and them were like, "Is there a Josh Woods on the team? No, is there a Josh Woods?" I mean, I don't think any Bears fans ever heard of Josh Woods, and Yurko agreed with him. And then, everybody was saying, "There's no Josh Woods."
I'm surprised.
Josh Woods.
That's tough.
I'm surprised because he's he was an undrafted free agent, but he showed some promise because he was one of those hybrid safety linebackers guys. But unfortunately, when that one game that he filled in for Roquan Smith when he was injured, he just looked like he wasn't ready for prime time, man. He got picked on bad.
Well, that's normally the other way you can be known is by being terrible. So, so it's not the worst thing if they don't know who you are at that point because you haven't made enough mistakes, When I had Patrick Manley on, he said that was always his goal to no one know that he was on the team. That way he didn't make any mistakes.
Right. I got up on the screen free agents that play on the offensive side. We've talked about Trubisky and Robinson and Cordero Patterson. What about Demetrius Harris, the tight end that the Bears picked up from the Kansas City?
You can let him walk.
Bye. Okay. Sorry, didn't have any affiliation with Demetrius.
I think there's a lot of people who would want Jermaine Ifedi back. He played fairly well at the guard position.
Family.
Would you rather have Ifedi at right tackle or Bobby Massey? If you were forced to.
I liked Bobby, but is he past his prime? Is he getting too long in the tooth? I like Bobby. I think he brings a lot of veteranship to the locker room. He's a leader. He's a quiet leader. You need that kind of maturity in a locker room
every time.
How's that? Then he's susceptible to getting the bull rush.
Yeah, whenever he gets bull rushed, it seems like he just gets run over and gives up a sack inevitably.
Well, yeah, he's getting older, right? I'm not trying to make excuses for the guy, but he's not.
I think he's still young. I think he's like 30, 31.
He has that veteran presence. He certainly does. But maybe, as a backup right tackle, veteran presence is what he should be more suited as. They certainly can improve at the tackles, and that's no disrespect to either of those guys. They had 2018 was a good year, and then these last 2 years have been up and down, and probably more down than up. And, you can argue that that's about play calling or quarterback play or anything, but at the end of the day, you got to do your assignment. And so that, they need to upgrade at tackle. They've figured out, I think ran into some solutions on the interior.
Yep.
And Bars is on this list. They certainly need to make sure he's back.
Yep. He is exclusive rights free agent, which means you just have to give him a tender and he's basically yours. So he's not going anywhere.
Because injuries are going to happen. So you need 4 of those guys to man those 3 spots. Luckily, you've tried them all out at center. So in case something happens, you can slide one in. You hope that none of them get injured. then yeah, they better be drafting a left tackle, or Chubbs really wants Trent Williams. So you get Trent, and then you draft a tackle at 20. Now all of a sudden you're cooking, And then, hey, if those other guys, Charles wants to get better and fight for his position, that makes it all, iron sharpens iron. That's how you build the roster up. Hey, you finally got some first round picks.
Yep.
And not if you have your way. Now you want to trade 4 of them.
That's right. And if we do that, then we got to figure out something else. But here's the thing: if we get Sean and we give up all our picks, then like with the Bucks, they had all these guys: Antonio Brown, Leonard Fournette, all these guys like coming to the Bucks to help them win a championship. That's what'll happen with the Bears. People will want to come here. Oh, you got Deshaun Watson? I'll come here on a 1-year deal. Help Matt Nagy get his job back. That's what'll happen. If they'll follow the Pied Piper.
Well, okay. So the last guy I wanted, 2 more guys on this free agent list that I want you guys to talk about is Ryan Null, who to me, I still believe that guy can play significant football at the running back and or fullback position, but he just hasn't gotten the opportunities. What do you guys think about Ryan Null? Do you let him walk? He is, again, a exclusive rights free agent, so it just takes making him the tender offer and he'll stick around. But what do you guys think about Null?
Go ahead, Dan, if you want.
Well, I don't want to be the detractor. I mean, root for him because he's our guy.
But you don't like him, huh?
I didn't say I didn't like him, but the few times he did have the 1 touchdown, I think, in Carolina this year.
That's right.
But I mean, the few times he's
had a touchdown in Nashville too. I got a video of that. My only game in the stands.
Well, I haven't seen a lot from him, and if you told me that Ryan Null wasn't going to be back, I'd be like, oh, okay. Right. I wouldn't think anything.
Yeah, he's a backup. I mean,
but he's also a very good special teams player. You guys are overlooking that.
Yeah, I got a problem bringing him back, but he's not a. Who is Dave Montgomery gets hurt now? All of a sudden, his responsibility is much more important. But yes, this is live.
This is live.
Welcome to the internet. This is the World Wide Web.
5 o'clock, 5 minutes past 11 Central Time.
But yeah, no, to me, he's just a guy. Like, I got no problem with Ryan Null, but he's just a guy. If they can bring him back, go for it. It's just they certainly, although you can't just poo the spot because you already got Montgomery, you got Tariq, and now you got or now you got Null too. If you're bringing him back, to me, do you want another guy that's like Montgomery? Because Tariq does his own thing. He has his own gadget of plays. But is there somebody else that can contribute more on offense? They add that in Cordero Patterson.
Don't sleep on Spencer Ware. The Bears signed him at the end of the year, and he's sort of a Nagy KC guy. So that could see them bringing him back.
Well, they slept on Spencer Ware, because they brought in the guy from the Texans for like weeks, and then they never
picked up on another team though.
They never played him, and then they got Spencer.
Well, yeah, I agree. Lamar Miller got picked up off another team. He was active in that primetime debacle against Minnesota, but like you said, I think he only had 1 pass reception. I'm not sure why they didn't utilize him more, but I'm just saying if Spencer Ware, I could see him being the third. Not that I think he should be, but Nagy seems to have a nepotism thing. If he knows you, if you have.
Well, I hear there's some good running backs in this draft too. Never heard.
Yeah, I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if Nagy would bring him back because he knew him from Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean, you look at.
Let's take a look at the special teams guys that are free agents. We talked about Santos. We all agree we want Santos back, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And what about the punter, Patrick O'Donnell?
You can bring them all back.
Yeah, you drafted him. I mean, might as well just have him here his whole career. He's okay.
Yeah. When he's good, he's great. And when he's bad, he's really bad.
Well, it's not easy to kick at Soldier Field,
Yeah.
You know, and he's had his good moments, but yeah, he also has had some bad ones in some pivotal moments, including the playoffs. So, you know, that's a tough one because he can get the job done, you know, but yeah, Cairo Santos has to be on this team. I'm with you. I was talking with JJ Stankovitz, and he was saying that if his price is too high, he's going to let him walk. And normally with a normal football team, you would say, yeah, right, because you just go pick up any kicker off the block. But the Bears, that's a bridge most Bears fans don't want to cross again. We found our guy. We don't want to figure it out. But
David Kaplan says that too, and I just can't disagree enough. I mean, like, he set the all-time franchise record for consecutive kicks. He's got to be your guy next year, period.
I agree. And you know what? I do agree with JJ that there's guys, JJ Stankovitz was saying that, you know, like kickers are so every other year. They have good years, they have bad years, so unpredictable.
Mhm.
But to me, Cairo showed some moxie at Soldier Field that you need. I mean, we've seen it. Paul Ettinger. I mean, Dan can reel him off better than I can.
I love Paul Ettinger.
The punters and kickers that have had success at Soldier Field have a certain kick swagger to them, confidence in their and just the way they attack the wind. You know, some people you can see how they like alligator kick it, alligator arm it, you know, and like and then we finally find that kicker that attacks the wind like you need to.
Mm-hmm.
And he definitely showed that.
Yeah, very true. I really believe that Santos can be this decade's Robbie Gould. You know, a guy who just had issues, couldn't stick on to a team, and then comes to Chicago, and then everything clicks. Santos is a definite start, and it's not a lot of money. You can pay him $2 million a season for the next 4 years, 50% of that guaranteed, and you got your kicker for the next several years. So that's a good thing. Pat O'Donnell, and then we talked about we didn't talk about Patrick Scales, the long snapper. You know what? Those guys never get any recognition, but they're pretty important special teams players, and Patrick Scales is definitely worth bringing back. Dwayne Harris, the punt returner they picked up late in the season, he's replaceable. Hopefully you can find a good guy in the draft, or even an undrafted free agent.
Well, Cohen should be back there again.
That is true. That is true.
Right.
So Cohen hopefully will be back there taking care of those issues. Reading what people are saying here, it says Bears might not have any fans left after this quarterback decision, says Tommy Smalls. We're back to the quarterback position because everybody knows that's the biggest decision that the Chicago Bears have to make this offseason. And I remember saying during the course of the year, if Mitchell Trubisky doesn't pan out this season, and I was praying and hoping that he would, if he doesn't pan out, the Bears are in a huge problem. And even if they pick up Deshaun Watson, the assets that they've got to trade away for him are going to be so significant that it's just going to be so hard. So that is the biggest decision. But I don't know if we have anything else to say about the Bears quarterback position, guys.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
There's been talk that he might be the bridge quarterback, and you bring in, Ryan Fitzpatrick. You try to unload Nick Foles, and then all of a sudden you draft a quarterback, and you got kind of, for Fitzpatrick, you got kind of the same situation he had at Miami, where he's basically holding down the job for Tua Tagovailoa, and he could be doing the same thing here with Chicago. What do you think about that, Greg?
I mean, fine. He's another guy that isn't, if he's your starter, you're not going to be, you'll be 8-8 or worse. If he's your full-time starter, the hope is he comes in for a little bit, and then your rookie is ready to take his spot, just like Tua. That would be the hope. That's the scenario that you're then in. Now, if you get him and you didn't have to give up anything to get him, and you don't give up anything in the draft, you're still in the Deshaun Watson race if that goes into camp. So, yes, that's another guy I don't have a problem with, just because the Bears have to have somebody in there, unless they're just going to stick with Foles.
Mm-hmm.
If Foles is going to be on the roster no matter what, then don't waste your time getting any of these veteran bridge quarterbacks because you already got that bum in the house. His name's Foles. He'll carry the water while we suck next year, and that's only if the rookie doesn't work out because they'll be rushing that rookie. It's funny because the year we drafted Mitch, they wanted to sit him the entire year, and then they couldn't because Glennon sucked. This year, they're going to hope that the rookie is so good that he's ready to start right away. And they're going to rush him out there because they have to start him right away.
Weren't you arguing, Greg, weren't you on the radio? It seems like I remember, I'm fairly certain it was you arguing with Waddle on air, and they were arguing that Glennon should be the starter.
Yeah, that's where all this started with me, this madness that I've been swept up in with Bears Twitter. It kind of started with that, was the Glennon, me and Mitch versus Glennon and Waddle. Waddle was adamant that Glennon start, and I was adamant he was stupid. And I told him week in and week out, and he'd get mad at me. And then he kind of predicted how it played out with Glennon eventually losing the job in week 5. And I also kind of predicted in the same way. I just wanted it to start week 1. Now, would that have made me right? I don't know, because now it seems Mitch probably could have used sitting the whole year as opposed to just going out there and, not learning. I don't know what would have been the perfect path to make Mitch a good quarterback. At the end of the day, he just didn't become one. So you can blame Nagy all you want and all that stuff, but it's over now. So it's, for me, it's like, I don't even like to go back and think about all that stuff. But yeah, I was absolutely arguing with Waddle all the time about that stuff and saying we need to play Mitch right now. We had Eddie Jackson, we had Tariq Cohen, we had Adam Shaheen and Mitch Trubisky and Tanner Gentry lighting up camp. And they were putting out Mike Glennon and these bums that were no fun, and the rookies were fun. I was like, I remember I ran into George McCaskey before the first home game against the Steelers, and I begged him. I was like, please play the rookies. Why are you playing these guys? And he was like, just give it time. I was like, this makes no sense. It's like, come on, I want to have fun this year. Why are you waiting? You're wasting what could be a fun year, a surprise year. Little did I know that was going to be the next year. So, it ended up working out at the time because then we got Nagy and everything came together, but then it fell back apart. So, the NFL's not for long. That's as they say. But yeah, this year it'll be the reverse. They're going to be rushing the quarterback out there. They're not going to be wanting to wait a year for Justin Fields or Zach Wilson or Mac Jones to be. They're going to want him to be ready week 1. They're going to be selling Bears fans on that, And for the Seahawks, it laid out differently. They had Charlie Whitehurst. They signed Matt Flynn to a 6-year deal or a 5-year deal because he had 6 touchdowns in one game for the pack. Oh, you're fine. And then they also drafted Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. And so they had that, giving all these guys, whoever may the best man win. But that's how they went into camp with it. They didn't force the Russell Wilson hand. It just happened. The Bears are going to be forcing it, and that's where you'll be lucky if it works out.
Yeah, I got to tell you this, though, and the city is still divided on Mitch Trubisky. A lot of people think that he is worthy of being given another chance. Clearly, the bridges have been burned, and that's not going to happen. But I just feel like Mitch, I feel like Mitch is never going to be a top tier quarterback. He just doesn't see the field well. He throws too many interceptions, throws them at inopportune times. The amount of interceptions that he threw in the red zone were just so disheartening to see. Matt Nagy is to blame only in that he did not change the offense to suit his limited strengths. He clearly doesn't, though, have the capability of being a true number 1 quarterback that you can rely on to do just about anything. So I don't know. Greg, I know you're of a different philosophy. I know that Dan is perhaps a little. Go ahead, Dan, please.
I'm sorry. I'm not contradicting you because the one part you said about the end zone or the red zone interceptions is true. I do want to point out overall, Mitch only had 8 picks last year, and he only had 10 in 2019, and he had 12 in 2018. And so he didn't have large interceptions actually, but they were untimely. I will give you that.
Him and Jay are the opposites. But they're the opposites, but they're the same. They both had strengths, but they had flaws too within those strengths. So Jay, it was a different type of suck. That's what I always say. It's just a different type of suck. You know, what kind of suck do you want? And so for Mitch, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to turn out for him. You know, I did think he could have been much better, you know, but I'm not going to excuse it completely away on Nagy and say, oh yeah, if they had done this, he'd be a superstar, because, you know, he had his shortcomings. But it won't surprise me, though, because look at what we deal with as Bears fans, how we're tormented. Leonard Floyd had a good year this year. So it's not going to surprise me at all when next year we're still screwing around and we suck and Mitch is doing well somewhere else. Will it be short-lived and just something that we get made fun of for a second about? Hopefully. I mean, it's not this 10-year torment like we're going to have to deal with Mahomes every year, but it won't surprise me in the least to watch him go somewhere else and be successful while we are still screwing around. No, not in the slightest. But have you really heard his name brought up right now from anybody that's interested? So, like, that's a tell, you know. So he's really going to have to fall into, like, the most perfect situation where he goes to a team that the quarterback gets hurt or something happens where he falls back into a spot and everything works out. I don't know if he's going to run out and take someone's job anytime soon. So, but you know,
to Dan's point about the lack of, or the small amount of interceptions that he threw, that was because Nagy did not have him take chances with the ball, and then sometimes he took chances with the play calling, and Trubisky didn't, you know, take a chance downfield. He would eat the ball or run with the ball and so forth. So the lack of interceptions thrown was more the product of what was being taken away from Mitchell Trubisky. It wasn't because he was making better decisions. It was because those decisions were being taken away from him. I will grant you that point. Yeah. Sure. So, you know, I just feel
it's tough because Nagy also never understood how to run the ball. So all the opposite people will argue that half of there's no balance to their offense, so they could sit back. Exactly, you know, and so but we just don't know, you know, you just don't. To me, it's too hard to argue it completely to tooth and nail. I mean, well, let's see how it plays out somewhere else. Let's see how Nagy's career continues. That's how this story, you know, when people like Black was like, well, is this going to be over when he's gone? Well, no, it's going to be over when this runs its course a little further. It's the conversation certainly isn't over for Mitch, but I do credit him for not making a million mistakes. That was Jay's problem. Jay could make all the plays in the world.
That's right.
But then when it was money on the table time, he'd start freaking out and throwing the ball to the wrong guy, you know, and getting the happy feet and all that stuff. People forget that stuff because he's so charming on the stupid TV show. You know, I don't like Jay. Jay was a fucking asshole. People love Jay. Jay was the biggest dick. And now people find that shit cute. Like, oh, he's cool. That shit, I don't find that shit cool. People that act like they're too cool for things. He was too cool for training camp. Every fucking year, he'd go to training camp and act like he was too good for it. You know, I see a guy like Tom Brady, and I know it's a high bar, but, you know, Jay would go out there. He'd run a play action. It was like, he'd like, this is the laziest play action, you know, I'd ever see in my life. It just embodied his attitude.
All right, so let's play a little game here.
Hey, Aldo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tell Greg I said fuck him.
Yeah. And you know what, though? They could have won it with Jay, and I would have built the statue. But guess what? You know, they had a few moments of chemistry. anybody can win it. You don't just win it the Patriot way. There's many ways you can win it. And they had injury luck that worked against them in the NFC Championship. And then the year they were 7-3 against the Chargers. Both of those teams had championship chemistry and qualities to them, but then injuries.
And don't forget they were 7-1 in 2012 as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and so those teams could have won it. But
Jay was like 27-10 as Bears starter.
That just goes to show you
they had the worst defense statistically in the history of the franchise. The worst two back-to-back in 13 and 14. And the way that they lost it, his whole legacy could have been redefined had fourth down Julius Peppers and Chris Conti not shit the bed and let Rodgers break contain and Randall Cobb's wide open deep. Like if Jay just gets one of those and
the legacy is he makes the playoffs and they win that game, but they had every opportunity to be a good team the next year. And they didn't. They came out to camp the next year after that game. And that was one of Jay's greatest games where he finally stood up to the big, bad, scary Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. And then, everybody else let him down, didn't pick up the fumble. Peppers doesn't get the sack, all that, blah, blah, blah. Well, they get to camp the next year. And I've never seen a team be a bunch of bigger assholes than that training camp year. Martellus Bennett and Kyle Fuller, most notably, getting in a fight. Brandon Marshall was also actually acting like the craziest person I've ever seen in my life every day out there.
I'm not comfortable saying that. I mean,
not crazy, but whatever. Maybe I'm using that term. I mean, whatever. I mean, if you recall that year, he held a press conference.
Yeah, and
he brought out all this sheet of all these things of why he didn't do. I mean, it was bizarre. So I'm sorry, that's the only word I can use for it. I know maybe that's an inappropriate word to use, but as someone that's gone through,
I agree with that.
Okay, but as someone that's gone through mental health issues of my own, I can speak on this shit. And that's when he started with that whole charity towards his mental health campaign. Mm-hmm. And let's not act like he wasn't trying to rehabilitate his image from everything he was just getting out of trouble with Miami. He was just getting in trouble. He had a lot of stuff going on, and he was lucky he was still in the league. And then he starts all this stuff, and that's fine. I'm sure he's helped people and kids and all that stuff, but he used that stuff to help his platform. So, hey.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to have a successful career, but I think it's a little bit cynical to say that.
I agree with you, Aldo.
Yeah, I think it's a little cynical to say that he did it all.
I don't think he was disingenuous. I feel like Brandon at the time had just got married to that lady, and he felt like he was in a good spot in his life, and he'd got a diagnosis that sort of made him feel relieved because he didn't know what was wrong with himself either.
Right. That borderline personality.
That's why I'm trying to be fair to it. But as a fellow crazy person, I can define myself as crazy.
All right. So wait. This show is called Bare Your Soul. So what are exactly you talking about? You have mental health issues.
I mean, I grew up just like every other kid in the suburbs. We all had our issues. I was a troublemaker. What
are you talking about? Kids in the suburbs have this. I grew up in the city. I was chased by Puerto Rican gangs and white gangsters. One gang thought I was a Puerto Rican.
That's what I'm saying. The suburb kid issues. The prototypical ones.
All right. I suffer from an anxiety disorder. And I didn't discover it until in my mid-20s when I stopped smoking marijuana. When I stopped smoking marijuana, all of a sudden I would start having panic attacks. And it was like, holy cow, what's going on? I went to a doctor. They thought, just to get checked out because I was having pain and dizzy spells and stuff. They're all checking. And they said, have you done anything different in your life over the last 2 years? And I said, yeah, I stopped smoking marijuana. Oh, you need to see a shrink. I go, oh, what? Because I stopped smoking marijuana? He goes, yeah, because you probably were medicating yourself with the marijuana because you have a panic disorder.
Well, that's what I discovered in high school was the good trick was marijuana. Because, growing up, I was in that generation of, because I'm ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder. Mm-hmm. That was the diagnosis they gave me as a kid. Mm-hmm. And I didn't think I had anything. I was just a very excited kid. And they were like, how do we get Greg to calm down? Because he won't go to sleep and he won't shut the fuck up. So they gave me all sorts of stuff. Dexedrine, all these crazy pills. I can't even remember them anymore. Dan might be able to ring them off. But it was like I
don't know any pills. I don't take pills. I've never even smoked weed. So
well, it was like right at the start when they were giving kids that had ADD pills. So it was like one of them was Dexedrine, Siler. I can't remember the other one that was like really notable, but I took all of them. It was like, we were like the drug bunny test generation, because they didn't know how. They were like, just take this so you'll shut the fuck up and we'll see how it affects you 20 years from now. And I turned out all right, I guess, but it took me a minute, and it was crazy, because when you didn't take it, it like made, like, if you ever watch that Simpsons episode about Bart having Adderall, that was the other one. Because when I got to like middle school, I started selling my Adderall. It got real dicey there as a young
Greg. And please kick me in the balls if I'm out of school here, but you told me something that I found like really, really hard to believe. That when you were a teenager, you were a bully.
Oh, well, yeah, half bully, half being bullied. So I had my fair share of bullies coming my way because I was a shit talker. So whoever was more dominant force towards me would always bully me. So I certainly had that. But then, I would turn to the weaker and bully them. There was certainly people, not everybody. I mean, people certainly knew me as a jovial person. But then you either loved me or hated me. I know there's plenty of people out there that are like that. I certainly fall under that category. You either love me or hate me. There's very rare that someone is indifferent about Greg. So yes, there was plenty of people I was a bully to that I look back on and have big regret and think about how I treated people as a kid. And I definitely have regret towards that 100%. And as I got older, I've tried to make up for that by being a good person to everyone, even people I don't like.
I've been with Greg a number of times, and he is such a generous and kind person. I mean, it's unbelievable. He's like a walking Nobel Peace Prize. So when he told me that he used to bully kids when he was younger, I was like, what are you talking about? Not you, not Greg Braggs. Apparently it's true. At least some of the weaker kids he bullied, which is even worse, by the way.
Whoever I could. I mean, we were all shit talkers. I grew up, me and my buddy Joe, we hung out with his older brothers, and they were evil to each other. Like, they were just like snapping on each other all the time. So that's how kind of we grew up, was just learning to be mean to each other. I mean, even our best friends, we'd make fun of each other right in front of girls. It got to a point where we had to like have a talk with our group, like, stop ripping on each other in front of girls. Like, we're trying to get girls. It's not helping with the shit talking, like that was just how we were, we were a bunch of haters. So, no one never, it wasn't cool to support one another, I hope the new generation learns that it is. Because
Dan's got some probing questions of your background too. Go ahead, Dan.
I do. I
don't know. I figured you had something.
No, I don't really have anything to add. I mean, no offense. Like, nothing that he's saying describes my youth at all. So.
Really? What was it? So, Dan, what was kind of like the wildest thing in your youth? Did you ever choke anybody? We talked about this last
You're
show.
Talking about just fighting or something?
No,
like
and sex.
I beat a guy up in 12th grade because he was fucking with my girlfriend, and I was really embarrassed that I did that, because you shouldn't fight over women. It's like, if the woman wants to leave, she's going to leave. There's nothing you can do about it. Beating the shit out of somebody isn't going to change. Everyone just looks like you're the person who's at fault. You're the guy who can't handle his fucking temper, and now you look crazy because you just beat the shit out of a guy. So I learned that's like the worst thing I did in school. Like, I beat the fuck out of a guy in front of everybody in their cafeteria. But again, he was my friend and he was fucking with my girlfriend. Like he fucked her, I guess you could say. So he got his ass beaten. I mean, and again, I'm not bad or or hostile or I mean, I come say I could fight 10 times and lose all 10. So I'm not trying to say that I'm some tough guy, but in this instance, I did fuck him up.
Well,
yeah, I probably split any of the fights that I got in as a youngin. I split them. I got my ass kicked a couple times, but I kicked some ass a couple times. Like I said, I talk shit to everybody, so whether they were tougher than me or not.
I was usually defending myself against, I don't want to get into this deep shit again, but I was usually trying to explain to some bigoted ass fucking Christian that I wasn't a bad guy just because I didn't believe in their fucking savior or their devil. So it was constantly being shoved down my throat because of the music I liked. And I was psychoanalyzed because of it. And, I'm not a victim. I mean, it wasn't just me. It was anybody in our group that wasn't into hip hop or country music. If you liked rock music, you were scrutinized. It was almost like being a Democrat now here, No, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just saying back then things weren't so polarized.
Sure.
Now it's like Democrats are looked at as like fucking child molesters in West Virginia for real.
That's right. I know. Thanks to QAnon.
I look like Woody Allen to them because I'm a liberal.
Well, let me tell you one story about a fight that I had defending my girlfriend. I was a senior at Roberto Clemente High School, and our school was in the city championship against CVS. The game was at Sox Park, the old Comiskey Park, and I was in the radio television program, so I was doing play-by-play of the game, and we lost on a awful ending, but that's not the point of the story. But when we're done with the game, we go to take the train back home, and it's Roberto Clemente High School. It's a bunch of us Puerto Ricans on one side of the track, and then it's a bunch of African Americans from CVS on the other side of the track. And so I'm with my girlfriend, and all of a sudden she turns to me and she says, "That guy grabbed my ass." And I remember the very first thing I thought was, oh shit, I gotta get into a fight now. I gotta be Mr. Macho Man and protect my girl because her ass was good. So I turned to the guy and I said, "Hey man, did you grab my girl's ass?" And he goes, "Yeah, what the fuck you gonna do about it?" And then bam, he hits me. And I'm like, oh shit. So we start swinging and stuff. I don't know what happened. People jumping all over the place. And all of a sudden, there's blood coming out of my ear, but I see the guy that I hit. He went down and was laying on his back for a while, and then all of a sudden I hear cops, and everybody scatters. So the fight lasted about less than 10 seconds. And so my girl says to me, "Oh, I can't believe that you did that for me." I got fucking laid the back. Oh my God.
You were a fucking hero.
I was a hero.
Did you see the fight by the Oklahoma player got laid out by the MMA, the guys in the bathroom? Ooh, he got tagged up. Real. And then the other guy got slammed into the wall, I'm not expecting the MMA skills to come out. No, the funniest fight I ever had, story I've ever had, the funniest story fight. Anytime anybody talks about fights, I bring up this story because it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. And I won't say his names because I won't put him on blast. But we went to this party and it was like the other town, like we got Crown Point, Valpo, mayor of all these towns. And normally you don't mix over to somebody else's school's party, and we had ended up at a different school's party. It was the Maryville kids. We were over there partying with them, so it was like an unfamiliar crowd, and we got all wasted. And I think I had some weed stolen from me at that party, and so it was just like shady, just a shady party. But we're there trying to hit on girls or whatever we're trying to do, having fun. And Pete and my buddy, he falls asleep. And they tie his shoes and wrap shit around his legs. And he hated shit like that. I mean, they do shit. He's just one of those guys you don't mess with when he's partying. And he wakes up and starts flipping out. "Get this shit off of me." Taking all the whatever it was, this whatever wrap, whatever
plastic wrap.
Whatever the fuck,
Yeah.
plastic wrap. And he's like, God, when I get out of this, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Christian, one of these guys that would always be the prankster, he blamed him, so he's gonna kill him. He takes it off, doesn't realize his shoes are tied, and bam, falls flat on his face on the ground. Everybody starts cracking up. And he wakes up, he gets up even more of a rage. You motherfuckers. And this girl's like, get the fuck out of my house. And he's like, fuck you, bitch. And she goes, bam, and punched my friend right in the face. Lays his ass out. I just spit out. I started laughing so hard. I was like, pulling, like everybody starts freaking out. And I'm laughing. Like it was just the funniest thing I seen unfold. So they threw us out, and it was like, one buddy's like peeling out in their yard. It was like all this drama, but I just was laughing the entire time. It was the funniest thing I ever seen.
So Darren, I got to ask you, when you had that fight with that guy because he was having sex with your girl, what did your girl say after you beat the shit out of him? Was she mad at you, or was she like,
yeah, she absolutely was. And I was going to say what I did, like where you all were out fighting and shit. Like that's all my girlfriend at the time, her mom, I think her mom had just gotten divorced like a year or two before.
Mm-hmm.
And she was still a good looking lady and in her early 40s. So her mom would let me stay all night with her daughter because she could go run around, because her mom trusted me and knew that I wasn't smoking weed. I certainly wasn't doing anything harder. So she thought I was a good influence on her daughter. So basically she didn't give a fuck if I came over and just fucked her daughter like 7 times a night, which is what we were doing in high school. That's all. I was young. We were fucking all fucking night, and I could stay all night. And
you're a real John.
Yeah. But anyway, eventually she and I broke up, and I didn't know why. Like she never told. To this day, she never told me. Like literally, this is 1999, and she never had a discussion with me to say, "Well, I'm breaking up with you because of this." It was like she literally, after 2 years, just stopped talking to me, like what you would call ghosting now.
Yeah, right.
And I found out that she was fucking Ryan, who I later apologized to for this, and we became friends. In fact, he's my friend, I think I told you before, that jumped off a building and killed himself in Japan.
Oh, you did tell me. That was the guy?
Yeah. By 2000, I had apologized to him, and he goes, well, you know what? I had it coming. But and I was like, well, I'm sorry, I should have been more dignified and more, whatever. Point is, like, when I found out that my friend was part of the reason, the fact I didn't know, if she'd have just said like, I'm done with you because of A, B, and C, it would have hurt, but I could have gotten over it. But when I didn't know, that uncertainty, and then I find out that he's part of the uncertainty, my friend from like 9th or 8th grade on, I just was like, I lost all like the wherewithal to be rational, which isn't an excuse. I was an asshole for it, but yeah. So she just further reiterated her, like, I made the right decision to not be with this asshole. Like, look what he just did. And she's right. I shouldn't have done it, so, but I still think I deserved, we didn't even really necessarily have a fight. She just decided she was going to move on, but just didn't tell me why,
Mm-hmm. Well, those relationships from our high school years and stuff, I mean, those are things you just never forget. When you get into a fight for a girl or over a girl,
yeah.
or in some cases with a girl. Mike North was telling me about a story that he had a fight with a girl when he was in high school. He and I are going to save that for a future show. It's hilarious.
I don't know, but not to step on this real quick. I was just saying that she and I, like, we would skip sometimes and like fuck on school buses. We'd fuck in the library. Like,
my goodness.
She and I, all we did was fuck. I mean, like literally she was the second girl I'd ever slept with, So that is all we did. That was like listen to our rock music and fuck. So for like 2 years, in 2 years, I would say it's fair to say I had sex with her at least 500 times.
Mo Bierman says, you may not have any probing questions, but you sure were doing some probing.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, again, I'm not saying I'm some fighter or anything, but I'm not.
You're a lover, man, not a
I'm
fighter.
I'm just saying I'm not an angel, or I'm not trying to make myself into the good guy, but I wasn't out causing problems. I wasn't fighting. I wasn't in trouble. I wasn't on drugs. I didn't do any of those things, but what I did, like all I wanted to do was, go to a concert or something and fuck my girlfriend. That's and watch the Bears.
And watch the Bears, of course. Greg, you ever get into a fight that you felt guilty about afterwards?
Oh yeah, I mean, one time I hit this kid in high school. We were bullying, just shit talking in class. And someone that probably I should have just been leaving alone, So, but then after a while, the bullshitting back and forth, then it escalated where, it goes from, when you're messing around, then all of a sudden it starts getting personal. And yeah, we ended up in the hallway and I hit the kid and I felt bad about it. I certainly felt bad about it afterwards. That's one of those situations where it's like, if I wasn't such a shit talker, that moment would have never happened. And at the time, I was like all proud of myself. Like, oh, I punched this kid in the hall and he got scared. And now I look back, I'm like, you're a fucking moron. Like, why were you doing that? But, when you're shit talking in the moment, you're trying to make a point, and then it turns into once you can't make the point with your words, you got to do it with your hands. That's how kids think. It's silliness. I hope the kids of this generation aren't doing that, but that's what we were doing.
You better believe they're doing that and a lot worse.
I certainly got picked on too, but that's why I was like that. Like I felt like I had to do it because it was being done to me.
So tell me a little bit about that. You were getting picked on. Why were people?
Oh well, I was a shit talker. So yeah, like
okay.
I can remember one time. Ah man, I can't remember his name anymore. But we were in BST class, basic strength training, and this kid would pick on me every day in class, every day. And we ended up like wrestling. I finally was like, all right, I'm going to fight this kid here in the middle of BST, as we're getting dressed after we left, get back to the gym, locker room. And I can remember fighting this kid, or we're wrestling. It wasn't even like a real fight. But then the BST coach, his name was Coach Vlink, and he was like a crazy football coach. And I'd always be getting in trouble with this guy. And I'll never forget it. I'm like, we're like wrestling on the ground, and I'm like flipped over. I'm getting ready to go back at him. And then all of a sudden I feel somebody grab me, and I start going the opposite direction that I was going. And I'm just getting dragged out by my ass out the door. And everyone in the class is just sitting at their lockers as I and this other kid are getting dragged out by our ass into the hallway. And then he got in my face and just screamed at me, spitting in my face, telling me about messing around. And I was just trying to stand up for myself because that was where I was getting picked on.
Mm-hmm.
So then I had to go. Well, I had these kids. One of them is cool. There was these two kids, Chuck Fry and Kyle Shimko. Now, Chuck Fry and me are cool. Like, I'll see him on the road. He still lives in the region, and we are friends now. But when he was younger, he was one of my bullies, and he rode the bus, and he'd bully me every day. He was older, upperclassman. And then there was this other kid named Kyle Shimko, and he would always he was amazing because everyone has always loved me for my beautiful blue eyes, right? That's one of the features that I have, people love me because I'm a nice guy, and then my beautiful blue eyes. See them? That's what I got. That's how I got Jenny. It's pretty much just the blue eyes. That's it. And so I don't even think Addison got the blue eyes. And that's really all she wanted them for, was so her kids had the blue eyes, and then she didn't end up having them. So I don't know what the fuck. But so I don't even remember why I'm saying this. But no, wait, what was I saying right before the Addison shit? I get on the fucking tangent.
Yeah, you got on the bus. And then
Kyle Shimko, this guy would call me Tomato Eyes. I guess I had big, and he'd call every day. He'd call me Tomato Eyes, and man, did it get to me. Oh man, did it get to me. And yeah, I think he friend requested me like 68 weeks ago. I'm never accepting that shit. But yeah, I was like, oh yeah, who wants to be my friend now, motherfucker?
Exactly. What was that, Dan?
I have a story for you real quick.
Please.
All right. So my biggest ailment at the time, like I said, was people did want to start shit with me because I was pretty much the biggest guy in school.
6'5" when you were 13, right?
No, when I graduated high school, I was 6'4".
Okay.
I grew to 6'5" my freshman year in college. But so I was like 6'3", 6'4", 270 or whatever in school. So that comes with a certain, there's a lot of guys that just want to prove they're tough or something, just because you become, even if they have no malice toward you for any other reason. So you got to deal with that.
Sure.
And then you throw on top of it, then they're like, oh, you're a freak, you're a devil worshiper. And for like 2 years, I took all this shit, and I would just try to like say, what are you talking about? I don't worship the devil. I don't even believe in the devil. And I would try to rationally talk to people and stuff. But by my 11th grade year, I told you the girl that I was fucking and shit, she was quote unquote gothic, what you would have called gothic then. So I was always defending her anyway from all these people that were wearing Confederate flags and shit. And the people, I'll get to the point. So I always thought I was going to have to fight. And are you still here?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay. I would have a CD player on, and if I was by myself, I would just be listening to, there's an album called The Great Southern Trendkill by Pantera. Mm-hmm. And it was just, it was so angry. So I would get myself ready because I would always think I was going to have to fight these rednecks. They're always, accusing me of being a devil worshiper and a freak and all this shit. And I'm like looking at them. They're the ones who's like going to be bums in a few years, which is the point of my story. Like about a month ago, no shit, I'm not going to say his last name. I'll just say his first name. And it was fucking Amos. Like, who names their kid Amos? Amos was one of these kids I always thought I was going to have to fight. Like every day, if I knew I was going to encounter him, I would purposely try to make myself angry so that if I did see him, I would be prepared mentally, because if you're laughing and having a good time and somebody starts some shit with you, at least I'm not like Steven Seagal here, so I can't just, fight and not be touched. So I thought I was going to have to fight. So I would get myself on key and ready. And he was an asshole that was always fucking with me. And like about a month ago, I took an overdose 911 call. He overdosed on heroin.
Oh, no.
Now, he did not die. But ironically, I was the one who got him the ambulance and got him the Narcan and sort of saved his life. Of course, I couldn't say that like, oh, I know who you are, motherfucker. I should let you die. But no, of course. But professionally, I just did my job and got him the help. But, inside I was thinking, I win. I fucking win. I knew you were a piece of shit in high school. And here you are overdosing on heroin.
It's like Jim and Dwight doing the favors trying to outfavor each other. No, but you said who names their kid Amos? My grandpa's name was General Amos Braggs.
Well, that's the grandpa. That's what I'm saying. Who names their kid that in the 80s,
I think we have video here of the guy overdosed and being attended.
I miss Live PD. They took it away because of all the riots last year.
What they took what away?
Live PD. It was a show. They did a show on A&E. Yeah. I think they have some spin-offs of it, but Live PD was good. And it was basically like Cops, but more live. And they kind of just went in and out from the studio to like different cities around the country. So it was like you kind of felt, and it would be like a place in Texas, little town in Texas, town in Indiana, a town in New Jersey, and they'd go back and forth to all these places, and it was a good show, but it really was a lot of just weed busts. You start to watch it too much, and then the lights, the cops' lights that they don't turn off during their investigation. It just really started to give me a headache when I'd watch it too much. But then what I started to notice was like, man, they just spent a lot of time on weed busts. It just seems unnecessary. That was my biggest takeaway. The other parts of the bus and things they had to do and truly, like deal with people's in-home problems. That's the other thing they shouldn't have to deal with as much. But that was the stuff they were doing. But it was like, man, that's the other stuff was like interesting to watch them kind of, get through all that. But then you watch them like doing all the weed busts. It just felt like a big like that was a big waste of time for them.
Now, if I could finish the youth conversation out
Sure.
from my perspective.
Sure.
I was in a school, and I'll bring this to make it 2021. I grew up in a school that was about 50-50. We didn't have a lot of Latinos or any other subcultures other than black or white. And we were about 50-50. And from my perspective, I never had heat with any black people whatsoever. And I felt like all the instigators of racial tension were always the white people. And I'm saying that as a white person. And I always found out from where I grew up, it was always the white people bringing the Confederate flags and saying the N-word and starting all of this shit, to where the point they installed metal detectors when we walked in to school every day in like my 9th or 10th grade year. Again, you probably have that in Chicago, I don't know, but we had to go through metal detectors just because of racial tension, and it was always the white people's fault. And as I've gotten older, it certainly feels that trend has continued in a political sense. But those people that I grew up with would have certainly been cheerleading January 6th.
Yeah, my suburbs were all it was all white kids going to my schools. We had maybe like 1 or 2 black kids that were at our schools most of the time, but it was mostly all white. I wasn't 50-50 where I grew up. You know, it
surprises me. I figured you all from Illinois would be way more diverse.
Oh, that's what's crazy about like around here. And growing up, that was something that I always took recognition of. Like, we're 15 minutes from Gary, Indiana, which everyone knows as either, from the
home of the Bears,
from the Music Man, or what could have been the home of the Bears, but also the home of Michael Jackson. Those are the things people know Gary, Indiana for. But now, living in the region, people talk about Gary, and it's like the jokes when you hear about like what's going on in Chicago or the South Side, that's like the region around here. When somebody takes a shot about Gary, Indiana, it's the same kind of jabs, and like when I was growing up, it always blew my mind that I lived, 10 minutes on one side of the tracks, and then these other kids could live on the other side of the tracks and have a completely different lifestyle. Both my mom and dad are school teachers. So my dad taught in the Gary school systems for like 50 years. And my mom taught in the Maryville school systems for like 40 years. So I kind of saw how different school systems had different ways about them, And so it really did open my eyes to like disadvantage, inequality. I could see that stuff. It was like it was clear as day, and so, I never got it twisted as far as we would talk about, I would always laugh about all my friends that I grew up with. We were all the biggest assholes ever, Aldo. We would break shit. We'd go around and vandalize people's houses, steal out of people's cars. We were evil little kids. We would do all this shit when we were real little. I mean, by the time I got to high school, I was done doing that. Then I was just doing drugs and trying to chase women around, but we were evil. They should have thrown us in jail like 15 times over, like going around, like right when we got our license, we'd like go around and just run over every garbage can in the whole neighborhood, drunk as piss. Like, like that was the shit. And we wouldn't get in trouble for any of that stuff. Like the cops would chase us around the neighborhood. We'd just go home, and then, another kid 20 minutes down the road, they're getting locked up. It's like, that's kind of the differences where you start to see that kind of stuff. But we I didn't go through metal detectors or anything like that. Our town, but with all this political intensity, you're seeing my area, which I call lovingly call the region. You're seeing a lot of that political energy all over the place, and I hate it. I just hope all that shit dies. I miss the days when nobody gave a fuck about politics, and if you did, you mostly kept it to yourself unless you were having a very mature conversation with somebody. You weren't just blurting it out wherever you went. The only people that were like, like nobody acted that way with politics until all this, here in the last, I don't know, even before Trump. It was probably, for 5 years, even before Trump. I ain't going to blame it all on Trump. It's been kind of like this for a while now.
Yeah, and Dan and I have talked this on previous shows. It's the biggest issue now is that people are getting different versions of the truth. So when I was a kid growing up, there were three major news networks: ABC, NBC, and CBS, and you would get your national news, and it was basically the same news on channel 2, 5, and 7 here in Chicago. Basic news. And then you picked up a newspaper, the Chicago Tribune, Chicago Sun-Times, the Chicago Daily News, or you went downtown or got the Wall Street Journal or New York Times. It was the same news. That's not the case now. Now, if you have conservative beliefs, you go over to a conservative television news channel. If you have a liberal beliefs, you go over to a liberal, and everything is skewed.
Well, that's the trick, is to not care what the truth is. That's the trick. Just be for your team, Yeah. I don't care what you tell me about Mitch Trubisky.
Right.
Mitch Trubisky's a good quarterback. See how that works?
Mm-hmm.
So whatever you say to me, I'm going to say, well, this, that, and the other is the reason why Mitch is a good. It's my team versus your team. It's
if we did that
versus
things and we're like, listen, I don't accept the fact that the Bears lost in New Orleans.
That's right.
And I just demand, because of all this bullshit and all this cheating, that we get to play in the Super Bowl.
The Saints tried to do that with the bad call they had for the Super Bowl. I mean, there's people that contest a game after it's over. You'll see that every once in a while. The Saints.
I gotta tell you that I think I've witnessed that with Greg. Sometimes he would be talking about Mitch Trubisky in a way that I didn't see the same game. What are you talking about, Greg?
That's the trick of sports. It's all objective, and that's what politics have become. You don't have to. You don't need to. It's not about the facts. It's just about being on your team.
I unload politically on this show because in real life I don't try to talk about politics. I did with my mom because, I mean, to be fair, we were on the same side. But I assume everybody else around me is completely thinks I'm immoral, morally reprehensible. So I don't talk about this shit with hardly anybody else. That's why when I'm on here,
I love talking politics, but I rarely talk about it on live shows or on social media. I have no issue talking.
I don't have any fucking friends that like Aldo, again, it feels the same way in a lot of issues. Nobody else here does. So it's like good.
Yeah,
we're sympathetic to the same view. Okay.
Yeah, we're like-minded. I enjoy the tennis match or the battle when you have because like a lot of people I work with and hang out with around here, they don't agree with a lot of the things, and I enjoy that engagement as long as it's hard to keep it where it doesn't get crazy loud. For me, as someone that will argue passionately, if I'm with somebody that has that same kind of alpha mentality in a conversation, you start arguing about points you're never going to agree on, it'll get loud. So that's the danger you play. We have that shit happen at work all the time. I mean, that's just how it is. But I enjoy it. I find it to be very therapeutic, even though I find my work buddies to be batshit crazy. But I tell them as such, and then we can laugh about it and be done with it.
Yeah, it was funny that Greg told me the story of his buddies putting a Trump bumper sticker on his car.
I'm driving around all freaking region with a Trump bumper sticker.
But you were safe.
Well, it's like in the Curb Your Enthusiasm, like
Larry David.
And then he's like, "Hey, he cut him off." He's like, "Oh, never mind. You got the MAGA hat." So maybe I didn't get pulled over or something, or maybe somebody let me, in traffic or whatever. But yeah, I certainly, like my dad would always get pissed because we'd start talking about this shit and be like, "You're a fucking liberal." I don't find myself to be a liberal at all. I swear on my life, I would have voted for John Kasich had he won the ticket over Trump. Out of all the people on each side of the aisle that year, to me, John Kasich was the one who was most presidential, how I would define who I want my president, and he's a Republican. And I honestly care less about his policy because I'm not one of those people that cares about that kind of stuff in nuance. I mean, if you really make me try to argue it, the little different nuances. I will have a stance on each thing. But at the end of the day, I don't care who's president, Republican or Democrat. I truly don't. But so like I said, I would have voted for John Kasich the last time. I thought he was the most mature person in the entire group, but I didn't get to prove that. So I had to vote for frickin' Hillary because I'd have been goddamned if I had voted for Mr. Trumpo. He was crazy. I know I keep throwing the crazy term around, but he's crazy. I couldn't do it. It's like a bridge too far. And then we all saw how that went down these last 4 years.
I was one of the disaffected liberals who said, fuck it, I'm voting for Jill Stein. So I didn't vote for him.
You had to pick a side. I thought it was cowardly.
I voted for Jill Stein. Again, I go back to like a Ralph Nader point, which was, if you could just get, I forget what the exact number is, but if the third party candidate, I think it's either 3 million or 5 million, perhaps 5 million votes, then they get a seat at the next general election and have to be included in the debates and receive federal funding. So I thought this was the time, like it with Jill Stein, this being that time, but when I was speaking of 16 in present terms, I thought, well, maybe this will be the time because Hillary and Donald Trump were both so unpopular that perhaps the third party candidate can get that threshold and get enough to where in 2020 they'll be represented in the debates.
Have you seen Get Me Roger Stone, which is a popular Netflix documentary?
Yep.
Did you see it, Dan?
I have not.
Well, he part of his game, because he's been a political strategist, all the way back to Nixon. Right.
Creep in 1972 for Nixon.
Right. So, and then all the way from that point.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Right. So from that point on, he's been a back channel political strategist, and he was a big influence in the Al Gore election where that was all tight. And in this documentary, he talks about how he would help that third party, because when you're trying to win an election, it helps to funnel, money and things into that to take away from the other party. It's like almost playing into their hands. Mm-hmm. But this time around, this is what's interesting is if Trump, now that he's been acquitted from impeachment fully, now he can run again, which was the biggest part of that whole reason why you would impeach him on both sides with the Senate and all that, because you don't want him to run again, prevent him from that. Now
you don't want him to lose again and then start the same shit over.
Exactly. Well, that's what's going to be interesting is, will the Republican Party run him again, or will he try to run as the third party? And right? they call that what are they calling it? The Freedom Party or whatever they're calling it.
There is another option, is that he can't run because he'll be in jail. If you notice today on Twitter, Al Capone,
his taxes,
right? Yeah. Al Capone was trending.
He's going to get away with it.
They'll probably lock up Donald Trump because of some tax evasion issues. Now that the Supreme Court,
or the Georgia thing, the Georgia probe is still active.
That is true. He's got a lot of legal issues fighting.
I'll believe that. I'll never believe it, because he does. He's gotten away with everything. He'll never not get away with everything.
I agree, kind of. It does. The cynic in me feels that he somehow always goes unscathed.
Mm-hmm. Hey, getting back to sports here, Dwayne Corey asks, did you guys see the video of the young kid disrespecting Cam Newton? Did you guys?
No, I saw his apology, but I didn't know what it was for.
Yeah,
I saw the video. I saw everything. That's another one I probably have a crazy take on.
Let me explain it to the people who have not seen it. It was basically at Cam Newton's football camp, a young player, I would guess he's 15, 16, 17 years old, around that age. He gets into a confrontation with Cam Newton. It was sort of everyone was smiling, but the kid kept referring to Cam Newton as, "You're a free agent. You're a free agent." In other words, saying you're not a very good quarterback anymore. And Cam took it lightly and so forth. And then today, they released another video after that interaction between the two of them. Cam was trying to talk to the kid, but the kid was still being disrespectful. He was kind of spitting on the floor, and he wasn't answering Cam's questions. And his coach interjected and said, "You're being disrespectful for Cam." And Cam said, "No, he's being fine. He's being fine." Lo and behold, today the kid sends out a social media message saying that he's very apologetic about the interaction and so forth. So, Greg, what do you think about the situation?
Well, I did think it was overblown for one.
I agree.
We're talking about a high school kid. I don't even know what grade he's in, but he's a high school kid, and we got all the world, all these NFL players, all these people coming down real hard on him. Because we want to teach a generation. What's funny is my generation, these 35-year-olds like me, want to teach this young generation about how we were my generation is not respectful to anybody. I grew up with all of them. We're a bunch of assholes. We grew up like assholes too. We just didn't have phones when we were 12. Mm-hmm. We had them when we were 16, and all they were Blackberries, and all they could do was text. So, I think the social media reaction was way over the top on this kid, but he also, I can also argue he brought it on himself. I mean, he knows what's happening here. He sees everyone's got their phones out, so he's playing to it too. But here's where I think people it's funny. Everybody's like, oh man. Now, the one thing I agree with is it's at his camp. You're there talking shit to Cam at his camp. Now, I don't know how they organize who goes there, or if he went there voluntarily, or if the coach was like, we're going here. I don't know any of that crap, but regardless, to me, Cam is one of the biggest shit talkers ever. This is the unpopular opinion that's coming out in me. And all I see is two guys shit talking. Cam's one of the biggest shit talkers ever.
That's a good point, Greg.
Well, you talk about disrespect. One time Cam was in a press conference, and a woman reporter was trying to give him some hard questions, and he was like, "Oh, sweetheart, you don't know what you're talking about," and got a lot of heat for being disrespectful to a woman at her job. Mm-hmm. Now we're going to come down hard on a kid. Hey, what goes around comes around, Cam. You talk more crap than anybody, showboat, all this other stuff. Now we got a new generation of shit talkers, and you've been shit talking for years. Now there's a new generation. Hey, what goes
the Super Bowl presser after the game?
Yeah, that was disappointing too. He did not behave in a
Cam's as immature as they come. He has been for years. Unpopular opinion, I know. I've watched Cam. My buddy's a huge diehard Panther fan, and they missed out on the year Andrew Luck didn't come out the year he was supposed to. And had he, they would have just got Andrew Luck. Instead, they ended up with Cam Newton. Andrew comes out the next year and goes to the Colts. And every year, my buddy would just try to all in on Cam. It was like Mitch. But with Cam, to me, he had all these inconsistencies. He had different immaturities. There was one game where they were down 31-0, and he scored a touchdown and pushed his team out of the way and was I don't know. To me, it's funny. It's ironic to me for everyone to be like, oh my God, instead of shit talking Cam, he could learn something from that MVP. What? How to be a showboat and talk shit? That's what Cam does all the time. He's a great player, but he's a great player because he's a physical freak. You can't really teach that. I mean, he also is very smart on the field. You see the one highlight where he's we talk about quarterbacks that point things out, and he pointed it out. I think it was on the Packers, scored the touchdown. So I'm not saying he's not smart as far as understanding how to play the quarterback position, but at the same time, he is a shit talker and a showboater. So, hey, you reap what you sow. You taught this young generation how to be cocky, Cam. You're at the front of that. So there's one of your new young generation. Michael Jordan, I know what he did to kids that did that stuff at his camp. There's records of it. He would kill those kids. There was one, I was just watching a documentary where he was talking about one kid. I can't remember who it was. And then he made him stay after all the little kids went home, all the campers. And he was schooling him all night long. Every great NBA player that ever came across him will tell you that story. So, that's how Jordan handled that. Jordan didn't handle it by yelling, I'm rich. That's not what Jordan would say. We want to talk about what would Jordan do. Jordan wouldn't be yelling, I'm rich. So then it all blows up. This kid is becoming an example for all of Twitter to say. So then they do another video. Cam sets this up. I mean, because he tweeted the video out and it goes to ESPN. I thought the next video was a little crazy because this kid's life is now changing. He goes from you know what I mean? And I know it's like, oh, boo-hoo to the kid. There's an element of that. He's got to eat it a little bit, but we're talking a pretty giant moment. And Cam, of all people, being the... So I don't know. For me, then the second video, like I said, Cam's like kind of grandstand in the moment to me a little bit. That's how I read it, and I know no one else read it that way. So I just kept my mouth shut. I mean, the kid to me definitely shouldn't have been opening his mouth to begin with. And that's where it ends. But Cam, come on now. Everybody's like acting like,
I wish that the kid's coach or even teammates would have said, come on, chill, we're at his camp, be a little respectful, but at the same time, there is that culture of just busting each other's balls. And Cam was doing it back to him, saying, I'm rich, and he's saying, you're a free agent. And so there's that. I think you're right, Greg. Too much was made out of this. It was overblown. And we've probably talked enough about it. So.
Even the kid that posted it put a caption that he thought Cam was going to get the brunt end of it for yelling, I'm rich to the kid. But then everyone thought this was going to be the time that we teach the young generation a lesson about respect, which I find hilarious because like half the people that are my age trying to teach these kids respect don't know a fucking thing about respect.
There you go. There you go. All right.
The baby boomer generation. They are the only ones that truly know about it, in my opinion.
Probably right. I want to talk now a little bit about movies. On last week's show, Greg, I asked Dan to take a look at a few movies. He's actually, I think, seen all of them or maybe one or two of them. And we wanted to talk about those. And maybe, Greg, if you've seen these movies, comment on them. If not, I want to get your opinion on any movies that you've seen that you'd like to recommend or blast. But we'll start with Dan first. And Dan, tell me, what did you see and what did you think?
Can I say one more thing about what I was trying to get in there a second ago?
Your show.
You all were talking about Jordan like he was some fucking, I mean, I know he won 6 championships, but come on, man. He was starting fights with Will Perdue and Steve Kerr.
No.
Charles Oakley and Horace Grant. And Horace Grant said that on the radio. So it's not just me. He was always picking
He wasn't starting
fights.
He wasn't starting fights. He was trying to toughen guys up.
Yeah.
Charles Oakley didn't need to be toughened up. Horace Grant didn't need to be toughened up. He was starting fights with guys that he needed them to step up. He needed them to be more intense. Will Perdue and Steve Kerr were two of those guys. So Horace
said it, not me.
I know. And I was just going to say, I think, Horace is not happy with the way he was depicted on the show. And so
Cam got in a big fight with the DB once, and Steve Smith was always trying to kick his ass.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't like when Horace or anyone says that Michael was picking fights with somebody. Michael, unlike many stars in any sports, he was showing up to practice to play like it was an NBA finals game. And that he needs all the respect in the world. And, Michael Jordan was a dick. He was not the type of guy that I wanted to go hang out with because we might, make a friendly wager and he'd try to cut my balls off. But at the same time, he's the guy that I want playing on my team. He's the guy that I want in my foxhole. He's the guy that I want when I walk into a bar and people are giving us dirty looks. He's the guy that I want to be next to because he was just a tough ass motherfucker. And I appreciate that.
You know who I'd like to have on my team, America in '92, is Isaiah Thomas.
No way.
But Michael Jordan wouldn't let that happen.
No way.
And then runs from it and won't fucking confess to it, even after all these years. So wishy-washy about it.
Greg, do you think that Michael in The Last Dance said I had nothing to do with it?
Well, I think it was just an unspoken understanding that Mike wouldn't play unless Isaiah wasn't on the team. I think that's just kind of
deserved to be on the team.
Oh yeah, 100% he did.
He did, and Michael said that in The Last Dance. Now there was bad blood between them because of what Isaiah did, and so I think there was just this interpretation that Michael would not have been happy because Michael was a bit on the fence whether he wanted to be a part of that dream team. And so they wanted to make things as nice as possible for Michael. And that meant surrounding him with players that he liked. So I don't think that necessarily Michael Jordan was saying, no way am I going to go if Isaiah Thomas is there. I don't think that was the case.
But I also think Michael has that mob boss kind of bravado at that point where he doesn't have to say it.
That's a good point.
He just
why does he not like Isaiah? Because Isaiah put him out 3 years in a row. That's the reason he doesn't like Isaiah.
No.
Well, it's because he didn't shake his hand. No. It's because he pissed everybody off.
What happened the day before that game, though, when Jordan came out in the paper and said that the whole world wants them to lose and disrespected them before game 4?
Yeah,
so, I mean,
which is true.
Again, like
still shake hands after you lose. You gotta shake. No, Jordan shook their stupid hands 3 years in a row.
Shake the fucking Detroit's hands in '88.
Talking about other teams. Talking about what Jordan did.
Because McHale and Isaiah were friends.
That's not true. The issue
respect thing.
You want me to send you the game? That is true.
Send me the game.
Walked off the court.
Send me the game, but
at the Silverdome.
But that doesn't prove what the issue was between the Bulls and the Pistons. The fact of the matter is that the Detroit Pistons took to the NBA to a dirty level. I mean, basketball was already.
Yeah, the Bulls were the only team that hated.
Hold on, let me finish. But the basketball was already very physical, but the Pistons were committing fouls to purposely hurt people. Purposely hurt Scottie Pippen when he's up in the air and he's being shoved. Purposely hurt Michael Jordan by grabbing him by the neck and bringing him down. So
I got to interject. We can pull up on YouTube right now where Robert Parrish literally punches Lambeer in the Eastern Conference Finals. I mean, like a KO shot.
That's retribution. That's revenge.
Lambeer's down for 5 minutes, and when he comes up, they didn't even call a foul on Boston. Not even a fucking flagrant foul, because it's in Boston at the Garden. They don't even call a personal foul. And he got fucking hit on the nose and in the head. Game 5, Eastern Conference Finals, 87. Pull it up right now if you want to bring it up on YouTube.
No, but here you're playing that same game that you accuse conservatives doing. What about this? What about this? I'm talking about the Detroit Pistons. I'm talking about what the Pistons did.
The whole league played that style at that time.
No. The Pistons took it to a whole different level, bro.
It certainly was a more physical league all around.
84?
Fucking A.
Look at what was going on. That's how the Celtics won that series, because they fucking cheap shotted the Lakers and just beat them into submission. And the Lakers even said that going into 85, they knew they weren't strong enough. They were the better team.
Yeah, but the Pistons still were making a point
because of all the cheap shot fouls that Boston was putting on them.
There's no question the Pistons were making a point to be the antagonizers. They bragged about it as such.
That was after they were already called the bad boys, though, and then they went with it. I mean, I lived through this, saw it live as it happened.
Me too.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So when it finally got to the point, they'd won their championships, they made their brand of being the bad boys, but then Jordan finally slays the dragon. You got to show the respect there. You got to.
I agree. They should have shown. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that.
When you add that with all the other shit and then pissing everybody off with the fight and stuff, because they were at that point purposely antagonizing people to go along with this, reputation. It created this thing, and it's almost funny. It probably would have been fine if they had just had Isaiah go out there. I mean, Chuck Daly was the coach, and Chuck Daly was the one administering all this pain. And Jordan and Chuck Daly golfed every day when they were on the Dream Team, and they were best friends. They had this connection like Phil and him never had. So I guarantee if they'd have just put Isaiah out there, it would have been no problem. But at the time, it wasn't just Jordan. It was all.
What's Michael's thing? Oh, Isaiah didn't give me the ball in the 85 All-Star game.
He didn't. He didn't.
Deal.
He didn't. But it wasn't. It's not like you gotta look at it from the standpoint of here is a young guy who is doing really well in the league, getting a lot of acclamation, and all of a sudden one of the veterans in the league decides to play a petty game in the All-Star game and tells his teammates, don't pass the ball to Jordan. That's bullshit.
Do you think that Jordan wouldn't have? I mean, you watch that Dream Team amazing 2-hour documentary they had on NBA TV where they show those practices where they had like some of the best games they've ever had. Jordan would have invited Isaiah to those showdowns. To me, that's a David Stern move. Just became, the head of the NBA at that time, an early, owner or whatever, not owner, president of the NBA, whatever you want to call it.
He was a commissioner in the 80s.
And right. That's what I'm saying. He's young in his tenure. Jordan is now peaking. The NBA is starting to peak. Bird magic just happened, and now Jordan's taking it to this next stratosphere. And like Aldo said, they wanted Jordan to have the most cushy vacation because he didn't want to play. He had just won a championship, and he didn't want to fucking be out there, for another, however long it takes to do the damn Olympics. So they wanted to make sure every amenity was to his liking. Even if he didn't have to,
he was to his liking the rest of his career, call wise. So,
yeah. What, you don't like Jordan? What the fuck is this?
I guess not.
I did not like Utah. I was rooting for the Bulls, but he threw Brian Russell to the fucking floor in '98, and that should have been a foul. But they let that stand as the game-winning shot. That game should have gone to Game 7, and you all know it, man. That was an offensive foul.
Yeah, I'm playing some video right now of Bill Cartwright elbowed Isaiah Thomas in the eye. He's got some blood running down his right eye. And then his coach comes over to calm Isaiah down. And what does Isaiah do? He grabs his coach by the neck and starts choking him.
Sprewell.
Unbelievable. This guy was a maniac. I'm going to play it again right there. There's Isaiah, and I rate Isaiah because Bill Cartwright elbowed him, and then his coach comes down to calm him down. What's he do? He grabs him by the neck. He's a maniac. He was a maniac.
He's from Chicago.
I know. That's why he's a maniac.
Isaiah, the reason I like Isaiah so much, I wasn't a Detroit fan, was because of Game 6 of the '88 finals. Again, as a kid watching that, those like the 20 plus points he had on basically a broken ankle was just the most courageous, inspiring effort I ever saw on an NBA court. I mean, I just thought this guy is all heart. He's like 6 foot tall, and it's just all heart.
I agree with you, Dan, that there was Isaiah had that same will to win that Michael Jordan has. And that is a characteristic.
Yeah, but Jordan's also 6'6". Isaiah's a little guy.
I know, but still, but I'm talking about this one particular aspect of the human condition. And he had the very same will to win that Michael Jordan had, which at times can be toxic because, hey, I'm playing for fucking cards here, dude. Don't fucking start choking me. But at times it's what wins you championships. Right. And to your point is Jordan was 6'6" and blessed with better athletic skills than Isaiah, which is why he had more success. But Isaiah had that same equal will to win. He probably didn't cheat at cards like Michael Jordan does, but he had that same. And for that, I respect him, but I also am angry with him because he didn't control it, just like I get angry at Jordan.
But that's where I feel like in all, maybe not all sports, but and I like the NBA for what it is now, but just back in the day, competition was more important back in the day. I don't know what it takes because it's a trickle down effect, but they all wanted to be better than each other. So what Isaiah had more than a few people had, in the league, as far as that, because competitiveness drove all them to that greatness. And it's like, I just don't see that. Like you see that with Tom Brady, and I feel like Patrick Mahomes has that same. You saw it with he had nobody by. He's still trying to make these unbelievable throws. That you're talking about, and it's like, man, now you fast forward to what the NBA is now. Kobe had it, I feel like a guy like Steph, but it's like very rare, like. But back in the day, I felt like there was more players that could do what you're talking about, like will your team to win through tireless practice and concentration.
Dan, where do you put LeBron James on your list of great NBA players?
Well, I don't know. LeBron's story is still being written, and he could very well turn out to be the Tom Brady of his era in the sense that not only is I'm not trying to say he's going to win, 7 championships like he predicted when he went to Miami. What I'm trying to say is, what is LeBron now? 36?
I think you're right. I'll double check.
LeBron could still be in the finals at 43. He's
going to be playing with his kid here soon.
He could be the Tom Brady of the NBA. And if he is still winning into his 40s, then I think that will sort of redefine and maybe mitigate losing all those NBA finals that he has lost. So I don't.
None of it'll catapult him ahead of Jordan. To be clear,
right? And that's my era, so I would like to think that that's right because I'm one of the guys that's been sort of a hater of LeBron, but I have to give him credit for what he's doing. And to, I think he helped his image a lot by finally going back and winning in Cleveland versus basically being a wrestling heel by going to Miami. And,
it was big. It was a big gamble, and he cashed in by getting it. He got it by the skin of his teeth. History will never remember how he got it, but he got it.
But no, winning it in Cleveland, though, sort of absolved him of leaving.
I know. He had to beg the refs in the league to suspend Draymond to get it, but he got it.
Right. Well, they were down 3-1, so that took a lot to come back.
That was huge. That was huge.
Went Game 7 in Oakland too, so that's something else you have to look at.
I know he gets Game 7. He got it. Kyrie hit the damn shot for him.
If he keeps winning, though, if he keeps winning into his 40s, then people are going to just say like, "Wow, this guy."
Well, I think the next renaissance, like I said, will be when he plays with his son, and he's like Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr.'s. When they played together, and that was like no one had ever seen that. And then maybe LeBron's kid will be even better and way more likable. And that'll be the story.
So while we were talking, Dan sends me this clip of Robert Parrish punching Bill Laimbeer. I'm playing it now, Dan. So what's your point here?
That's what I was telling you earlier. They didn't even call a foul on Parrish on this play.
Isn't that great? No one got thrown out.
Not a flagrant.
They just shot free throws.
No personal foul was called.
There weren't flagrant fouls called back then. They pissed because of the Pistons' behavior on the basketball court. They introduced flagrant fouls because of what the Pistons did. Now, if you think that Robert Parrish just out of the blue punched this guy in the face, it's because of what Bill Laimbeer was doing throughout the game that got his.
I know what it was for is because he had gotten into an altercation earlier in the series with Bird, so that's what it was for.
Okay, so there was reason for it. I don't understand
at the very least that's a personal foul is what I'm saying at the very least, and they didn't even call it as a personal foul. Is what my point is. That's what I'm saying. The league was rough then.
Yeah, it was rough.
It wasn't just Detroit is my point.
But Detroit took it to a level. You have to admit this, Dan, that the behavior by the Detroit Pistons is what instituted flagrant fouls. It's what the NBA did. It said, hey, we have to stop this physical activity that the Pistons are promulgating because it's ruining the game. The game isn't about punching people in the face. The game is about artistry. The game is about dunking. The game is about 3-point shooting. The game is about dribbling. The game is about passing the ball. And these guys were winning because they were physically intimidating people. And that's not what a championship team should do in the NBA. They should do that in the NFL, not in the NBA.
We disagree with this. If you want me to be my honest opinion,
please,
on this.
Of course you.
I will say Chicago deserves all their accolades with their 6 titles. I won't take anything away from that whatsoever. I will say that Detroit doesn't get the credit because at the time they disrupted Boston and they disrupted the Lakers run, and the league loved the Celtics. The league loved the Lakers, and then they wanted the Bulls to be the next team. I'm saying and again, you can disagree, and I know you do, and it's fine. That's cool. Mm-hmm. That doesn't make me right. But I think that every team was rough in that era, and that just sort of had to be the label slapped on Detroit because they didn't like that team. So we call them thugs because we're not fans of of them. But when Boston does it, it's okay. And Boston did that shit to the Lakers constantly. And it was okay because the league loved the Celtics. The league loved the Lakers. The league loved the Bulls. They did not like the Pistons.
By the way, we lost Greg Braggs. Greg is back now. I think he's back. Yeah, there he is.
I'm trying.
Greg is treating this like a Friday night at
my laptop. I haven't plugged in, but it just
died on you.
Huh?
It just died on you.
It just died. It said no. It couldn't take any more. I don't know. I literally haven't plugged in, so I don't know what else to do.
Well, I gotta admit, this is a sexier shot of you, man. Look at those blue eyes, everybody. Look at this guy's blue eyes.
A little red.
By the way, Dan, people are just praying that you're going to be on camera someday soon because they want to look at your sexy eyes too.
Okay.
That's what Heidi said. Heidi Zimmerman was in the chat room, and I swear on a stack of Bibles, at least a dozen times she says, "Why isn't Dan on camera? I want to see Dan. I want to see Dan." So take it up with her.
Heidi's a good-looking lady. So.
Ooh, yeah, baby. I asked her for a date on Friday night, but she's busy.
I'll answer your. I'll try to give you an awkward segue and go into your movie question.
Okay.
How about that?
Excellent.
Okay, couple things I watched that you recommended, and I can go into specifics if you want. But I've watched. Let me get the title right. The movie about the Black Panthers. What was it called? The Black Judas and the Black Messiah.
That's it.
Okay, I watched that. I watched L.A. Confidential. I watched the Britney Spears documentary as well. Mm-hmm. I think those are the 3 that you told me I should watch.
Yeah. What are you going to start with?
L.A. Confidential. If there was something weird going on, I watched it at work on someone's Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm.
The lady I work with let me access her Prime, and we had it on the television. And for whatever reason, it wouldn't allow me to turn the subtitles on because I found myself getting lost, and I felt like the backstory was a bit convoluted. Mm-hmm. So then I went, because I was pausing it, and then I went to Wikipedia. I was like, well, let me follow the plot as it's happening because I can't read the subtitles. Like, well, I'm not following all the dialogue or something. Mm-hmm. And then the plot on Wikipedia wasn't in sequential order. So then I tried to go just by looking up reviews and like a scene by scene breakdown, and I couldn't find any of those. Everything just wanted to give you the whole review at once, and I didn't want spoilers ahead, so I had a problem following the backstory. Like, again, maybe if I could have read subtitles, it would have been different.
Mm-hmm.
All in all, like, I got the big stuff, and I was shocked, like with Kevin Spacey's demise and James Cromwell being the actual villain, like all that stuff shocked me the way it should have.
Mm-hmm.
But I think some of the backstory, it didn't like emotionally build with me because I was confused and was like, wait, what are they talking about? Like, what happened earlier in the film? What am I missing? That's what I kept feeling on the movie. So if I watch it again, like, I want to watch it with subtitles because overall, I could break down a synopsis, like a general skeleton outline, and tell you what happened in the film. But for the characters, for me to care about Russell Crowe's character or the guy, I can't think of his name, the one who's like the police are weary of because like he was honest and he's a snitch. Yeah, like I kind of like, I know his dad was killed or something, but I just couldn't follow their story. Like their individual characters, their individual stories, I was confounded on. But as a whole, I understood what the movie was, just not on their individual characters. So all in all, the movie was okay, and it would have been better if I could have followed along what was happening. The Black Panther movie.
Hold on a second before you go there. I want to ask Greg, did you see LA Confidential ever, Greg?
No, I've never seen it.
All right.
I've seen bits of it, but yeah, no, now that
Dan saw bits of it, I need subtitles. How the fuck you guys watch movies? You're supposed to watch movies in the beginning.
When I was younger, I had a friend that loved it, but I was like too young for it and I didn't get it. So like I can remember watching it with him, but I just didn't get it as a kid. I guarantee it I would enjoy it now. But yeah, no, I haven't seen it. And now I find it hard to like get around to, like, I was trying to watch House of Cards the other day because I never finished it.
Right.
And it's hard with Kevin Spacey because he's like, he plays a creep in the show, and then you know what he did in real life, and you're like, this is kind of weird now.
It is, yeah.
It's like, man, and I hate that because Kevin Spacey's a great actor. Some of my favorite movies ever, you know. So I'm not trying, but it's just like, so I don't know what kind of role he plays in LA Confidential, but he normally plays a creep, like in American Beauty.
He's one of the quote unquote good guys, I guess you could say.
He plays a cop who wants to achieve TV stardom, but has become jaded at his job, and then something happens where he becomes enlightened and wants to help solve this crime that the movie's about. So it's a great role for him, and he does an outstanding job. But I agree with you, Greg. Watching his movies now, you kind of feel like, oh man, this guy's creepy. So all right, so what's the next movie you got, Dan?
I watched the Black Panther film that you spoke of.
Okay.
And I did enjoy it a lot. And both of these films I had to watch at work, so I was having to pause them when we got busy. But again, I was trying to get every detail I could, and if I missed something, I'd rewind it. And I didn't get to watch it in a normal setting, like 2 straight hours. Like I said, I'd have to pause it. And but I was really paying attention and not like just, texting or casually watching. Like when I was watching, I was watching is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Now, I had no problem following that film. And the fact that, again, I didn't look into the real stuff as much other than reading the Wikipedia of the real guy.
Mm-hmm.
But just to know that he was fucking 21.
21 years old, yes.
Yeah, and just knowing that they fucking killed him. I mean, basically, I don't want to say that and feel like they could get us for libel, but allegedly they had this guy targeted and killed just because he inspired people, and they were threatened by that. And the fact that he was 21 and seemed to be in jail on a bogus charge anyway, and then they weren't even happy that he was going back to jail, so he had to be killed because he could get dangerous in jail too. It's just, oh my God, it's an example of that whole era, with Dr. King.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as he comes out against Vietnam, basically he's killed. Obviously, Kennedy's going to withdraw from Vietnam. He's killed. Bobby's for peace. He's killed. It's like, if you weren't a fucking warmonger, if you weren't just for their profits, you got killed, if you were in a leadership role. And I don't want to give a speech here. I'm just saying, but the film was just like, it was almost typical of that era. But when you see it, it made me really mad, I guess is what I'm saying, for this guy and his family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's not just a fictional character. This is a real life situation, I mean, even if it is 50 years ago, like, this guy was alive and had a kid on the way, I mean, and was fucking killed.
Mm-hmm.
Even if like they Hoover's not in step with what he believes and literally thinks that this guy can single-handedly bring down America, you can't kill him.
No, I'm totally with you. And for those who have not seen the movie, it's basically the story of an FBI informant who in real life was a 17-year-old kid who was apprehended for stealing a car, and an FBI agent recruits him to become an informant and basically a spy of the Black Panthers organization. And under the Chicago chapter of the Black Panthers was doing incredible things. They had a Head Start program. They were helping the poor. Lots of things that the government has since done. They were doing it in Chicago prior to these government programs. And we lost Greg again, but I'm sure he'll be back.
He had the two gangs like not fighting each other.
Right, exactly. He had the two gangs not fighting. He was a great leader, but he was also espousing Marxist philosophy, and so that's why he was under
dangerous to the Republic. Yeah.
Exactly. And so J. Edgar Hoover wanted him done and wanted him done in a physical way. So let me bring my man. Greg, you okay?
I did. Now I'm on my phone. So it started the service. It started like I could only hear you. The video movement stopped, so I knew it was about to shut down. So I'm totally crashing this entire segment with my laptop and my phone crashing.
No, you're doing great.
Well, Greg, have you watched this film?
Yeah, have you watched this?
No, and it's definitely something I would enjoy.
I think
I can't remember. There's this documentary called like The Evolution of the Vanguard, which is about the Black Panther. And they talk about that story in there, and there's a lot of interesting stuff with that whole movement and the resistance against it and trying to undermine it through back channel ways and stuff like that. And it just really makes you think about, how we've gotten to where we've gotten at this point in our country. You reap what you sow. And, the other thing, the other thing I noticed from the trailer was the bad guy from Breaking Bad that's in it. What's his name? The one that I know I keep saying crazy today, but I can't help it. But the one so in the trailer, the one guy that's in Breaking Bad,
Jesse Plemons.
Yes, he's an amazing actor. I bet you he's really
is. By the way, he just got a lead role in a Martin Scorsese movie, a role that was originally slated for Leonardo DiCaprio. He had to bow out, and Scorsese picked Jesse Plemons to play that role. So it's pretty incredible. Good for him.
Oh, so DiCaprio bowed out of the movie with Robert De Niro then?
Yes, that's.
Do you think that it's finally the movie about the guy that had the hotel in Chicago that they've had the copyright? They've had the rights to this story for like 2 decades. Aldo, who am I talking about? From like the early 1900s, and he had a hotel, and he would kill people in this hotel. What's his name? It's a notorious killer. And there was a book written about it, and they've been waiting to make this movie forever.
Yeah, Ed McCaskey.
No, that's not the movie that he's starring in. The movie that Jesse Plemons is going to take the role of Leonardo DiCaprio is Killers of the Flower Moon. Plemons will play the role of Tom White, an FBI agent investigating a series of brutal murders with the Osage Nation of Oklahoma. DiCaprio will now play the nephew to Robert De Niro as a rancher, while Lily Gladstone fills out the cast. So
also DiCaprio still in it.
He is. I thought he was not, but according to this report by Collider.com, he is taking a lesser role. So that way he doesn't have, it's a supporting role, and Jesse Plemons will take the lead role, which is a huge, huge career move for Jesse Plemons. And I'm really happy for him. The first time I saw him, guys, was on Friday Night Lights, the TV show. He was a friend of one of the star players and kind of reluctantly got onto the football team and started playing really well as he progress into a senior year. That's when I first saw him. And then I saw him in other movies, and I said, whoa. And I saw he was in one of the seasons of Fargo, and he had a great role as a notorious killer in Fargo, the FX TV show. So he's quite the talent, and I'm so happy for him that he's getting this lead role. Dan, tell me about the other. What's the next you got? Britney Spears?
Yeah, I went into the Britney thing. It's ironic we were talking about mental health issues because that's what this documentary was supposed to make me feel sorry for her on. My opinion going into that is kind of the same. I don't want to sit here and attack Britney, but I'm just saying, like, she used her sexuality, and I know that she was being coached by her handlers and her director, and she was a minor and blah, blah, blah. But that's what catapulted her into superstardom was that music video.
Mm-hmm.
And she was dressed a certain way, and then we're supposed to feel bad when people ask her about the way she's dressed in her video. And by the way, that isn't even singular. That's her videos. That was what she was building her career on in 99, 2000, 2001. And now when you get to the postpartum depression and things like that, of course, I have empathy for that, even though I'm not a woman. But I feel bad for her on that and the stuff with the head and all that. Like, oh, wow, I never considered at the time like she was having a breakdown because of postpartum depression, or at least that's what it infers to me.
Mm-hmm.
Now that, like, I'm like, wow, that is an interesting take. Like, that should have been something that her people. It's almost like when Jay got hurt against Green Bay in the championship game, and the Bears like refused to like tell Fox that he was really fucking hurt. And everybody was like thinking he wasn't hurt, he didn't care or whatever. So they should have told, like, her PR people should have been telling people, telling the media, telling TMZ, like, nah, she's having mental problems. And people would have viewed her in a sympathetic lens at that time. But the early stuff, she's trying to have it both ways. Again, she built her fame on her body.
But she was a child then, Dan.
Yeah, but that's on the first video. By the time her second album comes out, she's certainly 18, 19, 20. So you're building your fan base and you're going to the bank with that sexuality. You then in turn can't be appalled when people ask you about the sexuality that you are using. It'd be like if Manson in 97
I disagree with you.
Would have been pissed off if people said, why are you using religious imagery at your shows? And he's like, oh, I can't talk about that. I mean, if that's your shtick, that's your shtick. And I mean, that was kind of her shtick, in my opinion. And the first 3, 4, 5 years of her career was hardcore selling her body. I don't mean in a prostitution sense. I meant in a marketing sense with her sexuality. And that's fine. That's cool. Like Christina Aguilera did that too, and she did it without any regrets. Mm-hmm. She's not trying to be a victim out of it. And I think that in that aspect, that's just my opinion, that I feel like they're trying to have that both ways. The postpartum depression angle is serious, and it did make me reevaluate things. And it is very crazy to me that this woman could almost be 40 years old and still doesn't have control of her own money. So I do buy into that Save Britney shit because, like, yeah. Come on, man. The court's got to say she's a grown-ass woman now. If she wants to just give away all of her money to the fucking homeless and live in a box motel the rest of her life and smoke crack, that's her business.
Exactly.
She's the one who earned that money. She's the one that performed, not her fucking dad and all these people that are using her.
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you on that.
But I do think that she helped cultivate that money with her sexuality. And again, I feel like you can't then run from the questions. Right. That's the tactic you chose.
So let me ask Greg this question. Did you ever jerk off to Britney? No, just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Is my camera frozen now?
No, you were momentarily, but you're fine now.
See, because on my end, everything's frozen. So now,
no.
Who knows?
You look actually, the image looks like something out of a Martin Scorsese movie. So I'm expecting somebody to whack you at any second.
Let's just hope Greg doesn't get drunk and start masturbating, thinking that you can't see him.
myself. I got myself the bottle here.
Oh my God! Look at the good stuff, Jack Daniels.
Yeah, and my buddy gave this to me the other day because he asked me to stand up at his wedding next fall. So
congratulations! That's a great moment. Absolutely.
Now he's younger, and him and his crew, they all started a group text about going to Vegas, and it got me nervous about that because I don't think I could survive. I'm too old for that shit. I'm like Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon. I'm too old for this shit.
It sounds like you're Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon, the way you were talking earlier.
Yeah,
I was. Now I've become Danny Glover. Now my goals are to get Addison potty trained and those things. I'm not a kid anymore.
Well, Aldo, I got a suggestion for you. Then I figured we could touch on the Woody Allen thing. No pun intended. Jesus. But I watched that documentary last night too, and I'm sorry, there was a pun intended there. I confess to it.
I know there was.
But the one movie, I don't know if you've seen it. I watched it today because I couldn't sleep all day, and I've been up, feels like 14 hours already, maybe longer. I watched a movie on Gary Hart today. Have you seen that where Hugh Jackman plays Gary Hart?
Yes, I did. I thought it was an excellent, very well done movie.
Yeah, I thought it was a good film too. I forget what it was called.
Yeah,
but,
I'll look it up. But I thought that was good. And before we continue, I just wanted to get Greg's thoughts on Britney Spears. You probably haven't seen the documentary, right, Greg?
No, I haven't seen it.
But if you're a fan or even just interested in the topic of, somebody taking control of their finances, she clearly went through postpartum depression, which is why she shaved her head and so forth. And so people took advantage of that and took control of her finances. And so now a lot of her fans are saying free Britney and let her control her own finances. But
that was 14 fucking years ago.
Exactly. A long time ago.
What's crazy isn't Jessica Simpson going through that same stuff with her dad on control of finances? I think that's going on with her too. It's weird how both of them don't seem to have control. All that money they made, you'd think it'd be a no-brainer that they'd have. But yeah, it's definitely something I'd be interested in watching. That's my generation. Yeah. Be lying if young Greg Braggs wasn't tuned into MTV TRL's late night. Come on now. But yeah.
Oops, you did it again.
No, for the music, Aldo, for the music.
Greg was talking.
Right. And my wife, Jenny, I know, was a huge Britney fan, and her friends went to a couple Britney concerts. They were big fans of Britney Spears. So, definitely something I'd be interested in. One thing I enjoyed that was like a nostalgia movie that had kind of that drama and pop was the movie about Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I enjoyed that too. I, Tanya.
Yes, I, Tanya.
What a great movie. Like if they could do, I guess this is more of a documentary, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
it's a
total documentary. Yes.
Yeah, but it's just, I don't know. The way they did that, it was like a documentary movie almost. It was like really, really compelling. I assumed you guys had seen it, but that just made me think of that.
So go ahead.
I've got a connection for you, Aldo.
Please
follow me on this, and you can triple check this. Let's bring this full circle. I'm maybe I'm wrong, but the Bears playoff loss against the Eagles, the Cody Parkey, January 6th. Trump at the Capitol, January 6th. Nancy Kerrigan getting the club behind the knee, January 6th. All three of those there's tragic events. The Bears playoff loss, Nancy Kerrigan, and the violent overthrow of the country all occurred on January 6th. And Nikki, my high school girlfriend, that was also her birthday. January the 6th, 1983. No fucking shit. We've brought it all full circle now. This entire conversation. Well, triple check my work there, January 6th.
I got you, man. I got you. You're absolutely right. And here's something else. What's his name? Nick Slant, the guy who was responsible for the whacking of Nancy Kerrigan's.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot.
He was at the Capitol. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that guy that played him in the movie, is so good because he seems like a dumbass.
Yes, he was really
That movie's flawless.
Which reminds me of something else, Aldo.
Uh-huh.
Last week, you were like shocked that I watched or listened to James Carville.
Yes.
And I'm going to send, you can play it on the show or not, or just use it for yourself. It's a 2-minute clip of him basically saying that Tuberville from Alabama is a fucking idiot. So
good.
I thought, and he cusses. So
have you guys seen?
Gotcha.
Have you guys seen Your Honor? I don't know. Everyone's been talking about it lately. We watched it through. I felt like it fell short. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
That's the Ted Danson show?
No, Your Honor, the new Bryan Cranston series on Showtime.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that.
I haven't watched that.
Yeah.
Everyone's loving up on it because it's got kind of Breaking Bad vibes as far as the way it's drama. Each episode's, kind of got the edge of your seat kind of feel or whatever.
Right.
But everyone's like kind of, like, I don't see too many people saying negative things about it. And I don't know, when Jenny and I watch it, I tend to just be annoyed. I kind of hate watch it because, like, I enjoy Bryan Cranston. I enjoy all the ingredients, but then they put it all together and I'm like complaining most of the time when I'm watching it. But I don't want to spoil it if you guys haven't seen it.
No, I don't think I'm going to see it now after that recommendation.
Well, everybody's like, it's in that Ozarks Breaking Bad category, but I don't know. There's just certain elements of it that.
Wait, Greg, did you just hear what Dan said? He thought Ozarks was terrible. I love that series.
No, you're crazy. Ozarks is great. The only thing that wasn't good about Ozarks was, in spoiler alert for anyone that doesn't want to hear this next sentence, but the wife should have got the bullet.
Jeez. This is really turning into a misogynistic show between my comments.
They gave the lawyer the bullet, and Aldo, you can attest to this.
Yes.
The lawyer did not deserve the bullet. The wife did.
That is true. He probably didn't, but nonetheless. All right. So let me switch subjects here. We're going to talk about, speaking of misogynistic, Allen versus Farrell, the HBO documentary series that had its debut episode Sunday night. What did you think, Mr. Dan Aguirre?
I was shocked. I knew the backstory that he had married Mia Farrow's adopted daughter. I knew that. And that's bad in itself. But I didn't know that he was allegedly touching this other child. Dakota, was that her name?
Yes.
I didn't know that story at all. And to have her as an adult on there intimating it as well, I'm assuming by episode 2, we'll get her definitively saying that. By the way, I don't know if you saw this, HBO's being threatened to be sued because, and it's not because of what you're thinking. It's not Woody saying, oh, this is bullshit. His publisher is saying that they used his book on tape, his voice without that they violated copyright infringement. Mm-hmm. So they're going to be sued apparently. But yeah, I knew that I didn't like Woody Allen, and I knew that I had not seen any of those films that they were talking about. And so maybe because I didn't like him and thought that he was weird anyway, maybe I believed that he was capable of those things. But I just legitimately didn't know that that was an accusation against him with the other kid. And it just reaffirms that I thought, like, why is this guy like a thing? Like, like, well, why is he like some celebrated New Yorker or something? I don't get it. Like, and now to know that he was molesting that kid, and it was so weird how he didn't even care about his own kid because his kid was a son. Mm-hmm. He wanted a girl, and then when the son was born, he's like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. And it was so weird that Mia Farrow was like okay with him saying, I just don't like children, and I don't want anything to do with your kids. Nothing. I don't want to be a dad. And it's like suddenly he can't get enough of her kids, which contradicts everything you said. But if you have 7 children and the guy you're fucking says, I hate kids, maybe you shouldn't be seeing that guy anyway.
Right.
But anyway, so then he takes a liking to the girl and ignores his own son and ignores all the other kids. Like there's all these huge flags. I can understand why the family, it's hard to accuse somebody you care about of being, like I told you a few weeks ago, someone that I know is in jail now because of child porn.
Mm-hmm.
And you never think the person is capable of something that heinous. Like I can understand why Mia would, be like, turn a blind eye because you don't want to think that the guy you love is capable of touching your kid. I get that. But it just reaffirmed everything I thought of Woody Allen anyway. I assume really soon the adult version of that kid, she's going to be on there saying that, he was making me suck his thumb and then he was making me suck his dick. And it's just going to be awful.
Now, I got the name wrong. Her name is Dylan Farrell. So I apologize.
Yeah, Dylan. I'm sorry.
And so to be fair to Woody Allen, he is denying these allegations and saying that the filmmakers are just trying to make some money and working with the Farrells, meaning Mia Farrow, Dylan Farrow, Ronan Farrow, who has written a best-selling book about sexual harassment in the Hollywood industry. So to be fair, they're still denying that, and he's never been convicted by.
Well, he should definitely sue. Then I'm all for him. If for some reason they are lying, then I'm on his side. He should come out, no pun intended, and he should absolve himself of these allegations. Like if they are lying on him, there should be repercussions. There should be some serious fallback or blowback onto the liars.
Right, which is why I was a little surprised that you immediately took the Farrell's word for it when 2 weeks ago on our show you were defending Marilyn Manson.
No, I defended Marilyn Manson against Evan Rachel Wood and Corey Feldman, not against all the other women. And I pointed that out last week when I specifically gave an example of women that I believed. Evan Rachel Wood contradicted herself constantly, and I'm sorry, I don't believe Marilyn Manson for 1 second thought Corey Feldman was someone that he was fucking abusing. That's crazy. Corey Feldman is trying to get relevant again. He hasn't been relevant since '88. So anyway, point is, I did come out and say, look, man, this other lady, the lady from last week, I was like, man, this really seems, her story so specific to get brought over for a video. Like, I believed her. I had no reason to disbelieve her. Evan Rachel Wood has lied a bunch. That's why I didn't believe her.
All right.
Not saying she's lying about this, but she double talks. To use a cliche, she talks out of both sides of her mouth. So that's why I question hers. But yeah, if the kid is going to say that Woody sexually abused her when she was a kid, that's pretty fucking damning, though.
Yeah. It is, but there's 3 more episodes of the series. Let's let it play out and we'll see how that goes, because apparently in some of the previews, and I played them on the screen, there are some allegations that Mia Farrow coached Dylan Farrow to say things, and that there are reports saying from some kind of medical expert, I don't know who or what capacity this person had, but that it was clear that the child was being coached by the person holding the camera, which was Mia Farrow. But we'll see how that all plays out. I'm not taking any sides on this, not saying anyone. I just want to see this whole thing played out. And I'm with you, Dan. If Woody Allen did something wrong, he should go to jail. I don't give a fuck whether I love his movies or not. And if the Farrows are making this stuff up, they should also face the necessary punishment for their behavior on this. Greg, I got to ask you, have you ever seen a Woody Allen movie? His first one was What's New Pussycat, followed up by What's Up Tiger Lily. Then he made these great movies in the 1970s like Bananas, Play It Again, Sam, Sleeper, Annie Hall. And then he went in through this whole stage where he started making serious European type films. You probably have never seen Shadow and Fog and Husbands and Wives and movies like that. But what are your thoughts about Woody Allen?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen maybe any Woody Allen movie. I mean, unless it's late 90s, 2000s. That's the only chance it would have. And What was I got? I know there's been a few movies I've watched that he's in, but I don't think I've ever seen. Or is he only in movies he's made?
No, he made he was in as an actor maybe 2 or 3 movies. But none of them were big hits. I think What's Up Tiger Lily was one of them. But nothing worth mentioning. His fame comes out of, first he was a stand-up comedian, and then he went into movie making,
Right.
and he's directed, written, and starred in his movies. Most of
Yeah.
his
No, I haven't seen too much Woody. I mean, I know his whole background and all that, and I know he married his daughter. So that's what this is all about.
And that
Yeah.
part is true. It's uncontested that when Soon Yi, who was Mia Farrow's adopted daughter, Woody Allen took pictures of her naked, and they weren't Playboy type pictures. They were hustler type pictures, like exposing herself and really, really.
Now, was she a juvenile then?
I think she was 18 when those photographs were taken.
So that's legal, at least. It's not like he did it against her will. It's unethical.
Totally.
Yeah, but I mean, he can't, he didn't molest her. She's a grown woman and submitted to it. In that regard, I'm on his side, not because, and on his side in the sense that he didn't force her to do it.
Right.
He didn't like rape her, molest her.
Right.
She's a grown woman. But again, it's just so unethical. And the thing I kept saying when I was watching it, I could say this about the lady that he's with too, because I don't know what point he met her, like how old that kid was. But for the other girl, even though it wasn't his kid, he met her when she was a baby. So to look at a person you've known since she was a baby,
that's really condemning. Absolutely.
Yeah, to know you when you were a baby, and then like to want to stick your fucking dick in your vagina when you're 6 or 7, when you've known her since she was a baby. That's, to me, that made it so much more just awful. Because again, he knew her as a newborn baby. So how could you want to look at her without anything other than like a father figure? You know what I mean? Even if you weren't fucking her mother, like the fact you've known her since she was a baby, like that, you can never look at her dirty. Then you've known her since she was a baby. Like that supersede any perverted thought you could ever have about her.
Totally with you. And
well, you see the shit with the Jeffrey Epstein shit. It's like crazy. The amount of stuff that people would turn a blind eye to. It's like, it's just crazy. You don't think about it. You can't believe like the kind of crap that people do. That it's not normal.
All right, I've asked people in the chat room if they've got any questions for you guys, and Christopher Gonzalez starts with this question for Greg Braggs. What is it? He wants to know
White Sox question. I knew it was gonna be something. Yeah, I definitely think at this point, trying not to jinx it, but Purdue looks like they're gonna be in. I mean, they only got 3 scheduled games left, Penn State, and then 2 home games. I think Wisconsin and Indiana. So it sets up for them. I mean, right now there's like bracketologists that have them as a 5 seed. So it would take quite a fall and not trying to jinx it, because Chubbs was giving me shit saying they were going to miss it still. And I said, if that happens, I'm never speaking to him again, and I'm standing by that. So, never say never. I don't think I hope they're not fucking taking anything for granted, because no, you could slide and then somehow these other teams could see something crazy. I don't even want to think about it, because they better just get in. But no, they should. They seem like they're in. You're not gonna make me say they're a lock tonight. I'm not jinxing nothing, because I'm so nervous about it. There's no NIT or anything like that. So, and obviously, it's just a big year in general. You got to make it. And Purdue's been really exciting this year. So if they do get in, I don't care what seed they are, they're going to be a dangerous team, because they're young. They're going to play like they have nothing to lose. I know it. So hoping that all the cards fall correctly and they get in comfortably here. Now they got 3 games left. They just got to win one of them, in my opinion.
I got a number of questions here for Dan, but before I get there, I got another college basketball question for you, Greg. Can the Illini win it all? That's from Dwayne Corey. Have you been watching the Illini basketball team, and what do you think about them?
Yeah, 100% they can win it all. They could have won it all last year, and I know a lot of people think I'm crazy when I say that, but they have Io DeSumo. This dude is the real deal, and he's the kind of player you need in a tournament. They didn't have a tournament last year, so Io couldn't show that ability. But, you know, when you get into the tournament, you need guard. The best guards typically win. You've seen it so many times. Kemba Walker, who was the guard for UConn, or not Kemba, but before him, Khalid El-Amin one year went off. Then the Bulls drafted him. Yeah, it's always some guard going off, and you know, Io's one of Io. I don't know how, you know, I say it both ways, but he's the best one-on-one player. You know, if you get in a bind, he can just make any play. And then they have all these other players. You know, Kofi Coburn. This dude is a monster. So, yeah, Illinois, I thought, could get to the Final Four last year as a young surprise team with nothing to lose. The only difference between last year and this year is now they are playing with pressure because DeSumo is probably going to go to the NBA when this is over. So this is now or never. There's no next year now. So they got to win it. So that pressure might get to them maybe at some point, but more than likely they're going to make a deep run. They've got every tool in the box. And then this year they started hot, and then they started to get beat a little bit, and it kind of chapped at their ego, and they were able to work their way back up to the mountain. Now they're top 5 again in the country, and they're playing some of the best basketball of any team I've seen. So, yeah, they're definitely going to go deep. It's just going to be a matter of how it all be rooting for them not to win the Big Ten tournament.
He froze for a second. Yeah, you froze for a second. You said it's just a matter of, and then you froze.
Yeah, just a matter of, you know, I don't remember what I was saying, but all I'm saying is, you know, just the one thing if I was Illinois that I'd be worried about is winning the Big Ten tournament. A lot of times when you win the Big Ten tournament, it's hard to then go the whole distance in the Madness tournament. So I think that'll be an interesting dynamic because you get, you know, it's a little bit of a battle getting through and this schedule is going to be crazy this year. So other than that, I think Illinois is going to go deep for sure. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm all dialed into college basketball right now, so I could go all day.
Well, come on to the bar room and we'll give you your show during March and you can cover March Madness here. Oh, we lost him again. Just as soon as I was offering him a job. Greg, Adeptus wants to know, did Epstein kill himself? This is a great question for you, man.
Talking to me or to Greg?
You.
Oh, I have no fucking idea. Like, I have no inside information. I'm sorry to let you down. I don't know. Yes, he did. Is that what they ruled?
Well, I don't think they've ruled anything, but do you? I mean, the whole conspiracy theory is that the Donald Trump people may have had Epstein murdered because he had information about some of his sexual activities. You don't have any opinion on that?
No, I won't say that because I don't want to be the way they, you know, try to say that Hillary killed Vince Foster or JFK Jr. or any of those kind of fucking trash stories, which I don't believe. So I'm not going to say that Trump had Epstein killed either. So no, I can't endorse that without proof.
Okay, Greg, I know Greg has an opinion on this.
It's late, isn't it? I do have an opinion on this. It's crap. Like, you know, you talk about the insurrectionists of January 6th, you know, and I was watching that all unfold that day. I was on the phone with somebody and I didn't predict it was about to happen because I was like watching the speech and I've seen all his crazy speeches and this one just stood out, and I was like talking to my friend on the phone. I was like, well, how does this speech end? Do I walk out of my house and start rioting against my government? Because that's what he had basically told me to do from the TV, you know, and then all of it unfolded the way it did. And I'm sitting there like, you know, if you guys would have stormed the island that Epstein owns, because they made a Netflix documentary. It was pretty riveting, and I remember telling my dad a couple years ago, there's been a big argument with him, and we were talking about conspiracies, and he brought up this Nepsis Island, and he just started sounding like a wacko. I was like, Dad, put your fucking tinfoil hat on, shut the fuck up, quit talking about child fucking sex islands, and if you really think there is one, go fucking grab a gun and go grab a boat and go to that fucking island and save the fucking kids, or shut the fuck up. And we had this big argument about
it. You said that to your dad?
Yeah, and then a year later, here I am watching a damn Netflix documentary about it. So, if these motherfuckers wanted to storm something, don't storm the Capitol. Why don't we go storm the island? Because they stopped talking. They made the Netflix documentary about it. Like I said, very riveting, just like the To Catch a Murderer or whatever that one was about the poor guy, the poor kid up in Wisconsin. Like good TV, but it's a real story. It's a real thing that happened. Then he gets arrested. Who knows how the hell he, is able to kill himself at the highest maximum security prison you possibly can. And then you take into account the Prince Henry stuff that was coming out while that stuff was going on. And it's valid. It's proof. It's just like smack in your face proof. There's no argument against it. And this guy's still, so there's big people at play here. And then this guy's able to kill himself in the highest maximum security prison. So I can throw all sorts of accusations out there if I really wanted to, because it's, like, come on. We want to talk about conspiracies, and then that one's right there standing in front of you like, oh, I'm sure it was just innocent how that all went down. When you talk about how many people he's connected with. And I don't really that's one of those, I'm bipartisan when it comes to who he's connected with. Bring every single person down that was affiliated with this guy that knew and understood what he was and still took money from him and took plane rides from him and hung out and vacation when you still knew who he was. Just like with this Woody Allen stuff, it's despicable. I don't know anybody like that. So, to me, they're getting a free pass, and, tomorrow's news is all that's important. So we're done worrying about the Epstein Island. We're not going to talk about what the hell happened with the guy in Vegas that just started shooting into a crowd. You know what I mean? Like, you talk about me having ADHD. Our country has ADD. You can't pay attention to one thing ever. It's on to the next story. So, that's concerning. Like I said, you want to storm something, go storm the island. Like I told my dad 2 years ago. That would be something that I could get behind. That's an insurrection I could get behind.
And I'll just add this before we move to our next question. And a lot of people are bringing it up in the chat room regarding Ghislaine Maxwell, who was the woman who was a very close friend of Jeffrey Epstein. And she apparently has written a book. Everybody writes a book, right? And she's saying that Epstein had secret videotapes of Donald Trump and Bill Clinton involved in sexual activities with young women. And so, her life is apparently in danger because she's coming through with this. And now that she could be just writing bullshit to sell her book. But I will say this, that throughout the history of the United States, there have been every administration that comes in protects the previous administration. Perfect example is Barack Obama. Clearly, George W. Bush could have been tried for war crimes here in the United States, but what did Barack Obama do? He decided, we don't need that because it'll just disrupt the company. You remember the pardon of Richard Nixon by Gerald Ford. They always just turned their back and just looked the other way. With Donald Trump, things are different. There may not be this looking away to his misdeeds, because I always thought that whatever Donald Trump did, whether it was Trump Organization with taxes or being involved with the Russians or whatever he may have did, no, the next administration isn't going to deal with it because they are afraid that there's going to be an insurrection and it's going to disrupt the democracy and there's going to be rioting and so forth. I'm not so certain of that anymore because there's already been an insurrection because the FBI now is on high alert that this stuff might happen. So who knows what's going to happen with all the allegations towards the Trump administration, whether the new attorney general is going to look into them and so forth. So it's going to be interesting to watch. I don't want to belabor that point unless you guys want to add to that. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we'll move forward.
Got something to share with you.
Yes, please do.
This just happened in real time.
Oh,
Akeem Hicks tweeted out, "Ask me something" an hour ago, and I just saw it while you were talking.
okay.
And I said, "Can you get the Bears to wear white on white on the road next season?"
Mm-hmm.
Not thinking he'd ever respond, and he did.
And what did he say?
Akeem Hicks says, quote, "I'd do it if I could. The Bears have some of the most iconic fits. As you know, it's the orange one for me." And he tweeted out a picture of Alex Brown wearing the orange jersey. And but he responded, and like he said, though, to me, the most important thing, he says, "I'd do it if I could." So there somehow that's your conspiracy. Who is stopping the Bears from wearing white on white?
Dan, I'm so pissed off at you. The question you should have asked is, will you come on to the podcast with Greg, Aldo, and me? And he should have been right now.
God, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't think he'd ever respond, and he's been on the ballroom once. So fuck, I should have thought that. I'm sorry, man. I did. I dropped the ball there.
Try again. Ask him another question. By the
I
way,
talked about that a couple of years ago on Twitter, and he promised that he was going to get it done. So maybe he tried. I've heard some whispers that George McCaskey hates him. Or no, wasn't it Virginia McCaskey that said they look like milkmen in the white on whites?
was it? I didn't hear that.
She said that. I think she said that at Bears 100. She's like, they look like milkmen.
Last time the Bears wore white on white,
No. When was the last time?
it was Jay
Matt
Cutler
Jay Cutler's first game?
in Green Bay, Week 1, 2009 was the last time they wore white on white.
I love the white on whites with the black helmet and the smaller C. That's the classic look for me.
The Hester white on white when he ran 2 back against the Rams is the best white on white moment for Bears history. And then I think Matt Forte's run against the Colts, I believe they were wearing white on white.
That's
for
cool.
the
It was his first game ever. It was 08 opening night, Sunday Night Football. The first game at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yep.
Amazing. Dan, I got to get this question in from Dwayne because I don't know if this is a joke question. I don't know if he's serious. I don't know if he thinks you really know the answer. I have to ask it and get your reaction. Dwayne asks you, do you believe the Pope in the 1500s moved the calendar 11 days or 411 as some Jesuit priests believe? So I'm guessing that's the year 411 as some Jesuit priests believe. And then he adds, some Jesuit priests believe there was no dark age and hence the 411 days. Gotcha.
Well, no offense to that gentleman who he listens, and I appreciate him and he corresponds with me. No offense to him or anybody else that is religious. I don't know what the Jesuit priest or anybody else was saying. I don't follow organized religion, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way to anybody. I really wish that I could believe. It would make me much happier. But having said that, I don't know. I don't study the Bible. I don't study anything religious in any way. So I have no knowledge about it. Anything to do with religion is completely what's the word for me? I don't want to be strong like I'm condemning it, but
go ahead. Just bare your soul.
It's antithetical to anything that I have any interest or knowledge about. That doesn't mean that I'm right. Like I said so many times, my mom was this passionate believer in God, and I always told her if it took me to go to hell for my mom to go to what she believed is heaven, then I would make that sacrifice for her. And I meant that seriously. And I hope that my mom, who did die last April 18th, is enjoying an afterlife as opposed to just in the box, which is where I think she's at. So.
All right. So a follow-up question for Greg Braggs, our guest. Greg, if there was an afterlife, what would be the perfect afterlife for you? Surrounded by marijuana plants with different strains, or what?
That's a start. I mean, that's a start. Taco Bell, a giant Taco Bell.
Before you came on, Dan, Greg and I were talking about his dietary habits. He was just expressing how much he loves Taco Bell.
It'd be like,
We talked about that on air before.
That's right.
my heaven, I guess, would be like walking over the hills at Bourbonnais.
With a video camera and getting no harassment, right?
Yes, being able to just video whatever I want.
All right, back to football. PJ says, "What positions would you draft in the first 3 rounds?" He would draft 2 offensive tackles and a quarterback. Let me share my opinion first. Is you draft the best player available. That's the way you do it. But ideally, what I would like them to see, like to see them do, is to trade up and draft one of these quarterbacks, because these 5 quarterbacks that are coming out in this draft, I think that any one of them can really play good football. They may not, be winners in their first year, but they're the type of guys that you can build sustaining success. And so trade a couple of draft picks and a player to move up and pick you're not going to get Trevor Lawrence because he's going to be the first guy picked overall, and the Jaguars are not. But everybody else is potentially on the table. Justin Fields from Ohio State, Zach Wilson from BYU, Mac Jones from Alabama, who I really, really like a lot, and the kid from North Dakota State, Trey Lance. Those 4 quarterbacks and Lawrence, the 5th, I think they're all going to be really good pros in the NFL. And if the Bears come away with any one of those guys, I am going to be so psyched. It's going to be a great time. And if they don't, then there's a couple of mid-round guys like Jamie Newman, even Kyle Trask. I kind of throw him. I'm not a big fan of Kyle Trask, but Felipe Franks, another mid-round draft pick. There's some guys in the middle rounds that would be good, like 2-3 year developmental guys. Even the kid from Notre Dame, Greg. I know you love Notre Dame just like me. Even Ian Book. Ian Book. He would be a good day 3 pick to potentially develop as a quarterback, but you got to go out there hopefully and get one of these top 5 quarterbacks. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's the guy that Matt Nagy identifies as his guy is the catch, I don't think they're just going to take whatever is the 5th quarterback available. That's kind of the trick of this whole thing, because, and maybe Matt will have 2 out of the 5 guys that he really thinks he can do something with. So that'll help. So you try to trade up to get one of those 2. The problem is then who else wants that quarterback? So it just sucks. Of course, the 1 year, the Bears definitely have to draft a quarterback. They're drafting 20th, and that year is the year that 5 quarterbacks are going to go before 20.
Exactly. Great point.
Normally, it's like the 2 quarterbacks go before 20, and then the 3rd one is in the 22 range. This year, 5 fucking quarterbacks are going before 15. It's every year like this. Just like when we missed on Aaron Donald by 1 pick. That was the 1 year, of course, we had to be 15th, and then Aaron Donald goes 14th. It's over and over. It's a constant. And then, of course, the 1 year that we have the 3rd pick, we trade up for the 2nd pick, and we take a quarterback. And 2 of the 3 quarterbacks are generational talent, and they don't take either one of those.
Don't forget the Bears could have drafted Terry Bradshaw, but lost a coin toss. So they went from the 1st pick to the 2nd.
It's a beautiful thing. We are tormented.
Ironically, how did that happen? Because they beat Pittsburgh in 1969 for their only win of the season. So if they'd have just lost that game, they would have had the pick outright. They lose the coin toss to Pittsburgh, and they draft Terry Bradshaw, and the rest is history.
That is correct.
And that's what's happened again. I mean, that's what's happened again. We're doing it all over. They won games at the end of the year and then pushed ourselves out of either being good equity for Watson or in a spot to draft one of these rookies. It's just it never ends.
Really bothers me because I am from West Virginia, as you know, is like, what if Randy Moss would have just went to meet Walter Payton that day and you hadn't overslept? You know, maybe the Bears draft Moss instead of Curtis Enos.
Well, then remember Kurt Warner got sick for his tryout versus the Bears. He was supposed to have a tryout for the Bears, and he told this story on like the Dan Patrick show. Yeah, he was supposed to have a tryout with the Bears and got sick and couldn't go, so he just didn't end up on the Bears.
That is wild. That is wild. Who was it? PJ is saying, how about the guy like Darisaw for left tackle in the first? Here's the one thing. This is one of those drafts, and I agree with somebody earlier, an hour or two ago, said that you need to draft an offensive lineman in the first 2 rounds because that's where you got a greater hit rate. And I agree with that. But this year, you can find – there's so many good tackles. This is one of those rare years, especially in the last generation where offensive tackles have been really difficult to find. But this year is a year where there are going to be good offensive tackles, even potentially starting guys in round 3. And that's based on stuff that we've covered here on our Draft on Tap show, which you can find Thursday, 8 p.m. Central here on the Barroom Network. In fact, we're going to talk about offensive linemen a bit, mostly wide receivers this week. But also, I've talked with a lot of people like Greg Gabriel, Dane Brugler, a bunch of people who have been telling me, don't worry, there's going to be guys who can potentially be a plug-and-play offensive tackle in round 3. For instance, a guy from Notre Dame, Liam Eichenberg. That guy, wouldn't it be cool if they had Alex Bars, Sam Mustipher, and Liam Eichenberg, 3 Notre Dame guys, your 5 offensive linemen? Wouldn't that be cool, Greg?
That would be, and they'd be doing a smart move by that because the offensive linemen for Notre Dame are always good. And then after Nagy gets fired next year, they can bring Heastand back to coach him because Nagy tried to blame Heastand 2 years ago for shortcomings on the offensive line. But we all know Notre Dame offensive linemen are bred to be great, so these guys are always bulldozing. You know, you see it all over the NFL. For Notre Dame players, Notre Dame offensive line and tight ends for that matter. So, yeah, I'm all for Liam Eichenberg. That would, like I said, I would try to draft offensive line because, like we just talked about, if I can't trade up, I don't want to give up equity to trade up for these quarterbacks that I'm not sure are going to hit. So if I'm sitting there at 20 and all these quarterbacks are getting taken, then that only stands to reason to think that there may be someone of value at 20 sitting there for offensive linemen. I mean, that's what you're hoping, the Bears. And then you got to hit on it. Can't miss. Can't be Gabe Karimi.
That's right. Now, if the Bears know that, hey, we're not going to be able to draft one of these young quarterbacks in round 1, and Nick Foles is probably going to be the starter. Look at Greg. He's having a heart attack. Nick Foles is probably going to be the starter, then yeah, go out there and draft offensive linemen, get some really good ones, because even a mediocre quarterback can play at a much higher level if he's got a clean pocket. Greg, you can't deny that Nick Foles can complete passes if he's got 3 seconds to find a receiver. Give him a clean pocket, he'll be all right. I mean, the guy did it with the Philadelphia Eagles in the Super Bowl. He had a good offensive line then, and perhaps he can get back to that level if we have a good offensive line protecting him.
And you're forgetting the allegation is he has a great cock too, so that matters.
I've not heard that about Nick Foles. He has a great cock, huh?
They call him Big Dick Nick. I'm not making that up.
Well, Greg apparently is agreeing with you.
Yeah, Sylvie was somebody asked on Waddle and Sylvie's show today if Stacey King should start calling him Sack Levine, and he put out a poll. Sylvie loved this idea so much that he put a poll out for it, and everybody was like, "No, like I'm sorry, I'm not calling another man Sack Levine. Like, when Nick Foles came over here, I wasn't calling him. I'm not calling him that nickname. I'm not calling him that. I'm just not comfortable to
Have
it.
the guys at ESPN 1000 taken their show from a PG-13 to an R-rated show? I've noticed a little bit more risque social media action by Sylvie.
Yes, all of them. I mean, so Kaplan took a video while he was peeing, right? In Waddle's fountain. Did you see that?
No.
Oh man, Kaplan did this hilarious video where he's literally peeing in Waddle's fountain in his front yard.
Oh, I did see that. That's right.
Yeah, and they're always talking about like all sorts of crazy shit on their shows now, Kaplan and all of them. So yeah, they are starting to get more risque.
Well, look at that.
So
are changing. So, hey, Aguirre, we got to keep up with those guys at ESPN. You got anything risque you want to share with us? You want to stick
you didn't think he covered that with the Woody Allen conversation?
That's true. Danzo has got good sex stories. He was talking about how
7 times a day.
Yeah, 7 times.
And when I was 18, that was like I mean, I'm not trying to brag or anything. Like, yeah, I had the libido like of a fucking porn star at like 18. Sure,
that's pretty good, man.
And we could sleep together in the same bed, and like her mom didn't care. And she was on birth control, so there was, lots of coming into fruition. If you know.
So, what about sex during menstruation period and so forth? You're into
now
that
or
too?
then?
Well, both.
Well, back then I was inexperienced and would have just like been like, oh no, we can wait, whatever. But like, fuck, man, I'm 40 now. I mean, that's not. You think I haven't? Fuck, man. Okay. You want a good story?
Yeah, sure.
It's so weird because this lady's son is a policeman now, and I have to work with him. But back then he was in high school and was just a fucking kid, because she's 10 years older than me. And yeah, so we were fucking or whatever, and she wanted to go to her kitchen to get like some kind of water or something, So I followed her in there, and she's pretty flexible. So she was bending over into the fridge, and I just fucking picked her leg up and put it on her counter and started hitting it from when she was in the fridge, and her period started. This is on my 30th birthday. No shit. And her period starts, and I didn't know what to do. Like, it started like, it's started. We're talking like, there's copious amounts of blood. You would think I just took her virginity or something. Like, there was lots of blood. So instead of being appalled, I just went with it. I'm not trying to be funny. I fucking started rubbing it on my chest, fucking putting it on her face and pulling her hair, made her eat her own blood. I just went with it. That's a true story.
This sounds like Dwight Schrute's, when he was telling someone how to cut the turkey's neck off. Like, Jesus Christ.
Hey, so tomorrow when you're talking to Waddle and Sylvie, tell them to top that.
Yes. Top them. That's a lot of blood to top.
All right, guys, we have gone 4 hours and 20 minutes. Let's start to wrap things up. I'd like to go around the table and get your final thoughts. We don't do shout outs here, Greg. We just bare our souls. So if there's anything else you want to reveal about your own personal sex life, you ever had sex with a man, Greg?
No, I haven't. I have not. But I did tell you I was going to have a funny story for you, and I guess now that we've reached the level of deliriousness of the late night, the other day I had dental work done, and I'm a little baby when it comes to dental work, so I didn't want I had a lot of, I cracked a tooth because I was eating Skittles and I cracked like a back molar. And then I had some other work that needed to be done. So Friday, I just had them put me under while they did all this work. And they gave me they gave me like these pills, and then they gave me a drink when I came in. And they had to give me a little more of the drink because it wasn't enough to like get me completely knocked out. And I didn't wake up literally basically until the next day, Saturday morning. But at one point at Friday night at like 7:30, I woke up for just a moment in my coma state. Like I was not actually aware of what I was doing. And I peed and I texted one friend of mine. And then I also DM'd another friend of mine, and that happened to be Aldo, who asked me to come on the show tonight. And I agreed. And I said, I'd have to go on my phone's the screen, so I can't pull up what I wrote to him. But what I wrote to you, Aldo, I did not remember writing to you whatsoever. The next day, I had a game that I called for Region Sports Time. I woke up and it like was very odd feeling like I missed all of Friday and my teeth were fixed and everything. So it was like a very bizarre feeling. And then when I woke up, I went to the game and I was checking somebody DM me and I was like, oh shoot, Bears Barroom's at the top. Like I hadn't seen it up there. Yeah. And then I looked into it. I go, I was talking to this motherfucker last night. And sure as shit, you had asked me to come on the show. I was like, oh, sweet. We got some shit to do on Monday. So it turned out to work out. You were talking to a man in a coma, and you just didn't know it. I fell asleep like almost right after that, too, because like my other buddy, he was asking me how I was doing, and I was like, LOL, just woke up. And then he asked me how I was, and I never responded. It's just because I literally just went and crashed back out. So I'm glad I'm glad I was, normal like it was like a one in a million chance I was gonna be able to even, but I did it. It's pretty good,
pretty damn good.
And I think it was more impressive that I actually was able to pee in the toilet and make it in there without, and I swear to God, like I don't remember doing any of this. So
you may not remember any of this tomorrow.
I know. That's the other thing. This has gone into the warp zone here.
Yeah.
But hey, it's been fun. I appreciate you guys inviting me on. I like bullshitting like this. I don't do this kind of forum. I'm always just doing sports, but I like talking about everything. It's fun. It's fun talking about everything. And you guys,
man, it's been a blast getting back together with you. Let me have Dan share a story, and then I'll finish things out with a thought or two. Go ahead, Dan.
I mentioned this one once before, but it popped in my head a minute ago since I've been talking about my high school girlfriend so much earlier.
No.
This is true. This is absolutely true. I was on my waterbed. 1997 season when the Redskins are at Soldier Field. Curtis Conway got pissed off because there was a PI that should have been called. We were down like 41-0, literally. And the Bears, were terrible, 4-12. And Conway got mad and threw his helmet and got ejected. At that moment in time, when Conway threw his helmet, I was getting my first blowjob. True story. You can look up the 1997 season and see the day of that game. It's in October of 97 sometime, I think.
Well, we've been working on trying to get Curtis Conway on the show. So if we are successful, will you please share?
Never tell him that. No.
Why not?
This man is Muhammad Ali's daughter. He doesn't need to hear my success story.
Well, we'll see. If we are successful.
I was a big fan of Conway, not because I was getting blown when he was playing. Like I've told you many times, Conway and Graham were a great tandem that should not have been broken up.
But that is a great question, Greg. Have you ever had sex during a great moment in sports history? Oh, you're nodding your head. Yes, and yes, up and down. Yes. So
I didn't think I was gonna reveal things like this, like Men in Black 2 experience or anything like that in a movie theater. But What I was gonna mention now that you mentioned that, I have to say this story because it'll always stand out for me. And I guess I'll just leave out whoever it may be with, even if it may be with who I'm with now. Regardless of that fact.
Okay.
Regardless of that fact, the malice at the palace. I was getting a little frisky.
Uh-huh.
We were hanging out. It was like the end of the night. I can't remember what I did that day. I used to remember the whole story. But we had just gotten back and we were kind of screwing around.
That's
And
fine.
I had my back turned to the TV. And all of a sudden I heard, I think it was Mike Breen was the announcer, one of the announcers.
Yeah, he and Walton. I was watching too.
Yeah.
And I heard his voice escalate. And it was just so unusual. I had to turn around. And then as it unfolded, like normally I'd just like go back to business, but it just kept escalating. So I just forgot. And she was like, real. I was like, Jenny, this does not happen. Or whoever I was with. I don't mean Jenny. I was like, this never happens. And my whole attention was then to the malice at the palace. But yeah, that's where it started.
Oh, you guys are great, man. Great stories. And I just want to finish the show by saying how much I am grateful for that Greg accepted the invitation and we spent some time. We really, really miss you here at the bar room. Greg, as I told you when you chose to leave the bar room, you are an incredible talent. I was so happy for you when you said, hey, I want to try this on my own and stuff. Very proud of you. You've built a really excellent show, Brags in the Stands. You continue your excellent work on ESPN 1000. You continue your social media presence, which is a joy to everyone. You've established an authentic personality on social media and with your show and so forth that has really, really gravitated and attracted the attention of many people. And I have, like I told you before, you are just going to have some great success in this business. Continue to chip away on it. You're going to be as successful really as you want to, as long as you keep persevering, just keep chipping away at it. You've got a great, great voice with great opinions. And so I'm really proud to have been associated with you for a while here at the bar room, and also proud to call you my friend, and hope that you come back and spend some more time on this show and some of the other bar room shows. This is your home too. I told you when you left that will always be your home. And whether you just want to come for a visit or for a long, long stay, the doors are always open to you, brother.
Well, I appreciate that, man. And I appreciate the kind words. Like, obviously I wouldn't be here at this point and have all this like knowledge. You guys helped me so much these last few years, just even finding my direction, because I've always wanted to have fun in sports, but never knew exactly how to do that. So it's been fun to find this. And yeah, now I'm like trying to transition into basketball, baseball coming up, and then maybe, God forbid, if we ever actually go back to games, I can start actually doing in the stands, coverage like I intended so long ago. And then it's like between the training camp and then not being able to go to games, like everything I try to do to have fun is being taken. So it'd be nice to get some of that stuff back. But yeah, man, I'm just having fun with it. That's always kind of been my goal from the start is, because my daughter's trying to turn 3 here soon and trying to potty train her and juggle being a good father. She's in that stage now where I got to discipline and be a tough dad sometimes, just so she's not this crazy little brat. You want to make sure she's disciplined. And so it's like that balance and work and everything. I always just wanted to make sure I never got over my head with this stuff. I like having fun with it. And it's fun. It is fun to be able to do my own thing and just kind of either put as little or as much, but I appreciate that. It is cool to do all this and now have my name on something. And so, yeah, just keep trying to try different things. Like I said, trying to do different sports now to see how that can grow. Because I got all the Bears crazies, but they want to argue about quarterback all off season, and I'm just like, I'm moving on to Purdue basketball. Like, let me know when they figure out whatever quarterback I'm going to have to figure out how to root for next. Like I like to skip around the sports. So I'm on to basketball, then I'm gonna move to baseball next and see where that takes me. But man, I appreciate you guys having me on tonight. It's been fun. I'll always come on anytime you guys ever need me. Obviously, all the guys like the tailgate draft, like Badge and Bobby and all those guys. Mike Schaefer over there with Deep Dish Tees. He's a cool guy, and all you guys, So anytime you guys need me for anything, I'm always around. But and Dan too. I'm such a huge fan. I love you, Dan. You're fucking. We didn't talk enough JFK tonight, but I don't even want to bring it up because
what's the DVDs yet?
I got them. I watched a solid 6 of the 12 you sent me. So I haven't knocked out the other ones, but that's what's nice about owning them is my rainy day, But the problem is now that I have between all the other shit I do, and like I said, now the 3-year-old takes all my attention. It's hard, Even fitting in an episode of Your Honor is tricky. So, but tonight, that's what I mean. Like being able to do this tonight was fun because I don't always get to. Normally, I'm telling Jenny about all this sports and politics, and she don't want to talk about any of that stuff.
I know that feeling, man. I've been during this pandemic. It's been my wife and my stepdaughter. We've been here for the last 13 months together. And so I'm really well versed on all of these female reality shows because that's what they're always watching. The other night, the Bulls and the Blackhawks were playing simultaneously, and they decided to just sit along and watch with me. And I'm talking sports with them, and they're like laughing. They're saying, "You really need a guy, don't you?" Like, yeah, I do. That's why I'm on all the time talking sports because there's nobody in this house will talk sports with me.
And I'll definitely always, when I remember back on 2020, 20 years from now, when we're talking about this crazy ass year, the podcasting stuff has been such a saving grace. Had I not found my way into this stuff, I wouldn't have had this outlet to be able to like bullshit with you guys like we're at somebody's house. You know what I mean? Like this is as close as you're going to get to it until we do get back to normalcy. And then, we'll be at Wrigley like we were before, sharing a drink and a laugh in the normal way. That's how I prefer it. I like being up with people, and giving bear hugs and shit. I don't, the phone stuff, it only goes so far. I got to get up with the people again with my Jack Daniels.
No shit. And by the way, Christopher Gonzalez wants to be sure that you'll be listening to his podcast along with Joe Mandel and Zim Zimmerman, the South Burbs.
Southside fucking hitman. I'm sure I'll be locked into that. I'm sure I'll be locked into that, Gonzalez. We'll see about that. I'll definitely catch you at some games. I got nothing, I don't like the L flag. But I always like a good baseball game. So, you might find me over. I like Comiskey.
Oh, it's great to see a game. Absolutely. Great park. Well, Christopher has just extended an invitation for you to be on South Burbs Hitman, which will premiere here on the Barroom Network in a couple of weeks. Mr. Dan Aguirre, you have been so revealing tonight with your sex life. Women having sex with women during menstruation, sticking a dildo up your ass. Oh no,
I didn't do that.
You ever had anything sticked up at your ass during sex?
A girl's tongue and a girl's finger.
A girl's tongue and a girl's finger.
Not at the same time.
I was gonna say.
I feel like I can be comfortable with my sexuality if it's still a part of the female. Like it's her body.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it's a fucking toy or something, I'm going to feel like, oh God, like the idea that just makes me feel, I don't know. I'm not into the thought of that makes me want to cringe. So.
Yeah. When I was with a woman and I was always more so kiddingly than really wanting it, but I was always talking about anal sex, and I knew that she didn't want to, and so I would just kind of just kidding around, kind of always bring it up. And so one day we're having sex in the missionary position, and all of a sudden her finger goes straight into my ass, and she sticks it there and starts wiggling it around my ass, and I ejaculated seconds later. And she goes, "Oh, so you must have liked that." And I said, "Don't ever fucking do that again. Don't
so
ever."
That's got to be on our new intro next week. Instead of Greg Latta and you shut your pants.
True story.
And I ejaculated a few minutes later.
Will Chris Gonzalez be covering this on the Southside Hitmen show? Will they be talking about fingers and asses?
Well, I imagine. I mean, I'm sure Christopher's had a lot of fingers up his ass. Just kidding, Chris. I love it.
Oh boy! All right,
guys. It is time for me to say goodbye. I got
one more thing.
Please go ahead.
Since you brought him up, I would like to get Mike Schaefer on here.
Oh yes, he's next.
Because A, I bought his fucking mask.
Okay.
And B, I watched all of his ESPN shit from 4 years ago. And I'd like to talk to my guy on that show. Like, as I told you when I first got on the ballroom, like Phil was my guy, like that was who I was like, oh, that's the guy I want to talk to, you know?
For sure.
So when I watched the ESPN when it was actually Mike's friend, Mark, who I really like, but Mark, I'm afraid, would hate me because he's really, really conservative. But in theory, I would still love it if Mike and Mark would appear on our podcast.
All right. Well, I'm going to work on that. It would be great if maybe we can have him in 2 weeks. Next week, we're scheduled to have Stacy Hefner.
What is that lady's deal? Like, why does she really wants to argue with me about something?
No, she just wants to talk to you about movies.
I thought she really wanted to call me a sexist or something.
No,
I was like, oh,
not
God.
at all. I mean, I think you said some things during last week's show that she considered sexist, but I don't think she's coming in here with any agenda. She loves the Chicago Bears.
The victim last week. You mean maybe 2 weeks ago? Then
2 weeks ago is what I meant. Yes.
Yeah, the Evan Rachel Wood thing, but okay.
Yeah. So I think it was during the conversation. Greg, have you seen this movie called The Serbian Film?
No.
She's going to call me sexist because I watched a Serbian film.
Well, there were certain things that you said, and I don't want to speak on her behalf, but Greg, real quickly, The Serbian Film is a movie made in Serbia, and it is a very disturbing film where there's scenes of a man having sex with a child and all sorts of crazy things. And Dan, first time Dan saw it, he called me and says, "I'm puking. This was repulsive and stuff." But a month or two later, he purchased the DVD and saw it again. And all of a sudden, he saw the artistic and aesthetic value of the film. And so he was sharing.
No, I wouldn't say that. I found out what the filmmaker was thinking.
Right.
And I listened. I bought the Blu-ray to hear the bonus features because they had a panel on there, a discussion about it. So I watched that and I wanted to know why they did this film, and it was like the most shocking film I'd ever seen. So I wanted to have it to show, if someone was like, bullshit, it can't be that, it can't, you're exaggerating, oh no, motherfucker, let's watch it.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's what it was. It's not like, I don't know what I could have said talking about the film that would have upset her. I wasn't one of the creators of the film. Shit.
No, I don't know either. But we'll get that ironed out next week. And she wants to talk Chicago Bears football with us. She is a passionate Bears fan and she loves horror movies. So we'll be touching on some of our favorite horror movies as well. That's scheduled for next week right here on Dan and Aldo Bear Their Souls. Again, great thanks to Greg Brax, my good buddy. Can't wait to see you again live. Maybe we hit the Bears game again. I get those tickets and we sit in those great seats. Man, Greg and I went to see one of the greatest Bears victories in the modern era, right? Wasn't that one of the greatest Bears victories you've ever attended?
You are at the Rams game together, right?
Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah.
One of the best wins and one of the best years.
Yes, it was so much fun that season, and that particular game was such a blast. And I got to experience that shoulder to shoulder with my man Greg. And
Jared Goff's never been the same since, and now we get him twice a year.
Oh, isn't that nice?
we say that now, and then he'll lead Detroit to their first playoff win in 30 years.
No, they'll suck.
That's right. Oh, before we go, we could stay here another 2 hours, but before we go, Greg, Khalil Mack, yes or no?
Oh yeah.
All right, talk to Dan about it.
I would say yes.
Right. Hey, if they had fired everybody, then you could have advocated for trading him for as much draft capital as you possibly can, because that's what you do when you start from the ground up. But instead, we're taking half measures. I'm not a half measures kind of guy. Either jump in the lake or don't. So they could have traded Mac if it was a ground floor thing, but I'm all for Mac next year. He'll be fine. As long as he's healthy, he's a dominant force.
Yeah, but the thing is, I've been critical of his play, so people construe that as that I have like a thing against Mac. Like I'm rooting.
Well, people think that because I said Mitch was the better option than Foles last year, that I somehow washed Mitch's balls. So, that's just how it goes.
Or Mike North would definitely call me a bear ball washer.
I'm done. Well, Mike North always says Nick Foles is my guy because I didn't turn when Nick became the starter. I didn't like condemn him and stick with Mitch. I said,
is that right?
He's always busted me. He always says your guy, Nick. I'm like. Quit! I told him one day, quit saying my guy. Nick Foles will never be my guy. It's like saying Mike Glennon is my guy. I hate Nick Foles.
Mike is going to go down with the ship with Mitch Trubisky, and if Mitch, wherever he lands next season, if Mitch has a good season, you're never going to hear the
and that's why everybody says I'm the biggest Mitch ball washer, but I let the whole thing go.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's like, "Oh, you're just like Mitch. You're not team first. I'm team first. I've exhibited it." Yeah. You're right. Mike will go down with the ship because he's always been fighting that Sebastian Janikowski Urlacher argument.
That's right.
That's been a 20-year run for running that one.
He still defends that opinion, Janikowski over Urlacher. I'm like, come on, Mike, you can't be.
I like the devotion. I respect it.
Just said.
What was that?
To touch on what Braggs just said, to prove that I'm a team first guy. Again, I became a Bears fan because of Jim McMahon. I literally was 8 years old and cried when he was traded to San Diego, and I didn't become a Chargers fan. I stayed with the Bears.
And you will always be here cheering for the Bears. And this is the end of this week's episode of Bear Your Souls. Dan and Aldo Bear Their Souls. And again, special thanks to Greg Brax and all of you in the chat room who have participated live and are still with us. 4 hours and 44 minutes into it. Thank you very much, everybody. By the way, just a quick programming note. Wednesday, 9:30 a.m., Mike North and I and the Mike North Advantage, you'll have some betting tips. We're going to talk about the latest on the Chicago Bears, Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and Sox. And then on Thursday, it is Draft on Tap. Danny Shimon and Neil Stopchinski are going to share their top wide receivers for this upcoming draft, and we're going to talk about all the latest Chicago Bears news. And then on Sunday, it is the Barfly Tailgate Show with Bobby Moms, Ryan Badgley, and all of those other guys. No, actually, I should say with Aaron Current and all those other guys, because Aaron's just taking complete control of that show. He is the host. He's telling people to shut up, listen to what I'm saying. He interrupts people. It's the Aaron Current and the Barfly Tailgate Show. So that's on Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Central. And also there'll be a new episode of Pass the Mic coming in. And really, this is a special episode for those of you who are planning on saving some money for your daughter, for kids, and wealth management. This is going to be a really special show. We're talking about sports with Sarah. Oh my goodness, I'm drawing a blank on her last name.
Sarah Spain?
No, not Sarah Spain.
Woodstock.
But anyway, she's on Pass the Mic. She's a financial wealth management consultant now, but she played professional soccer, and she's got a great story to share and also some advice about managing money. So that is on a audio only podcast, Pass the Mic, that will be on the Bears Bar Room Radio Network podcast stream. All right, everybody, let's get out of here. Thank you all again for watching.